Next item of business is Stage 3, proceedings on the Transport Scotland Bill. In dealing with the amendments, members should have the bill as amended at Stage 2, that is SP Bill 33A, the marshalled list, a correction slip to the marshalled list, and the groupings of amendments. The division bell will sound and proceedings will be suspended for 5 minutes for the first division of the afternoon. The period of voting for the first division will be 30 seconds. Thereafter, I will allow a voting period of 1 minute for the first division after a debate. Members who wish to speak in the debate on any group of amendments should press the request to speak buttons as soon as possible after I call the group. Members should now refer to the marshalled list of amendments, which I don't have.
Thank you, colleagues. We're going to start with Group 1, the National Transport Strategy. Can I call Amendment 38 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings, and the Cabinet Secretary to move Amendment 38 and speak to all amendments in the group?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Amendment 38 in my name builds on Colin Smith's proposal at Stage 2 for the introduction of a set of underpinning transport principles. It requires the Scottish Ministers to produce a national transport strategy setting out their strategic vision for transport in Scotland. In doing so, they must have regard to the contribution transport can make to a range of important issues, including the realisation of human rights, social and economic well-being, the environment and health and well-being. This demonstrates the importance that this government places on transport as a key enabler in respect of these matters. Amendment 39, 40, 41 and 42 set out consultation, publication and reporting requirements in relation to that strategy. Amendment 132 is a consequential amendment to the long title of the bill. We are consulting now on our draft National Transport Strategy, which ensures that protecting our climate and improving lives are at the heart of future strategic transport planning. This government will ensure that the requirements imposed by these amendments are met through finalising that strategy post-consultation and reporting to Parliament on the final strategy and the consultation process. I urge members to accept the amendments in my name in this group. Jamie Green's amendments seek to adjust the content, consultation and reporting requirements of the strategy. We envisage that the National Transport Strategy will guide us over a 20-year period. I do not support setting timescales or cost estimates at the start of a 20-year strategy, since in the strategy we note the need to be flexible given the lack of future certainty, and actions are therefore best developed throughout the lifetime of the strategy through the monitoring and delivery plans. A more appropriate source to determine future costs to government for strategic transport interventions will be contained within, amongst other things, the second Strategic Transport Projects Review, which will be published during the lifetime of this Parliament. I therefore cannot support Amendments 38B and 38C, or, for similar reasons, Amendments 42A and 42B. On Amendment 38A, developing measurable policy targets for a 20-year strategy would not be analytically robust given the broad range of factors that may impact on the complex and multifaceted issues highlighted by the amendment. The monitoring framework which this government has committed to taking forward will contain measurable indicators that will demonstrate the progress of the strategy and contribute to these issues. Therefore, I cannot support this amendment. I am happy to support Amendment 38D and 38E because I consider that the needs of older people and the importance of education are already implicit in references to social and economic well-being. The same is true of economic development and growth, but in that case, I am concerned that a specific reference to that as a driver of social and economic well-being might be too narrow of a focus. This government takes a more holistic approach to inclusive growth and a broader approach to outcomes through the National Performance Framework, and therefore cannot support Amendment 38F. Amendment 39A and 38B seek to add further consultees, including Parliament. But Amendment 39 already requires ministers to consult widely, including with the general public. This is sufficiently flexible and there is no need to specify any particular consultees. On Amendment 39A, establishing Parliament as a consultee would be unusual, since Parliament is of course not a stakeholder, but rather exists to hold government to account. And it's not clear how Parliament could be expected to speak with a single voice for the purposes of any consultation. I do agree that government must seek to take account of the views of MSPs on the draft strategy, and we have in fact already written to all MSPs for that purpose. I welcome any views members may have before the consultation closes on the strategy on the 23rd of October. I would of course propose to make a statement to Parliament when the strategy is laid. And while I see no need for this to be on a statutory requirement, I am willing to support Amendment 40A to reaffirm my commitment in this regard. Presiding Officer, I move Amendment 38 in my name and urge members to support all of the other amendments in my name in this group. I also ask members to support Jamie Green's amendments 38D, 38E and 40A if they are pressed to the vote, but to reject Jamie Green's other amendments in this group.
Thank you very much. And I call Jamie Green to move and speak to Amendment 38A and the other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and thanks to the Cabinet Secretary. It's good to get off to a good start by supporting some of my amendments, especially as these ones were quite late in the day. These ones were published just the night before the deadline and we had to respond fairly quickly. And what happened here is that the government inserted a large number of amendments on the Tuesday evening before the midday deadline on the National Transport Strategy. I have to say we read them through and they were very warmly received by these benches. I think there's lots of good stuff in there, but what we did in the closing hours of that is seek to amend it and tinker with it slightly to see if we could improve it constructively in any way we could. So I do thank the government for responding both to the REC Committee's concerns around the lack of a transport strategy within the bill. This is a transport bill, and whilst I think today there will certainly be a lot of political back and forward and discourse, what we do have to remember is that the purpose of the bill and its various sections and in effect is a bill of many smaller bills in some ways, is to seek to make improvements to transport in Scotland. The National Transport Strategy sits at the heart of that. So I've put in some amendments, and I won't speak to all of the amendments in this group for the sake of brevity, but I would like to pursue the ones that the Cabinet Secretary has asked the Chamber to reject. Members, 38A really says that it's okay to have a vision and that the strategy, I appreciate, is a long-term one. But what I would like to see in it are measurable policy objectives that are linked directly to the outcomes in the strategy. And the reason I say that is it's all very well having... We talked about the National Islands Plan yesterday, and we talked about feedback from stakeholders that it was lots of warm words and aspiration, but what they felt it lacked in was substance. And I think we have an opportunity here with the NTS to do exactly the same. So what I'd like to do is put on the face of the bill that the government should introduce some measurable policy objectives. Measurable is the key here. We need to be able to our future parliaments need indeed to look back and see whether the government has kept those outcomes. Now I appreciate that something as wide-ranging as this will span multiple parliaments and multiple governments potentially, but that shouldn't let any future government get out of being able to be measured and monitored against their performance. So I would ask members to support 38A. The other amendments in this group, specifically C, I'm asking the Transport Secretary to take into account that access to further and higher education via public transport is a key proponent of the National Transport Strategy. One of the pieces of feedback we get commonly is how important transport is for people to get both to their place of education We took evidence in this in the South of Scotland agency. I'm sure that my colleague Liz Smith has taken a lot of evidence on this over the years. Good access to decent public transport is so vital for young people who are looking to go to college, university, and indeed get to their place of work. So I think that's something I would like the government to insert on the face of the bill. I'm very pleased that the government supports amendments 38D and E, and I thank the Cabinet Secretary for taking those on board, and indeed also 40A as well. Another amendment is 38F I'd like to reflect on, and this is an amendment which inserts a requirement for economic development and growth to be added to the transport strategy, but in relation specifically to some specific metrics, which I think are commonly used ones, to see how we could use transport to boost the economy. Because ultimately, what is transport? It's getting people from A to B, from the place of work to home, and vice versa to their place of study. And I don't see why we shouldn't put that in the strategy. Now, it may end up there, but I'd like to see it again up front on the face of the bill. Again, I've also requested these are measurable objectives, so we can directly hold the government of the day to account. And a few other smaller amendments. I'm very pleased that my amendments on is focusing on the elderly and disabled. I hope they will be widely well received. I've had some communication with Age Scotland, who I know have been actively contacting members. I thank them for their support for these amendments, and I hope the government will reflect on that support outside of this building. And the final one, which I'm pleased on, is that the government is willing to come back to the Parliament and make a statement on the contents of the strategy. But not just that, but I hope we do give it the due place that it deserves in this chamber, so that there is a place for proper debate around what's in that strategy. And that I know the government, I know the Cabinet Secretary is always willing to listen to ideas from across the chamber, and I hope that that positive, and on that positive mood, we can move forward with the rest of the stage 3. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr Green, I call Colin Smith to be followed by John Finney.
Thank you, President Officer. I very much welcome Amendment 38 from Michael Matheson, which, as the Cabinet Secretary says, was brought forward in response to a Stage 2 amendment in my name, which aimed to set high-level principles for our transport system and legislation. And I'm grateful to the Cabinet Secretary's officials for liaising with myself when determining the wording of this amendment. Transport has a key role to play in realising human rights, improving health, tackling air pollution and climate change, promoting economic growth and equality, and supporting social inclusion. I believe it's right that we are clear about the relationship between our transport system and our society more broadly. And the aim set out in subsection 5 of this amendment captures this well. I want to, however, particularly draw attention to the inclusion of Fair Work, which again responds to a Stage 2 amendment in my name. We've seen a real race to the bottom in areas such as staff terms and conditions in a privatised, fragmented transport system that they have, and that really does need to be addressed. Any company or organisation receiving public money should be required to deliver decent terms and conditions for their workers. I hope we'll see a strengthened Fair Work framework in the future that will properly include collective bargaining and trade union representations as part of requirements placed on those who receive public money to deliver transport services. Amendment 38 makes clear that the principles set out in the bill should be delivered through the upcoming National Transport Strategy. I believe this clear statutory underpinning is useful, and I hope that the new National Transport Strategy and the policy and budgetary decisions that follow are consistent with the values and aims set out in this very welcome amendment.
Thank you, and I call John Finney to be followed by Mike Rumbles.
Thank you, President Officer. The Scottish Green Party will be supporting Amendment 38 and Amendments D and E in Mr Green's name. The strategy is absolutely fundamental. We will come on to talk about workplace parking levy later and the role that the strategy would play in that, but not simply for the sake of it, to inform, to be creative, innovative, inclusive and obviously interconnected. So that's to be welcomed. I would concur with Colin Smith about the inclusion of Fair Work. I think that's important. Also the references at C to the environment. Again, important, not just words, that it does talk about emission targets and health and well-being. We'll not be supporting A, B and C in Mr Green's name, which I consider a bit bureaucratic. In any case, we can scrutinise. But I actually warmly accept the inclusion of elderly persons. It's a growing demographic that must be reflected in all our deliberations. And the inclusions of the The further and higher education via public transport, very, very important. And we heard how that can be turned around in the committee when with Lothian Buses did so in East Lothian. And that was about getting young people involved. So there's a lot of positives in these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I call Mike Rumbles.
I'd just like to focus very briefly on two of Jamie Green's amendments. Firstly, 38A. Objectives do need to be measurable. And it is quite interesting that yesterday we had the publication of the National Islands Plan, and I'm very critical of it, because none of the objectives in the National Islands Plan are smart. They're not specific. They're not measurable. They're not real, they're just not there. They are aspirational in nature. Of course.
Mr. Paul Wheelhouse.
I'm grateful to the member taking an intervention. As the member may recall from yesterday's statement, we are developing an implementation strategy which will have smart and measurable actions and objectives within it. So I hope you'll take satisfaction from that.
Mike Rumbles.
Yes, but that's further down the line, isn't it? And we don't have the same legal approach to the Islands Plan as we had in the bill. In the Islands Plan, just to do, because this is exactly reminiscent of that, we had a legislation requiring these objectives to come forward. And what we find is these objectives are not, as I say, smart objectives. Now, the government might very well come down later on down the line, but an awful lot of work has gone into the National Islands Plan to produce aspirations. Now, I don't think we should be producing aspirations. We should be producing specific and measurable objectives, and that's why Jamie Green's amendment is in there, and the Liberal Democrats certainly support it. And also, I'd support Jamie Green's 39A as an amendment saying that the Scottish Parliament should be a consultee. I actually do think we have a good system already where the committees of the Scottish Parliament can investigate anything the government brings forward, but wouldn't it be novel, wouldn't it be great to have the Scottish Parliament actually involved in consulting the Scottish Parliament in the formulation of this as well? So I think that's a very innovative and measure that we certainly support.
Thank you very much. And can I ask the Cabinet Secretary, Cabinet Secretary doesn't wish to wind up, that's fine. In that case, I'll ask Jamie Green, if I may, to wind up on Amendment 38A and to press or withdraw.
Not much to add. I'd just like to thank Mr Rumbles for his warm words on what I think were fairly constructive amendments. I do note the Cabinet Secretary's comments and asking the Chamber to vote against others, but I would like members from right across the Chamber to reflect on the intent behind these amendments and hope that they strengthen the National Transport Strategy and we get it into a good place so that this Parliament can be proud of it thereafter.
Is that pressed, Mr. Green?
Indeed, pressed.
Thank you very much. So the question is that Amendment 38A be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. So this is the first vote of the day, in fact, so we're going to suspend for 5 minutes while I call members to the chamber. Suspend for 5 minutes. Thank you very much, colleagues. Parliament will now resume, and we will proceed with the first division of the afternoon, which is on Amendment 38A. So members may now vote on Amendment 38A. The result of the vote on amendment number 38A in the name of Jamie Green is yes 54, no 63. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 38B in the name of Jamie Green? Jamie Green to move or not move?
Move.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 38B be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to division. Members may cast their votes now. The result of the vote on amendment number 38B in the name of Jamie Green is yes 27, no 90. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 38C in the name of Jamie Green? Jamie Green to move or not move?
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 38C be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a division. Members may vote now. Amendment 38C. The result of the vote on amendment number 38C in the name of Jamie Green is yes 26, no 91. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 38D? Jamie Green to move.
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 38D be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call amendment 38E? Jamie Green to move.
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 38E be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call amendment 38F? Jamie Green to move.
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 38F be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a division. Members may cast their votes now. Amendment 38F. The result of the vote on amendment number 38F in the name of Jamie Green is yes 50, no 68. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Cabinet Secretary to press or withdraw amendment 38 as amended.
Press.
That is pressed. The question is that amendment 38 as amended be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call amendment 39, Cabinet Secretary to move?
Moved.
That is moved. The question is, sorry, beg pardon. I call Amendment 39A in the name of Jamie Green. Jamie Green to move?
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 39A be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a division. Members may cast their votes now. Amendment 39A. The result of the vote on amendment number 39A in the name of Jamie Green is yes 31, no 86. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 39B, Jamie Green to move? Or not move? That is moved. The question is that amendment 39B be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote. Members may cast their votes now. Amendment 39B. The result of the vote on amendment number 39B in the name of Jamie Green is yes 31, no 87. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Cabinet Secretary to press or withdraw amendment 39 as amended. Well, it's press. It wasn't amended. Yes, as is. The question is that amendment 39 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call amendment 40? Cabinet Secretary to move.
Moved.
Thank you. Can I call amendment 40A in the name of Jamie Green? Jamie Green to move.
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 40A be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Cabinet Secretary to press or withdraw amendment 40 as amended?
Press.
Pressed. The question is that amendment 40 as amended be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call amendment 41 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary. Cabinet Secretary to move.
Move.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 41 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call amendment 42. Cabinet Secretary to move.
Move.
Thank you. Can I call amendment 42A, Jamie Green, to move?
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 42A be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on amendment 42A. Members may cast their votes now. The result of the vote on amendment number 42A in the name of Jamie Green is yes 31, no 87. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Call amendment 42B, Jamie Green to move.
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 42B be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We move to a vote. Members may cast their votes now. This is amendment 42B. The result of the vote on amendment number 42B in the name of Jamie Green is yes 27, no 91. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. So we'll move to the substantive amendment. The question is that amendment 42 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. Turn now to Group 2, low emission zones and their purpose. Can I call Amendment 135 in the name of Jamie Green, grouped with Amendments 137, 49, 54 and 55. Jamie Green to move Amendment 135 and speak to all the amendments in this group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This is Group 2, low emission zones. It's quite a short group. And this comes back to an issue that we discussed at great length at Stage 1 and Stages 2. And that is, what is the purpose of a low emission zone? Now, there were some amendments at Stage 2 on this. I think both myself and the Labour Party presented some further detail on what we think should be on the face of the bill in primary legislation. What is the purpose of a low emission zone? And that's really for the avoidance of any doubt. We did take some feedback on that it was perhaps overly prescriptive. The government suggested so in feedback at Stage 2, and I do accept that. I think putting on the technical standards and emissions that low emission zones are seeking to reduce on a bill was perhaps unwise, and there are better places to put those stipulations. But that being said, I still thought it was important at Stage 3 to push Amendment 135, and that is to put an overarching message as to what is the purpose of a low emission zone. And the reason is for the avoidance of doubt amongst the general public about what the purpose of a zone is. Now, I want these zones to succeed, like many others in the Chamber, but I think they will only do so if the public understand what the purpose of the zones are, what the benefits of them are, and if they have measurable objectives. So again, 135 does that. It says that the purpose of a low emission zone is to reduce transport-related emissions within and in the vicinity of a zone. It's obviously not just the cities themselves that operate a zone that will see a reduction. We're hoping to see improvements in the areas on the peripheral of the cities that operate such a zone. I've purposely taken out any form of prescriptive data on what scientific evidence would dictate such a reduction. I think there are other ways that the government can address that. 137 follows on from that and states that the ministers should then set out a report, which is basically an updated scientific report that states what should or should be included in the emission specification and standards of a low emission zone. So I hope that this new approach to it, which I think has the support of many organisations outside of here. Many of us have been speaking to organisations like Friends of the Earth Scotland, and I do thank them for their involvement in this. They wanted us to push the government harder on this, and I know that, and be more specific about what sort of emissions we want to see reduced in Scotland. But I felt that to have the best opportunity to have something passed at Stage 3 to take some of that out. But I do hope that these organisations still support the fact that we're debating that this afternoon, and I still hope that the government will include an overarching objective as to what a zone is. We won't be supporting amendments 49 or 55 in the name of Colin Smith. I'll let him speak to those and make comment later on that. But my understanding of that amendment is what it does is produce an automatic trigger that a local authority will have to set up a zone if there is a reduction in air quality. I don't think an automatic trigger is the way to do this. I think these low emission zones should be set up with the purpose of targeting problematic areas. I think automatic triggers will prove onerous on local authorities outside of our bigger cities who don't have the infrastructure to operate such schemes. There may be small zones within local authority areas who do have air quality issues. We know that. We talk about that often in here. But this amendment would would mandate them to set up a zone to combat that. There are other ways that local authorities can combat air quality, and I don't think an automatic trigger is the way to do that. So, unfortunately, to Mr Smith, we won't be able to support that. I'm happy to support Amendment 54 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you very much. And I call Colin Smith to speak to Amendment 49 and the other amendments in this group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Amendments 49 and 55 in my name will strengthen low emission zones. When the First Minister declared a climate emergency, she said that every policy area must now be looked at, but that doesn't seem to have included the Transport Bill and in particular low emission zones. When taking evidence on the bill, the Rural Economy and Connectivity Committee were told very clearly that LEZs were the one clear measure in the bill that could make a real difference in relation to emissions. Yet despite the fact that this year's programme for government included a commitment to, and I quote, consult on Scotland's ambition to make the transformative shift to zero or ultra-low emission city centres by 2030, the bill as it stands doesn't actually allow for the creation of ultra-low emission zones. As it stands, city centres and other areas with particularly severe air pollution problems won't be able to go any further than those dealing with more moderate air pollution issues. If the government are serious about the commitment in the programme for government, then local authorities should have the power to introduce targeted ultra-low emission zones in the parts of their area with the most severe air pollution. Amendment 55 in my name would allow this, subject to ministerial sign-off. This added layer of scrutiny will make sure this power is not used inappropriately. Failure to agree to this amendment means that the programme for government commitment is an empty promise. With regards to Amendment 49 in my name, the recent review of the Cleaner Air for Scotland strategy described LEZs as a necessary and important commitment in delivering cleaner air, particularly with regards to air quality management areas, stating that they, and I quote, can and need to be operated more effectively, and overall this, with effective LEZ implementation, will lead to necessary further improvements in air quality in the next 3 to 5 years. Given the clear role of LEZs in air quality management areas, I do not think that implementation should be optional, but should be the default position. Amendment 49 would make this the case. However, I have suggested a common sense provision to give Scottish ministers the power to waive this requirement, so that if the breach in air pollution was clearly an anomaly, or the local authority were able to illustrate how it is otherwise dealing with the issue, they would be exempt. The two amendments in my name will ensure that this legislation reflects the severity and urgency of the climate emergency we're facing, making sure it's fit for purpose in the long run and flexible enough to meet our changing needs. Amendment 135 by Jamie Green introduced a clear statutory purpose for LEZ, similar to an amendment I had at stage 2. This was unanimously a recommendation by all members of the Rural Economy and Connectivity in our stage 1 report, and I'm happy to support Jamie Green's amendment. While LEZs can deliver a wide range of social and environmental benefits, we should be clear that they fundamentally must deliver a reduction in transport-related emissions. Placing this in the face of the bill ensures that LEZs must be developed in line with this aim. I'm also happy to support Amendment 54 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, which reflects the role LEZs have to play in helping Scotland meet its climate change targets. Transport is Scotland's biggest emitter, responsible for more than a third of all our greenhouse gases, and mechanisms such as LEZs should help deliver these national priorities as well as tackling local issues. But let's strengthen them today to make sure we achieve that.
Thank you very much. I call the Cabinet Secretary to speak to Amendment 54 and the other amendments.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Amendment 135 would set the purpose of a low emission zone as the reduction of transport-related emissions within and in the vicinity of a zone. This topic was raised throughout the Stage 1 and Stage 2 process. However, the bill already provides a clear mandatory requirement set out in Section 9(4) that low emission zones must help to meet the air quality objectives prescribed under the Environment Act 1995. In addition, my Amendment 54 will add a further mandatory objective for low emission zones of contributing towards meeting the climate change targets set this year in this Parliament. This will also outline the purpose of a low emission zone and how to set objectives in the forthcoming low emission zone guidance. Amendment 135 is therefore not needed and unduly narrow in its stated purpose. Amendment 137 would require that Scottish ministers to prepare and lay a report in the Scottish Parliament no later than 5 years after the bill has received royal assent, outlining any new pollutants or existing pollutants which should be considered when setting the emission standards for low emission zones. This again is unnecessarily complex, as these matters are already dealt with by the existing environmental legislation as well as by the bill as it stands. Amendment 49 would introduce a requirement on local authorities to implement a low emission zone in any area that does not meet the air pollution limit values as stated in the Air Quality Scotland Regulations 2000. The Scottish Government is committed to introducing low emission zones into other air quality management areas by 2023, where the National Low Emission Framework appraisals supports this. These appraisals will be conducted this year for all air quality management areas other than the 4 main cities where low emission zones are already being prepared. As such, we are already taking steps to ensure the low emission zones are implemented in air quality management areas where the scientific evidence supports such action. With the First Minister declaring a climate emergency, Amendment 54 brings the crucial issue of climate change and air quality together. Low emission zones will require to contribute towards meeting the emission reductions standards targets set out in Part 1 of the Climate Change Scotland Act 2009. These objectives dovetail with the existing mandatory objectives of contributing to an improvement in air quality as prescribed within Section 87(1) of the Environment Act 1995. I would therefore encourage local authorities to adopt a pragmatic but ambitious approach to the new climate change objective. Amendment 55 would introduce a power for local authorities to alter the emission standards for their local low emission zones, such that they could make the emission standards more stringent than the forthcoming national standards in regulations. This amendment is unhelpful, as it has the clear potential to cause confusion for people driving between zones. It's unnecessary, as the regulations make power to set the emission standards as a national standard already allows for the possibility of more stringent standards being set over time. Therefore, Presiding Officer, I would ask members to support Amendment 54 and to ask Jamie Green and Colin Smith not to press Amendments 135, 137, 49 and 55, and if pressed, I would urge members to reject them.
Thank you very much. And I call John Finney to be followed by Mike Rumbles.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. We won't be supporting 135. We believe that the Cabinet Secretary's 54, which should be self-evident that the objectives of all that we're doing here is to help with the Climate Change Scotland Act 2009. But of course we want to not just have words, we want actions. And I also won't be supporting 137 because knowledge is an evolving thing and we wouldn't be looking for a reference here to be picking up on that. We'll be supporting Colin Smith's amendments. I think Amendment 49 is very pragmatic, very responsive. And with regard to 55, clearly there's a place for addressing difference. What we're talking about here is people's lives. We know that tens of thousands of people across the UK lose their lives each year due to poor air quality. So certainly there's a place for the ultra-low emission standard, and I think it's appropriate that there is the power to alter that is inherent in Colin Smith's Amendment 55, so we will be supporting that. Thank you.
Mr. Finney, I call Mike Rumbles.
I want to comment on just three of these amendments. First of all, 135 from Jamie Green. And we discussed this in committee. The whole purpose, I think it's really important to put the purpose on the face of the bill. The purpose of a low emission zone scheme is to reduce transport-related emissions within and in the vicinity of the zone. It's quite clear. I don't really see what objections anybody could have to that. I must admit, if it wasn't on the bill, it won't make any difference to the bill really. But I think actually having it on the bill is actually helpful. And why we should be considering not voting for that, I really don't know. I want to look at Amendments 49 and 55 from Colin Smith. We won't be supporting them, I'm afraid. 49, I think, is almost contradictory. It says where these pollutants happen, a local authority must make a low emission zone. And then in the next subsection, it says Scottish ministers can exempt them from doing it. So to me, that is not logical at all and adds to confusion. And talking about confusion, I think if the Parliament voted for Amendment 55 in Colin Smith's name, then there would be real confusion right across the country. And I'd like to support the comments of the Cabinet Secretary here, because what we don't want to happen, we want to see this to be a successful scheme. And what we don't want is people driving from one city where there's a certain level of emissions with their vehicle and being perfectly fine, and then driving into another LEZ with their vehicle where it is not, and they'll be breaking the law. I think 55 might be well intended, but the way it's written is completely wrong, and we don't support either of those two amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Rumbles, and I'll call on Jamie Green to wind up this group and to press or withdraw Amendment 135. Sorry.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Just to comment briefly on some of the feedback we've had today. Can I thank Colin Smith and the Labour Party, Mike Rumbles and the Liberal Democrats for supporting 135. I do appreciate it. I think, as they've said already, is that what is important is that we put on the face of the bill up front what is the purpose of a zone. Now, the Cabinet Secretary in his response to those comments said that the focus is too narrow. Well, I would argue it's purposefully narrow, because the point of a low-emission zone, surely by default, is to restrict the entry of certain vehicles into the zone which do not meet emission criteria. Therefore, by default, intention is to lower emissions in the zone in which it operates, and indeed around it. By making it clear and defining what the purpose of a zone is, we therefore are more likely to get the buy-in of the general public in supporting these zones and indeed being positive about them, as many of us are in this chamber. So I think there may be other bits of the low emission zone section of the bill which refer to other pieces of legislation which, if you dig down deep enough, you might find out what it's about. I don't have a problem in putting it on the face of the bill in very simple terms. There's no ambiguity here. This is what the purpose of a zone is. And I would appeal to the Green Party to work with us on this, given the broad range of support. That's not just politically, but also with organisations that we have genuinely been working with for a number of months now to try and get something on the bill. This is our chance to do that, and I would appeal to them on that. On the issue of national standards, I do have sympathy with the Cabinet Secretary's comments on this. I think it would be very confusing for drivers if different zones are operating different technical standards. If you drive from Aberdeen to Dundee to Edinburgh and you can enter one zone but not another and you're in the same vehicle, I think that creates confusion and issues. And I have some other amendments coming up later around signage, etc., that will help inform the public. And I think that all forms nicely with this package, that this is a simple proposition and that people know exactly, motorists understand exactly what they're getting here. Unfortunately, I think we shouldn't support Colin Smith's amendment on that. It is worth noting, however, that cities like Edinburgh, who may be one of the first to introduce such a zone, are already looking at ways to use the legislation, if it passes as it's currently worded, to operate different zones in the geographic sense with different types of vehicles that may enter one zone but not another. And that's flexibility is already there in the legislation, but I don't think differing technical standards is the way to achieve that. I would appeal, as I said, to members to support 135 and 137. I'm happy to move 135.
Thank you very much. And the question is that Amendment 135 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote. This will be a 1-minute vote following the group. So members, we vote now. The result of the vote on amendment number 135 in the name of Jamie Green is yes 55, no 62. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. And we're going to turn now to Group 3, which is on the issue of exemptions in low emission zones. I call amendment 136 in the name of Jamie Green, grouped with amendments 43 and 44. Jamie Green to move amendment 136.
Thank you. 136 is quite a short group. It's about low emission zone exemptions. My first amendment in this, I should add from the outset, amendments 43 and 44 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary. I'm happy to support those. 136, as I said in the earlier debate on the other group, is the purpose of the zone is to restrict entry into a zone. And basically, you'll be restricted from entering a zone if your vehicle does not meet the specified emission standards. But I think there are certain types of vehicles that should be allowed to enter a zone if they have to. And this short and quite simple amendment states that vehicles being used for police purposes, ambulances, or indeed fire and rescue or the Coast Guard any vehicle which has been used for that purpose and that purpose alone should absolutely be allowed to enter a zone if they're required and not be subject to fines or penalties. Seems quite common sense. Not much more to say on that.
Thank you very much. And I call the Cabinet Secretary to speak to Amendment 43 and the other amendments.
Presiding Officer, I'm aware that this issue of proposed low emission zones exemptions is one where we've heard a lot of views over the course of Stage 1 and Stage 2. Let me be very clear. I absolutely accept that there will have to be exemptions in relation to low emission zones and that these will be captured in secondary legislation. At Stage 1, we stated that areas such as emergency services and blue badge holders were high in our consideration. At Stage 2, there was a number of amendments proposed in relation to quite a number of niche areas. In particular, Richard Lyle lodged an amendment which was passed at Stage 2 relating to the transportation equipment for fun fairs. This has left an anomaly on the face of the bill, as the related substantive amendment was not passed by the committee. In order to rectify this situation, I've agreed with Richard Lyle that an exemption from low emission zones for showman's vehicles will be introduced by way of secondary legislation, an approach which I know Richard Lyle is content with. As such, I put forward Amendment 43 to remove Section 11C, which originally sought to include a low emission zone exemption for funfair vehicles on the face of the bill. More generally, though, for Amendments 136 and 44, the topic of national exemptions for low emission zones needs careful thought and consideration in conjunction with interested parties that have specialist knowledge in these areas. As such, my officials are engaging with key stakeholders on proposed regulations on low emission zone exemptions, and this will include discussions with the Federation of British Historic Vehicle Clubs, as well as the emergency services and associated organisations such as the Scottish Ambulance Service and HM Coast Guard. I can, however, provide some clarity to both Mr Fraser and Mr Green that the specific issue of an exemption for historic vehicles and emergency services are some of the key topics for consideration in the development of these regulations, and I am strongly minded to include such exemptions in the regulations. It is worth noting that a similar exemption for historic vehicles has been granted for the English Clean Zone air zone areas, but emergency services have not been provided with an exemption for the London Ultra Low Emission Zone. However, we need to give careful consideration to these matters before drafting the regulations. As such, I would urge members to support my Amendment 43 and to reject Amendment 136 and 44.
Thank you very much. And I call Murdo Fraser to speak to Amendment 44 and the other amendments in this group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. My Amendment 44 mirrors amendments I brought forward at Stage 2 but did not push to a vote, seeking to exempt historic vehicles from the rules around LEZs. I do support LEZs. I should also declare an interest as the owner of a historic vehicle. I know I'm not alone in the chamber being in that respect. Unlike many other historic vehicle owners, my historic vehicle does no more than a few hundred miles a year, therefore is hardly classed as a major polluter of the atmosphere. There are, in fact, over 250,000 historic vehicle owners and enthusiasts across the United Kingdom, and these include not just cars, but motorcycles, buses, coaches, lorries, vans, military vehicles, tractors and steam engines. And, of course, the issue is, without an exemption from LEZs, individuals who live within a designated LEZ would not be able to own or operate a historic vehicle, which I think would be an unreasonable restriction. Moreover, historic vehicles would not be able to drive through an LEZ, which would mean that historical vehicle exhibitions, rallies and events could no longer be held in such venues. And, for example, people wanting to get married and have a historic wedding car pick them up from their church or their wedding venue would not be able to do that if they got married in an LEZ. I'm sure that's a tragedy the Chamber would want to avoid at all costs. Now, or indeed a steam train, as the Justice Secretary said, from a sedentary position. So I think, therefore, there is a strong case to be made for exempting historic vehicles. I do not believe they're a major contributor to pollution. In fact, in total, historic vehicles represent just 0.2% of total traffic on UK roads. And as the Cabinet Secretary said, they have already been exempted from the LEZs that exist south of the border. So I put this forward essentially as a probing amendment. I was very encouraged by what the Cabinet Secretary had to say in relation to regulations, that he was strongly minded to grant these exemptions in regulations on the basis of further discussions with stakeholders. And on that basis, Presiding Officer, I intend not to press my amendment.
Thank you, Mr Fraser. And I call John Finney.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. We won't be supporting Amendment 136. Quite the reverse of being an exemption, the organisations listed in that amendment should be setting an example. Likewise, we wouldn't have been supporting Mr Fraser's. I don't suppose that will surprise him. I'm gratified to hear what I have heard from the Cabinet Secretary about Amendment 43, because I know it caused some surprise when I lent my support to that, and I know Mr Lyle isn't with us today. He's elsewhere. But I didn't want to have to call the Cabinet Secretary a spoil sport. These historic vehicles have been responsible for a lot of community jollification, so I'm glad that that's been picked up, and we'll support the Cabinet Secretary on that basis.
Thank you, Mr Finney. And Jamie Green to wind up and to press Amendment 136 or withdraw.
Thank you. I'm surprised members aren't queuing up to tell us about their historic vehicles and steam engines. But I think Murdo Fraser made the point very well, admirably, looking after his the huge amount of enthusiasts in Scotland and raised some valid points. I will reflect on the Cabinet Secretary's comments. I think what I would do is perhaps give the Cabinet Secretary this opportunity in the Chamber and for the benefit of the official record that he will seriously address the issue of emergency vehicles accessing zones. This is an ongoing and live discussion, and I would like to make sure that we don't miss an opportunity. I don't see a problem in putting on the bill, but if he thinks it's better sits in regulation, if we can take him at his word on that, then I'd be happy not to move the amendment. Therefore, very, very happy to.
Cabinet Secretary.
As I've already stated in the Chamber, we're giving very careful consideration as to what provisions should be within the regulations and what services should be considered within that. And the reason that it's better dealt with through regulations is because it gives us greater flexibility to respond to any changes at some point in the future. So this is the most pragmatic way in which to deal with this issue and to make sure we do it in a careful, considered way so we don't create any unintended difficulties with any decisions we make in relation to what the regulation should contain.
Jamie Green.
On that basis, I'm happy not to move 136.
Thank you. The member wishes to withdraw Amendment 136. Does he have the permission? Does anyone object to him withdrawing 136? No one does. That's good. Can I call Amendment 43? Cabinet Secretary to move?
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 43 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 44? Just to confirm, Mr Fraser does not wish to move Amendment 44.
Not moved.
Not moved. Thank you. So we move to Group 4, Ministerial Powers and Duties, Consultation and Publication. And can I call Amendment 45 in the name of Colin Smith, grouped with the amendments, Colin Smith to move Amendment 45.
Thank you, President Officer. Can I move Amendment 45 and speak to all 15 amendments in this group which are in my name? An aim to improve transparency and accountability in this bill. The bill gives ministers significant powers to produce secondary legislation on a range of areas. Generally speaking, these powers are necessary for delivering on the aims of the bill, and I'm not opposed to them being included. However, I do think we should be clear that these decisions should be taken following appropriate consultation. Most of the amendments in this group simply look to put this common sense responsibility in legislation. Amendments 64 and 85 in my name apply to ministerial guidance rather than regulations, but serve a similar purpose. As it stands, local authorities have a duty to have regard to guidance issued by ministers on both LEZs and pavement parking. Again, this is fair, as guidance will help ensure consistency across the country. However, I believe we should be clear that this action should only be taken after consultation. These amendments clarify that. Finally, Amendment 120 in my name requires ministers to publish any code of practice they introduce as soon as possible. This bill, as it stands, gives ministers the power to introduce or approve a code of practice on safety measures relating to roadworks, but it does not make clear how this code, or if this code of practice, should be published. This amendment would make clear that it must be published. This is to remove any ambiguity in the legislation and improve accountability on the guidance produced under this part of the bill.
Thank you, Mr Smith. I call the Cabinet Secretary.
Amendment 45, 47, 48, 81, 82, 83, 90, 92, 93, 109 and 111 all seek to require Scottish Ministers to consult such persons as they consider appropriate before making regulations on low emission zones, parking and workplace parking. Consultation with stakeholders is vital to the success of any secondary legislation, and this process is undertaken as a matter of Scottish Government policy. Therefore, I understand the intent behind these particular amendments. Amendments 64 and 85 seek to give Scottish Ministers powers to issue guidance on low emission zones and on parking. Again, this is already standard practice. The Scottish Ministers have an inherent power to issue guidance, and in relation to parking and low emission zones, the bill requires local authorities to take any such guidance into account. Scottish Ministers will always consult prior to issuing guidance, and consultations with key stakeholders has been ongoing for some time on low emission zones and parking guidance. Amendment 119 and 120 would introduce a requirement on the Scottish Ministers to consult on any revision or update to the Safety Code of Practice for roads authorities and to publish that code. Again, Scottish Ministers would, as a matter of routine, consult with the industry and roads authorities during the preparation of such a code. The existing safety code for undertakers is already published, and the same is intended for any roads authority code. Although there are existing measures which mean that the intention of the group of amendments, would achieve, I have no issue with these requirements being expressed within the bill itself, and I therefore support the amendments in this group.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. Colin Smith to wind up in this group.
Thank you, President Officer. I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his support in these amendments. These are small but important changes which will protect transparency and accountability both now and in the future, and will enshrine best practice in law.
Thank you very much. So the question is that Amendment 45 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Now, members may note that Group 4 was supposed to finish. We are allowed 1 hour for that. We're just 3 minutes, almost 4 minutes over. I used my powers under Rule 9.8.4a to allow the group to continue, but members will just note we're 4 minutes behind schedule. Moving on to Group 5, low emission zones, and these are technical amendments. I call Amendment 46 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, grouped with Amendments 53, 56 and 178. Cabinet Secretary to move Amendment 46.
President Officer, the amendments in this group are designed to help demarcate the difference between low emission zone scope and low emission zone exemptions. At stage 2, the bill used the term vehicle and/or type of vehicle interchangeably in relation to a low emission zone scope exemption, including time-limited exemptions and grace periods. Unfortunately, I believe this approach may cause some confusion. My amendments seek to address this issue around the use of language by ensuring that the bill describes vehicles in terms of 1, their use, and 2, their construction, or 3, a combination of their use and construction, specifically when referring to low emission zone scope or exemptions. By doing so, low emission zone scope and exemptions can be set in a way that accurately describes the vehicle into which the scope of the low emission zone applies and the vehicle to which the exemption applies, and so makes clear that low emission zone scope and exemptions are separate concepts. This same principle is also applied to the creation of grace periods, which are linked to the scope of low emission zones and as such are applicable only to a vehicle's construction rather than its use. I therefore move Amendment 46 and urge members to support Amendments 53, 56 and 178.
Thank you very much, and no one else has indicated they wish to contribute. Therefore, the question is that Amendment 46 be agreed to. Are we agreed? We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 137? This was debated earlier in Group 2. Jamie Green to move or not move?
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 137 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a division. This will be a 1-minute division, as we've had a new group since then. So members may vote now on Amendment 137. A 1-minute division. The result of the vote on amendment number 137 in the name of Jamie Green is yes 47, no 66. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 47? Colin Smith to move or not move amendment 47?
To move.
That is moved. The question is, the amendment 47 be agreed to? Are we agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call amendment 48, Colin Smith, to move?
Move.
That is moved. The question is, the amendment 48 be agreed to? Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. We're going to turn now to Group 6, which is the enforcement of low emission zones. Can I call amendment 138 in the name of Colin Smith, grouped with amendments 139, 151, 126 and 176. Colin Smith to move amendment 138 and speak to the other amendments as well.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I move amendment 138 in my name and speak to the others in this group? Amendment 138 and 139 in my name relate to what is an unclear situation the bill creates with regards to LEZ enforcement. The bill does not make driving an LEZ a criminal offence, but it does introduce a vague power for ministers to create criminal offences by regulation. I'm genuinely concerned about the ambiguity this creates. If it is the government's intention to create a criminal offence, it should surely have been on the face of the bill. I'd therefore be grateful if the Cabinet Secretary could clarify what the intent behind these enabling powers are and what he envisages them being used for. Likewise, I'm keen to know why a decision was not taken to make driving in an LEZ a criminal offence from the very offset. Amendment 126 in my name calls for regulations setting or changing penalty charges related to LEZs to be subject to affirmative procedure. And likewise, my amendment 176 calls for regulations setting out who might be liable for LEZ charges to be subject to affirmative procedure. These are two important details with significant consequences for drivers, and the decisions made in these regulations must be subject to adequate scrutiny. For this reason, I believe they should have to be agreed by Parliament under affirmative procedure. I welcome Amendment 151 from Jamie Green, which calls for regulations on traffic signs to be used in LEZs. The need for consistency in signage was a key issue highlighted to the REC Committee throughout this process, and there is widespread agreement that this would be key to raising public awareness and encouraging compliance. I'm happy to support this amendment, which would ensure this is the case. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I call Jamie Green to speak to Amendment 151 and the other amendments in this group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'll just speak to my Amendment 151, and that's to say that as we had the excuse me, conversation in a previous group around national standards, I think it's absolutely right that we should set a national technical standard for the zones. But I also think what's really important is we have national signage standards as well. This amendment will put on the face of the bill that there should be standardisation, or the ministers at least will bring forward regulation that will make traffic signs to be used in connection with a zone, that there will not be different signage used in different zones. And it's quite simply for the reasons that Colin Smith gave, and I thank him for support on that, is to ensure consistency across all the zones, to ensure that drivers understand the signage, they know exactly when they're entering or exiting a zone, or the rules that operate around that zone, and that consistency of message, both visibly when you are driving, be that road, the side of the road or road markings, that consistency will ensure that no matter which city you're in that operates a zone, you know exactly when you're in and out of the zone. Anyone that's driven through London congestion charge areas will know that when it was first introduced, there was ambiguity over whether which side of the street was in the zone or out, or whether you were in or out, and that was an opt-in scheme, so you had to know whether you were going to pay the fee accordingly. The difference here is that you won't know until you get the fine through the post a couple of weeks later. So I think this is an important, small but useful amendment that will ensure consistency across all low emission zones as they are introduced across Scotland.
Thank you very much. And I call Mike Rumbles.
Just like to confirm our support for these amendments, basically on the grounds of consistency, but also I'd like to support Colin Smith's amendment 138 particularly. I agree that I don't think it's the right place for the regulations to create offences, because as we know, regulations can only be approved by Parliament or removed by Parliament. We can't amend them, and it really should have been on the face of this bill. So we agree with the position that Colin Smith outlined earlier on.
Thank you. And I call on the Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, this group of amendments addresses the enforcement of low emission zones. Amendment 138 seeks to remove the ability for Scottish Ministers to create criminal offences for non-payment of low emission zones civil penalty charges. Amendment 139 would result in there being no maximum criminal fine for non-payment of low emission zone penalties. The bill provides for the criminal sanction against non-payment as an important means to ensure enforcement of low emission zone regimes. This amendment undermines the system as they remove this enforcement option. Amendment 151 is unnecessary. Scottish Ministers already have statutory powers to amend the existing traffic sign regulations and general directions in order to prescribe traffic signs for low emission zones. Work to design low emission zones signs at a national level is already being progressed by my officials using the powers under the Road Traffic Regulations Act 1984. Both Amendment 126 and 176 seek to make the regulation-making powers under 14C and 24B affirmative. While I consider the matter to be somewhat finely balanced, I am content to agree that these powers should be subject to the additional parliamentary scrutiny afforded by the affirmative procedure. I therefore support Amendment 126 and 176, but ask that Colin Smith and Jamie Green do not press the other amendments in this group. If they are pressed, I would urge members to reject them.
Thank you very much. Now, Colin Smith to wind up and to press a withdraw Amendment 138.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm a bit disappointed that the Cabinet Secretary didn't really clarify the purpose of the ministerial power to introduce regulations creating criminal offences under this section. I still believe the approach has been taken in the bill does create a degree of ambiguity and confusion, but I don't wish to limit enforcement powers with regards to LUZs by removing this power, so I will be proposing withdrawal of Amendments 138 and 139. I do, however, wish to press Amendments 126 and 176, which would make regulations on penalty charges and liability subject to affirmative procedure, as I believe this provides a useful additional layer of scrutiny to two key elements of LUZ enforcement.
Thank you. The member wishes to withdraw Amendment 138. Does anyone object? No one object. That's fine. And can I just confirm Mr Smith does not wish to move Amendment 139? Not moved. Can I call Amendment 49 in the name of Colin Smith? And this was debated earlier in one of the earlier groups, in Group 2. Colin Smith to move?
Move.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 49 be agreed to. Are we agreed? We're not agreed. We'll move to a division, and again, this is the first division following a change of groups, so we'll have a 1-minute division on Amendment 49. Members may vote now. A 1-minute division. The result of the vote on Amendment 49 in the name of Colin Smith is yes 30, no 88. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. We're going to turn now to Group 7, which is, looks at the process issues in low emission zones. Can I call Amendment 140 in the name of Jamie Green, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings? Jamie Green to move Amendment 140.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. So we're still on low emission zones. This is about the process of how they operate. At the moment, the bill states that if a scheme is to be created, amended or revoked, this requires ministerial approval. This series of amendments that I have in here, specifically 40, 41, 43 and 44, are around removing the revoke element of it. And the reason for that is quite simple, and it's something that I did raise at stage 2. So I think it's absolutely fair that Scottish ministers should have a say in the setting up of a zone. These are quite substantial pieces of infrastructure and operations, and it's important that the local authorities that are setting them up are doing so with the relevant due diligence that is required of such a thing. However, there was concern raised that if a scheme has been in operation for a number of years and it either has met all its objectives or is deemed to be inoperable for any reason, that a local authority may choose to close down a zone or revoke a zone and go down a different path in terms of tackling emissions in its area, or indeed, as we hope, that they are victims of their own success and there won't be a need for these zones in the future. The ability to do that at the moment requires ministerial approval. Therefore, you could end up in a scenario where City, Dundee, Glasgow, to name, would like to cease to operate a zone, but the government would overrule that decision. And I think it's important that if a local authority which sets up and operates the zone, and indeed is financially responsible for it, should also have the right to unilaterally close one down if they deem it appropriate to do so. And I don't think it's appropriate for the government to have that final power to decline the revocation of a zone. So these amendments do that. The other thing that another amendment does in this group is 142. If you look at Amendment 142, is it basically sets out that there are national rules around the zones. We talked about signage, we've talked about national vehicle standards. Indeed, the Minister spoke about regulations around national exemptions. But one of the things I think also should be left to local authorities is to design the geographic area of a zone and also the day and time of operation. It's probably likely that these will be 24/7 operations, but it may not be required to do so. For many reasons, there may be economic reasons why a local authority may choose to not, for example, operate a zone on a Sunday. I'm not saying that's what they should do, but again, giving them that flexibility and freedom to design a zone that works for their local authorities. In my view, the two aspects of that they need that flexibility on is where that zone is, which streets are in, which streets are out. Edinburgh have been having a proactive conversation about that already and engaging with the public on it. And the other one, as I said, is the date and time in which the zone operates. Now, if they choose it to be 24/7, so be it. But I don't think that power should lie or be centrally decided. That, again, should be up to those who create the zone. I'm happy to hear comments on these amendments, but I hope they are seen as a welcome improvement to the process of the operation of a zone.
Thank you very much. And can I call the Cabinet Secretary to speak to Amendment 50 and the other amendments in this group?
Signing Officer, Amendment 140, 141, 143 and 144 from Jamie Green are similar to amendments that were introduced at Stage 2 in considering the bill. They seek to remove reference to revocation from Section 5, 6 and 7, and as a result, Ministers would have no powers to consider proposals to revoke a low-emission zone. Statutory consultees would not be consulted on such a revocation, and Scottish Ministers or local authorities would have no powers to call for an examination into a proposal to revoke a low-emission zone. I believe that the proposals for low-emission zones, including revocation, should always be subject to the scrutiny of Ministers and consultees. Amendment 50 and 51 fulfil a commitment made to me at Stage 2 to consider amendments lodged at Stage 2 by Jamie Green. Amendment 50 and 51 holds Ministers and local authorities to account in demonstrating that consultation responses have to be considered when making and approving such a scheme. Amendment 142 by Jamie Green has the same effect as an amendment he introduced at Stage 2, which would remove the requirement for Ministers to approve proposals in relation to the area and days and hours of operation of a low-emission zone. This amendment should be rejected because the days and hours of operation are amongst the most significant elements of a scheme, and therefore Ministers should approve proposals in relation to these matters. Amendment 52 offers a significant reworking of Section 7 to allow for procedural flexibility in examination of low-emission zone scheme proposals. It does not dilute the premise of a local inquiry, but rather enables an examination to be conducted by an independent reporter by way of written representations, hearings or an inquiry. The new Section 7 also gives Scottish ministers a regulation-making power to outline the procedural and financial matters for these examinations. Amendment 63 deals with an anomaly in Section 24, resulting from the passing of an amendment at Stage 2, where Section 24(1)(a) allows local authorities to carry out at their own instance a review into a low emission zone rather than with only the direction from Scottish ministers. I therefore urge members to reject Amendments 140, 141, 142, 143 and 144 in Jamie Green's name, and to accept Amendments 50, 51, 52 and 63 in my name.
Thank you very much. And I call on Jamie Green to wind up and to press or withdraw Amendment 140.
Thank you for that, and I appreciate the comments made by the Cabinet Secretary. I think maybe where there is disagreement or perhaps confusion as to the effect that these amendments have, and I'm absolutely keen to ensure that we don't amend the bill with any unintended consequences, but my interpretation of the drafting of the amendment is that it does remove the Scottish Minister's ability to overrule a decision by a local authority to revoke. My understanding is that the way that the Cabinet Secretary responded is that he would like to retain that power to overrule. And I don't think he's given a sensible argument as to why he would like to retain that power. I think, as I said at the beginning of this group, yes, in a second. As I said at the beginning, I think it's important that the local authority concerned goes through a due process to come to that arrangement. But once it's come to that decision, it should be for the local authority, which ultimately is financially responsible to operate that scheme, to take that decision to close it down. We could end up in a scenario where the government has said no to the revocation of a scheme, which is perhaps proving to be financially onerous in a local authority, where they're struggling to meet the operational costs of it, and the minister said, no, that doesn't fit in with our national objectives, so you're going to have to keep that zone. And that's not a scenario I want local authorities to be in, which was the premise behind it. I'm happy to give way to Mr Rumbles.
Mike Rumbles. Thank the member for giving way. Just let him know that we will be supporting his amendments. To answer his direct question, which the minister didn't, of course, is that all ministers want to retain powers that they have. That's the simple answer to why the minister didn't agree. He wants to hold on to the powers that he has. Very simple.
Jamie Green.
Well, Mr Rumbles has been in this building a lot longer than I have, and thank you for your wisdom on that. I couldn't agree more. On a serious point, though, I would ask members to support this. I think, again, we have to strike that balance in this discussion about low emission zones, about what we give local authorities the power to do themselves versus what should be centrally decided. And I think there are elements that should be centrally decided, and we've talked about those, but I still think that flexibility is required at a local level. So I would urge members to support 140. I will be pressing it. And can I thank the Cabinet Secretary, however, on 50 and 51 for those amendments. I'm happy to support those. That is after discussion with himself and the legislation team, and I do thank them for being flexible and taking on board our comments at Stage 2 and for including these amendments. I do appreciate it, and we're happy to support them.
Thank you. So the question is that Amendment 140 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. We'll move to a division on Amendment 140. This will be a 1-minute vote. Members may vote now. Amendment 140, a 1-minute division. The result of the vote on amendment number 140 in the name of Jamie Green is yes 30, no 85. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 141, Jamie Green, to move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. Can I call amendment 50, Cabinet Secretary to move?
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 50 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 51, Cabinet Secretary to move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 51 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 142, Jamie Green, to move?
Moved.
No? That is moved. The question is that Amendment 142 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote. Members may cast their votes now on Amendment 142. This is the 32nd division. The result of the vote on amendment number 142 in the name of Jamie Green is yes 28, no 90. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 143, Jamie Green, to move.
Not moved.
That's not moved. I call amendment 144, Jamie Green, to move or not move.
Not moved.
That is not moved. I call amendment 52 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary to move.
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 52 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We are all agreed. I call Amendment 53 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, debated earlier. Cabinet Secretary to move.
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 53 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call Amendment 54, Cabinet Secretary to move.
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 54 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call Amendment 55, debated earlier in the name of Colin Smith in Group 2. Colin Smith to move or not move?
Move.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 55 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a division on Amendment 55. Members may vote now. This is a 32nd division. The result of the vote on amendment number 55 in the name of Colin Smith is yes 30, no 88. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. We're going to turn now to Group 8, which is about grace periods in low emission zones. Can I call amendment 145 in the name of Jamie Green, grouped with the amendments as shown in the groupings? And I would point out that if amendment 148 is agreed to, it preempts amendments 57 and 58. Jamie Green to move amendment 145 and speak to all the amendments in this group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I know it looks like a long group and people are dashing off for coffee, but I'm not going to say very much on this, so don't go too far. We've talked a lot about this. I know it's a shame. Hopefully we'll get to a break soon, Presiding Officer. We are making good progress, thank you. This is an important one. Basically, when we looked at the proposal in the original bill as presented, I think the government rightfully identified that there needs to be a grace period. We can't vote through this legislation and the next day a zone is set up. And the reason for that is that people will effectively be barred from entering these zones. And these are people outside of this building who drive older vehicles, small businesses that we want to bring up to the right emission standards to allow them to drive in our city centres, but we'll need some time to do so. So I think that the concept of a grace period is a welcome one. But what we've done consistently through stages 2 and 3 is seek to tinker with the format. When I presented something similar at stage 2, where we didn't offer it in a table format, it was quite complex to navigate, and I hope that the way that I presented it is much easier this time. In essence, what I want to do are two things. One is to have 3 categories of vehicle, buses and coaches, commercial vehicles and cars. And by cars, I mean everyday household cars. And to give them different grace periods, and also then to separate that into 2 categories of residents and non-residents. And there was a very good reason for that, and that's after discussion with many councillors and local authorities. It was very clear that people who are living and operating within a zone, who may be captured by a zone, do not have a choice. People who live outside of a zone, who want to travel into a zone, have more choice to choose to enter in a certain type of vehicle. But if you live in Edinburgh city centre, and Edinburgh city centre becomes a low emission zone, then by default you are already, if you have the wrong type of vehicle, will be breaking the law. So I thought it sounded sensible to give them more time. So we proposed a period of 1, 2 and 3 years respectively for those categories where they are non-residents, and 2, 3 and 4 years of where they are residents. So in effect, the range is between a minimum of 1 and 4 years grace period, depending on where your vehicle is registered and what type of vehicle you have. It seems to me quite a sensible proposition. We know this is going to be an issue because if we look at the indicative proposals from Edinburgh City Council, they have already identified different types of zones that may have different types of vehicles that will allow entry. And I think it's sensible that we actually do the right thing here, that we all support the setup of the emission zones, but we also do it in a way that is sensible. A lot of small businesses that I spoke to are locked into contracts and leases. They are not able to get out of those contracts and change their vehicles overnight. The general feedback I got is that 3 or 4 years would probably be a long enough grace period to allow them to make those spending decisions and change the types of vehicles that they invest in, be they lease hired, contracted or purchased. And I think that's important feedback. What we don't want to do is, as a consequence of the bill, is to find out that businesses are stuck into contracts with vehicles they can't get out of in a short time period of time, and basically will have onerous charges and penalties to pay if they're stuck in these zones. So I think this is the right thing to do. I'm very open to hear members' feedback on it, or indeed if they agree with the concept that people who are living within a zone should be given a little bit more time, and I'll take a view as to where we sit after the debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I call on Colin Smith to speak to Amendment 57 and the other amendments in this group.
Thank you, President Officer. Amendments 57, 58 and 59 in my name aim to encourage the use of shorter grace periods for low emission zones, whilst providing local authorities with the flexibility to make decisions that meet their local needs. As it stands, the bill allows grace periods of up to 6 years, whilst forcing a mandatory minimum grace period on local authorities. I don't think this reflects the urgency of the climate crisis we are facing in terms of air pollution and climate change, and it does not provide the flexibility needed to future-proof this legislation. I believe 6-year grace periods are incompatible with a number of the government's aims. For example, the review of the Cleaner Air for Scotland strategy, which stated that the 4 first-round LEZs need to follow legal and policy timetables and be in place and delivering within 4 years. This will simply not be possible if any local authority chooses to implement 6-year grace periods. Likewise, the government's own ambitions, from plans to phase out the need for new petrol and diesel cars to the new programme for government aim of zero-emission cities by 2030, will be hindered by the lengthy grace periods in the current bill. However, in the interest of flexibility, I have not proposed removing this option entirely. Amendment 59 in my name would simply require ministers to sign off on the use of longer grace periods. This will send a clear message that the maximum grace periods should not be encouraged without removing the option entirely if there were very exceptional reasons required for such a lengthy period. Amendments 57 and 58 in my name look to remove the statutory minimum grace periods. This is primarily to provide flexibility to local authorities and to future-proof this bill. While the introduction of an LEZ is a significant change for individuals at the moment, and one which does require a fair lead-in period, this is not necessarily always going to be the case. This legislation needs to be open enough to deal with a range of scenarios, both now and in the future. The issue of displacement was raised with the REC Committee. Providing more flexibility in grace periods would allow, for example, the boundaries of the LEZ to be tweaked slightly without the need for a lengthy 2-year delay. This is not to say it should be common practice to go below the suggested minimums, and realistically, I don't think it's likely that many local authorities will choose to at this point, but we should trust that common sense will be used in the development of LEZs. However, even if local authorities were inclined to use this flexibility inappropriately, ministers will still have sign-off, meaning an LEZ with unreasonable grace periods will not be allowed even with these amendments. This is simply about removing something which may act as an unnecessary barrier to a minor change in a boundary at some point down the line. Amendment 148 and associated amendments by Jamie Green look to replace the range of grace periods with set grace periods based on vehicle type. While I prefer the amendments I've put forward, which still give local authorities flexibility, Labour will be supporting Amendment 148 because it would have the effect of ensuring that LEZs would come into force earlier than the existing provisions in the bill.
Thank you very much. I call John Finney.
Thank you, President Officer. We won't be supporting any of the amendments in this section. We're very happy with the grace periods. Quite clearly, grace periods are an important part of this legislation. As with any legislation, any transitional arrangements are important. We think that this issue has been addressed. It was the subject of consultation, so we won't be supporting any of the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call the Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, grace periods are clearly critical to the operation of low emission zones and to give all road users time to prepare for the introduction of a low emission zone. Amendment 145 to 148 seeks to place very prescriptive grace periods onto the face of the bill. I would draw attention to two substantive issues. Firstly, Amendment 148 does not take account of the full list of vehicle types recognised by the Vehicle Certification Agency. This is therefore not acceptable in enforcement terms. These amendments are also seeking to substantially reduce the maximum grace period of buses and other commercial vehicles in a way that offers no flexibility for local authorities to set grace periods as they see fit. Amendment 57 seeks to remove the minimum period for grace periods for non-residents, while Amendment 59 is looking to impose a requirement to seek the approval of Scottish ministers around grace periods, which is not necessary as ministers already must approve a low emission zone scheme under Section 5 of the bill. On Amendment 58, which seeks to remove minimum grace periods for residents, I have some sympathy for the intent with this amendment. Local authorities will still have flexibility to set these up to 2 years beyond the grace period set for non-residents, so I can support this particular amendment. By removing the minimum low emission zones could, in theory, start immediately, which would give those affected no time to adapt to the changes. Therefore, Presiding Officer, I think the grace period currently set out in the bill from the most appropriate and balanced approach where we can achieve that within the legislation. They are based on extensive engagement with stakeholders, including our colleagues in local authorities. Amendment 149 and 150 lodged by Jamie Green are concerned with removing Section 11 in its entirety. This, in effect, would result in removing substantive necessary grace period provisions from the bill, covering situations including where 2 or more local authorities wish to act jointly when making or amending a low emission zone, or where newly adopted roads are included within an existing low emission zone. Therefore, while I can support Amendment 58, I'd ask both Jamie Green and Colin Smith not to press the other amendments that they've raised in this group, but if they are pressed, I would urge members to reject them.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. And I call Jamie Green to wind up in this group and to press or withdraw Amendment 145.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I think it was one thing that's still unclear, and perhaps the Cabinet Secretary can clarify, is that if the power to set grace periods will be defined on a zone-by-zone basis by local authorities, or will there be a national minimum or indeed maximum for grace periods? Because both of these amendments seek to try and bring some clarity to that.
So there are minimums and maximums, but there is a provision that allows local authorities to set grace periods to reflect local circumstances.
Jamie Green.
Right, so there's a national range, but there'll be flexibility at a local level. So does that mean that if the local authorities' proposal for grace periods do not meet the national exemption, they won't be able to introduce them? That's something that I still think is unclear. Then are you looking at a situation where a resident of Edinburgh may have 1 year, but in Glasgow 3, for example? Is that an outcome that we may see?
Cabinet Secretary.
scenario-wise.
This was an issue we covered at stage 2, and the member will be aware there is a minimum and a maximum, and for the approval from Scottish ministers, a local authority would have to set out what the grace periods would be. Therefore, if it exceeded that which was set out within the legislation, then clearly it would not be one which would be approved by ministers. But if they seek to have it lower than that period of time, then they would have to explain to ministers the purpose for which they're setting it within a lower time frame than that of the maximum.
Jamie Green.
And I appreciate the Cabinet Secretary coming back to me on those points. For that reason, I won't move ahead with my proposal on the grace periods and the structure that we presented them, but I would like to add my support to Amendment 58 in the name of Colin Smith, which the Government has indicated they'll support, and on that I won't move 145 or any of the others in this group.
Thank you very much. The member would wish to withdraw Amendment 145. Does anyone object? No one objects. That is fine. Can I call Amendment 56 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary? This was debated earlier in Group 5. Cabinet Secretary to move.
Moved.
As moved. The question is that Amendment 56 be agreed to. Are we agreed? We are agreed. Can I call... So, I confirm Jamie Green does not wish to move Amendments 146...
Not moved.
147 or 148?
Indeed, all three of those, not moved.
They are not moved. 57. So the next question, I would call Amendment 57 in the name of Colin Smith. Colin Smith to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. Does Mr Smith wish to move Amendment 58?
Yes, President.
Amendment 58 is moved. So the question is, that Amendment 58 be agreed to? Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 59, Colin Smith, to move?
Not moved.
That's not moved. Call Amendment 149, just to confirm Jamie Green is not wishing to move this?
Not moved.
Not moved. Amendment 150? Not moved. Can I call Amendment 178 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary? This was debated earlier. Cabinet Secretary to move?
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 178 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 151 to confirm this is not moved?
This is moved.
This is moved, I beg your pardon. Jamie moves 151. The question is that Amendment 151 be agreed to. Are we agreed? This was debated earlier in Group 6. Not agreed to. We'll move to a vote on Amendment 151. This will be a 1-minute division. Members may vote now. So this is Amendment 151, debated earlier in Group 6, in the name of Jamie Green. The result of the vote on amendment number 151 in the name of Jamie Green is yes, 54, no, 63. There were no abstentions. The amendment's therefore not agreed. We're going to turn now to Group 9. And just for members' information, I intend to take a short break, 10-minute break, in about 15 minutes' time. That's after Group 10. But in the meantime, we'll turn to Group 9, which is about information sharing. I call Amendment 60 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, grouped with Amendment 84. Cabinet Secretary to move Amendment 60.
Presiding Officer, Amendments 60 and 84 in my name enable the sharing of information between the DVLA and the responsible body, such as a local authority or their enforcement agent, in a way which allows LEZs and parking enforcement to happen successfully whilst complying with the data sharing legislation. The data principally centres around the details of the registered keeper of the vehicle, which is central to the operation of these enforcement regimes. This approach to data sharing will work in instances where the LEZ and parking backroom office enforcement regimes are run either by the Scottish Government or by a group of local authorities or by a contractor. Where information is disclosed to an enforcement agent, they can only use it or further disclose it as is necessary for or in connection with the enforcement of the LEZ and parking schemes. I therefore move Amendment 60 and I urge members to accept both and the Amendment 84 in my name.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. No other member wishes to contribute. The question therefore is that Amendment 60 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Thank you. Turn to Group 10, Low Emission Zones and Financial Issues. Can I call Amendment 61 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, grouped with Amendments 62, 152 and 153. Cabinet Secretary to move Amendment 61.
Amendments 61 and 62 are making it clear that grants to individual persons, for example, may be subject to conditions including repayment. This is necessary in order to address a situation where a grant is provided to make alterations to a vehicle in order to reduce its emissions, such as a retrofit of the vehicle to achieve a Euro 6 diesel standard. But the alterations are subsequently proven to be not working in the real world and thus are not reducing emissions sufficiently. Amendment 152 is unnecessary. Local authorities are not obliged to accept an offer of a grant or a loan from the Scottish Government. In practice, we are already providing funding to local authorities to help meet their low emission zone scheme design and implementation costs. If additional funding is needed due to unforeseen issues, my officials will work in a collaborative manner with local authorities to address these funding requests. On Amendment 153, Brian Whittle lodged a very similar amendment at Stage 2. That was not agreed. At Stage 2, I believe that this approach is too prescriptive. But the focusing of penalty monies on issues such as active travel can be delivered if a local authority frames an objective of their low emission zone scheme around such an issue. This point will be made clear in low emission zone guidance. I therefore move Amendment 61 and ask members to support 62 and to reject other amendments in this group.
Thank you. And I call Jamie Green to speak to Amendment 152 and the other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. First of all, on 152, I accept the Cabinet Secretary's comments that this is unnecessary. If he's confident that local authorities have the right of refusal, I'm happy to not move that. But I would, however, like to speak to 61 and 62 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary. Again, unfortunately, this is largely a technical matter, but I do believe this came around from a Stage 2 discussion we had, and I believe that we strengthened the bill at that point that the local authorities and ministers would mutually agree the conditions of the terms of such a grant. That appears in 19.2. That's very helpful to see it there in the final bill. But what the Cabinet Secretary is then seeking to do by the addition of 61 is indeed roll back on that agreement, and that the conditions for repayment will be as Scottish ministers determine, and apparently, as it seems, Scottish ministers alone. The premise of what I sought to do at Stage 2 was to ensure that local authorities had some involvement in the setting the conditions of repayment, and that they wouldn't purely be subject to conditions laid upon them. Indeed, it would be a mutual decision. So, for that reason, I can't support 61 or 62 in this group.
Thank you very much. And can I call Brian Whittle to speak to Amendment 153 and the other amendments in the group?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I think this amendment here is looking at how surplus monies arising from any penalty charges within an LEZ. I think in developing low emission zones, the Transport Bill obviously reduces options for travel within an LEZ. This amendment ensures that investment in green alternative modes of travel, such as active travel, public transport infrastructure, park and ride facilities, are endemic within the penalty charges, or the penalty charges we use for that. Because if we're going to remove transport options, I think it's important that we encourage alternatives. Because if we just leave it as removing modes of transport within an LEZ, I think we're leaving that as a job half done. So there is not that much within the transport bill that encourages active travel, and I think that this is an amendment that would encourage different modes of transport within the zones.
Thank you very much. And I call the Cabinet Secretary to wind up in this group.
Presiding Officer, just on the latter point which was made by Brian Whittle, as he'll be aware, local authorities will look at their local transport strategies, and if in the provision of establishing the low emission zone they wish to make specific objectives around active travel, if they make that a specific objective within it, it is within their scope to be able to do so, and that the monies which are raised through the scheme can be used for that purpose. So there is powers there within the legislation which will allow that to happen should they choose to do so. Happy to give way to Mr Whittle.
Brian Whittle.
I thank the Minister for taking the intervention. Does the Minister not recognise that if we don't allocate this money to active travel, the danger, of course, is that the money that they raise will go into the black hole and can be used for anything at all within their budget?
Cabinet Secretary. Presiding Officer, the member should recognise that the money which is raised from the use of low emission zone fines is for the purpose of local transport provision. Therefore, if they make it a specific provision when they are setting up the low emission zone, then it will have to be committed to it for that purpose. That's the way the schemes have been designed, and that's the way in which the legislation ensures that that's applied if it's one of the objectives that a local authority sets.
Thank you. So the question is that Amendment 61 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. We'll move to a division on Amendment 61. This will be a 1-minute division. Amendment 61. The result of the vote on amendment number 61 in the name of Michael Matheson is yes 91, no 27. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 62. Cabinet Secretary to move.
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 62 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We're not moved. We'll move to a division. Members may cast their votes now. This is the 32nd division. The result of the vote on amendment number 62 in the name of Michael Matheson is yes 91, no 27. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 152. Jamie Green to confirm he is not moving this amendment.
Not moved, Presiding
Not
Officer.
moved. Thank you. I call amendment 153. Brian Whittle to move or not move.
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 153 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. We'll move to a division. Members may cast their votes now. Amendment 153. The result of the vote on amendment number 153 in the name of Brian Whittle is yes 50, no 67. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 63 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary? This was debated earlier. Cabinet Secretary to move.
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 63 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. Can I call amendment 64 in the name of Colin Smith? This was also debated earlier. Colin Smith to move.
Move.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 64 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We are agreed. And that concludes Group 10. We are very slightly ahead of schedule. We're exactly a third of the way through the plan. So I'm just going to take a short suspension for 10 minutes. Allow members to take a break. So 10-minute suspension. We'll be back here at 15:45. 15:45. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, colleagues. If we are ready, we're going to resume business. And we're picking up at Group 11, and this is the provision of bus services by local transport authority. Can I call Amendment 65 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, grouped with Amendments 66, 128, 130 and 131. Cabinet Secretary to move Amendment 65.
Thank you. In Stage 2, I've listened very carefully to COSLA and to the Association of Transport Coordinating Officers, the Competition and Marketing Authority, the Confederation of Passenger Transport, and to other local authorities on the issues that they have raised in relation to these provisions within the bill. Amendment 65 and 66 address the two Stage 2 amendments which were concerned with municipal bus operations and ensure that there is clarity in the new powers. These amendments recognise what Colin Smith was also seeking to achieve at Stage 2. They empower all local transport authorities in Scotland to be able to provide services for the carriage of passengers by road, which requires a PSV operator's licence. This enables LTAs to operate services within the commercial bus market where they consider that it contributes to the implementation of their relevant general policies. This wider power enables a local transport authority to choose the most appropriate option for their particular circumstances. LTAs will continue to have proper regard to all other obligations on such as in relation to the competition and state aid rules. My officials will continue to engage with local transport authorities, the Competition and Markets Authority, bus operators and others over the coming months in developing appropriate guidance relating to this matter. Amendments 128, 130 and 131 are consequential amendments, and I move Amendment 65 and urge members to support the other amendments in this group.
Thank you very much. And I call Colin Smith to be followed by Jamie Green.
Thank you, President Officer. I'm delighted that the Government have accepted Labour's long-standing call to lift the ban on councils running bus services without restrictions, such as limiting them to services where there's an unmet need, as the bill previously proposed, or requiring them to set up an entire arm's-length company. Across Scotland, we're seeing bus passenger numbers fall and vital routes disappear, with fares rising. We desperately need to see change. We need to empower our local authorities to run bus services for the benefit of their communities, breaking up the private monopolies that too often dominate the bus market. Public transport should be a public service where profits are invested in improving services and keeping fares down, not boosting the shareholders' dividends. To see the benefits of municipal ownership, we simply have to look outside the window of this Parliament at Lothian Buses, who run one of the most popular bus networks in the country and last year returned £7.7 million back to the public purse. And while the arm's-length approach taken in Lothian has been successful, a one-size-fits-all approach, such as the one put forward by the Government at Stage 2, would not work for all communities. Setting up a municipal bus company comes with significant risks and costs and is unrealistic for a local council simply seeking to run a small number of services. It's critical that local authorities have flexibility and are able to run services directly where needed, allowing them to build up capacity and expertise over time. My Stage 2 amendment delivered that, as does the amendments brought forward today by the Government, which reflects and respects the decision taken by committee at Stage 2. I'm therefore happy to support the amendments from the Government. I'm grateful to Cabinet Secretary's officials for discussing the wording of these amendments with myself and others such as COSLA before they were tabled. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Jamie Green to be followed by Monica Lennon.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I hope everyone's refreshed. I wanted to just briefly say that I appreciate the work that the Government and his team have done on this. I think when we originally looked at this, this stemmed from the Stage 1 report, where we as a committee identified that the bill didn't really go far enough in empowering local authorities to have this flexibility to run bus services where they saw the need. This originally stemmed from the fact that they would only be able to run services that were classified as an unmet need, and by default those tended to be the services that the commercial operators had pulled out of or didn't operate because they were commercially unviable. Asking local authorities to only operate services in that environment, I think, is untenable. There was very little appetite amongst the local authorities that we wrote to. In their responses, very few of them had either the resource, financially or otherwise, or the appetite to run that type of service. That was reflected at stage 2. We all amended the bill. I supported some of Colin Smith's amendments, but I do appreciate that the bill as it stood in the section after stage 2 was a bit of a mess, and it needed tidying up. Since then, over the summer, I met with a number of Scotland's major bus operators and some of the smaller ones, and extended that conversation with local authorities as well to get to the bottom of what will work, so we can find a compromise in this place that actually works, that delivers on the requests of the committee, that takes into account some of the I think, very fair points that Colin Smith raises around local authorities that want to do the best for people in their area. But at the same time, I think we had to balance that with not producing legislation that would inadvertently create issues for local authorities. And I think still that if a local authority wants to run such a service, it should do so within the mechanism the government's proposing now. Ideally, arm's length situation that keeps nice clear blue water between the bit of the council that operates the service and the bit that issues tenders and licences to operate services. However, we do identify, I think, and we do know that we need to do something to improve bus patronage. It is still decreasing in Scotland. This is one mechanism I hope that local authorities will consider as a positive. And I do also hope that any local authority that is considering in operating service will think very carefully about the implications and indeed give it the gravitas that it requires, because it's not easy, cheap or simple to operate a local franchise. But if they choose to do so, they will have our support, and I'm happy to support all of the amendments that the government have proposed on bus franchising to that regard.
Thank you. And I call Monica Lennon to be followed by John Finney.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm pleased to support Amendment 65 and the other amendments in this group, which will give local authorities the power to operate municipal bus services, something my colleague Colin Smith has argued for during the committee stage. Too often it seems that the communities we represent are being held hostage to the whims of the private profit motive. People in Hamilton experienced this recently when First Glasgow announced it would be withdrawing the X1 bus service between Hamilton and Glasgow. It's a popular service that is relied on by lots of local people, including hundreds of students and workers who travel to the city. The potential loss of that service, especially for people who need it at peak times, would have had a really disruptive impact on my constituents' day-to-day lives, in some cases more than doubling the time and cost of commuting. Despite the popularity of the service, the initial reason given was that the route isn't profitable enough. But our public services should be there to serve the interests of the people, not fill the pockets of stakeholders and private companies. So we need more power and control over our bus services, because although in this example the X1 has received a temporary reprieve following immense public pressure, with a petition launched by Hamilton resident Rebecca Creakin reaching over 4,700 signatures so far, the operator has stated that it is on a use it or lose it basis, and the future of the service isn't guaranteed beyond December. So these amendments would ensure that local authorities like South Lanarkshire Council have the potential to step in and provide bus services where the private firms withdraw, and go towards a public transport system that serves the interests of the many and not the few.
Thank you. I call John Finney to be followed by Sarah Boyer.
Thank you very much indeed, President Officer. I'd like to thank the Cabinet Secretary. He said he listened to the debate at stage 2. I know he did intently. But importantly, listen to COSLA, the representative body of the local authorities, who've said they want these powers. And excuse me, colleagues have talked about the term unmet need, which was in the original draft. Unmet need meant no money in it. And of course, what we do know is that for the demographics of people who use buses, these are the very people who need many needs to be met, not least to get from A to B. So I fully support the amendments in this group, and I'm delighted the Scottish Government are on board. It's hardly revolutionary. The Scottish Greens ran a Better Buses campaign, and we heard from people the length and breadth of the country of the challenges that exist there, the challenges that have fueled the patronage decline. And what we need to do is reverse that. No one's suggesting that's going to happen overnight here. But it's important that local authorities take the opportunities, not least because it was always anomalous, the situation with Lothian buses. But as I said earlier in one of the amendments there, we saw the turnaround that took place in East Lothian when they moved in there and got on board young people, get into the habit of using public transport. And of course, we would like to see an extension of free public transport. What's very important is that it's a coordinated approach. So some of the earlier discussions about strategies and transport strategy, I think it's a real boon to it that we now have our local authorities in a position to do this. So we'll be supporting it. Thank the Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you very much. And I call Sarah Boyack to be followed by Mike Rumbles.
I want to welcome the Cabinet Secretary's amendments as they put into effect Colin Smith's Stage 2 initiative, so I think that's very good. These amendments are potentially transformational, and I do believe they need to be acted upon urgently. Scottish Labour strongly supports the principle of bus ownership by local authorities. It would enable local authorities to be proactive, to ensure that communities get the bus services that they need, so that people of all ages have access to employment, to schools, further and higher education, health facilities, to shops, community and leisure facilities, everything we need in our daily lives. And an expansion of not-for-profit bus services means that investment benefits our communities directly. The bus pass for the over 60s, which I introduced, was crucial in giving access to bus services for older people, and it also enabled those with cars going to work or going about their business to leave their car at home. But today, as Colin Smith has said, there are far too many people where there simply are not any bus services for them to use, or they are too expensive. And that's why we urgently need municipal bus ownership. The model in Scotland is Lothian Buses, an award-winning company, affordable to use, a network of services right across the city, also with links across the region and with profits being reinvested locally. No, I think I need to be fast here. There are already calls from municipal bus companies in Glasgow and Aberdeen. In Aberdeen, I understand the City Council has noted an interest in the sale of First Bus and already owns 20 hydrogen buses operated either by First Aberdeen or by Stagecoach. We should have municipal bus companies across Scotland where our local authorities want to implement them, and not just in our towns and cities, but in our rural communities too. So we need to go beyond the principle. We need the skills and knowledge, the sharing of expertise, so that all of our councils can use those services. So I want to finish on this point, that I hope the Transport Secretary will back up this power with proactive support for our hard-pressed local authorities, not just with advice from Transport Scotland, but with start-up resources, so they can use these powers to establish or buy bus companies and to invest in the accessible, low-emission buses that will be vital for success.
And I call Mike Rumbles to be followed by John Mason.
The Liberal Democrats certainly want to support all the amendments the Cabinet Minister has brought forward in this group. Across the chamber, I think every party wants to halt and reverse the decline in the long-term use of buses. And empowering local authorities to do this in the way that we are doing it is extremely important. Now, yesterday in this chamber, I was very critical of the Cabinet Secretary on another aspect of his work. So today, I want to praise him for his work on the area of buses. Because rarely is it an event where the government has produced a bill, published the bill, in a change of minister, he's listened to the Stage 1 arguments, the Stage 1 report, and he supported the amendments at Stage 2, and now he's brought these amendments at Stage 3 to complete this change that has moved us away from empowering local authorities only to use unprofitable routes, to really empowering our local authorities to establish our bus services. So I just want to end a note on this comment by saying, Minister, well done. And I had one more comment. I'm glad the First Minister is listening to this, because I hope it's a trend that you will encourage in all her ministers.
Thank you. I call John Mason.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I really just wanted to make a quick point, which would have been by way of intervention, but I'll make a speech instead, if that's acceptable. I just wanted to point out, especially to Labour members, that we did have evidence at the REC committee, which I was on, from Lothian Buses, that it would make no difference to their service and the popularity of their service whether they were in public ownership or not. And I think there are many factors leading to bus decline, particularly in the west of Scotland, the Greater Glasgow area. Well, okay, yes.
John Finney.
The member heard of the spectacular failure of bus services in East Lothian and how that was recovered by the public service, namely Lothian Buses.
John Mason.
Yes, I'm happy to accept that, but my more general point is that there is a decline, especially in the west of Scotland, which is not easily sorted and has not been easily even explained. One factor is certainly that we have a much wider network of local railway, which they do not have in the Edinburgh area, and so Edinburgh is catering for a wider range. But the reality is the public, including many of my constituents who do not currently have cars, do aspire to having cars and do aspire to not using the buses. And so I just think there's a wider issue here, and while I am broadly supportive of public ownership and regulation, I do not think there is a simple answer to explain the decline of bus usage.
Correct.
Thank you. Can I call the Cabinet Secretary to wind up in this group and to press or withdraw, or to press Amendment 65?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I say that I'm very pleased that my amendments have been able to achieve cross-party support right across the Chamber here this afternoon, which is to be welcomed. And it helps to address an issue which is we sought to address at stage 2, which Colin Smith also sought to address at stage 2, and these amendments help to provide greater clarity on these issues, which is important in empowering local authorities, and I'm grateful for members and their comments on these issues. A number of members have raised very specific issues, and Monica Lennon made reference to a particular issue about the X1 in Hamilton, one which I know my colleague Christina McKelvey has been extremely involved in as a local constituency member in seeking to pursue that issue on behalf of her constituents, and I know that has succeeded in having an extension to the service until the end of this year in order to try and see whether it can be established further in the long term. But she is correct to point out that this will empower local authorities to look at the option of delivering commercial services within their own respective areas. But I would like to encourage all members here this afternoon, Presiding Officers, to support these pillars in empowering local authorities to take forward these services within their respective areas.
Thank you. So the question is that Amendment 65 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. And can I call Amendment 66? Minister to move?
Moved.
Thank you very much. The question is that Amendment 66 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. We're going to turn now to Group 12, also on bus services, consideration of needs of certain persons. Can I call Amendment 67 in the name of Colin Smith, grouped with Amendments 68, 69, 70 and 71. Colin Smith to move Amendment 67 and speak to the other amendments too.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I move Amendment 67 and speak to all the amendments in this group which are in my name? These amendments all seek to ensure that bus service improvement plans and franchises respond to the needs of people living in poverty and those with relevant protected characteristics. It's important that these partnerships deliver for all passengers, and these amendments will ensure that inclusion is at the heart of these plans. Transport's got an important role to play in the lives of those living in poverty or with protected characteristics. Good public transport can provide essential access to a range of opportunities and services, but equally poor or inaccessible public transport can both contribute towards poverty and worsen its effects. These amendments will ensure that as a key consideration as plans are being developed. This could inform a range of aspects of these plans. The most obvious example is the affordability of fares, but it could impact on a range of other decisions. For example, it may impact on decisions around routes by ensuring that services run to deprived areas in our communities, which are often overlooked. The Poverty and Inequality Commission recently produced a report which highlighted the significant role transport has to play in addressing poverty and inequality and made clear that the status quo is not working, stating it is clear to the Commission that action is needed on transport in order to help unlock people from poverty. Likewise, the Government's own draft National Transport Strategy sets promoting equality as one of its key strategic priorities. These amendments are a small but a practical way to put those words into action, helping develop a fairer, rights-based transport system.
Thank you very much. I call the Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, Colin Smith's amendments 67, 68, 69 and 70 in this grouping seeks to impose additional requirements as to the content, notification of and consultation on bus service improvement partnership plans and schemes. These amendments are similar to several proposed at stage 2 of the bill, focusing on ensuring that account is taken of the needs and views of those on low incomes and those who find it difficult to use or afford local services because they have one or more of the protected characteristics set out in section 1497 of the Equalities Act 2010. These amendments were voted on at stage 2 and were opposed by the committee at the end of the voting session. However, my concerns, the concerns which I raised at stage 2 remain. Local authorities must already comply with the public sector equality duty and are required to assess the impact of applying a proposed new or revised policy or practice against the needs mentioned in section 1491 of the Equalities Act 2010. This includes when setting local transport policies and developing bus service improvement partnership policies and proposals. Further, there are substantial safeguards in place throughout the bus service improvement partnership process to ensure that local transport authorities consult those likely to be affected by a proposed partnership and give suitable notification to all persons in the area. This process can include the particular groups identified, and coupled with the equality duty, the effect of this on those groups will in fact be the effect of this is that those groups will in fact be included in the bus service improvement partnership development and their needs considered. In a similar vein, Amendment 71 seeks to require a local transport authority, when carrying out their duty, to consult on a proposed franchising framework with organisations representatives of users of local services, to specifically consult organisations representing persons on a low income, or again, those whose ability to use local services is likely to be affected due to characteristics protected in the Equality Act. As I have said, local authorities must comply with the public sector equality duty. The existing duty in the franchising provision of the bill to consult organisations which represent users of local services does not need expanded to achieve what this amendment is concerned with. There is also an additional level of scrutiny in the franchising process, which involves the decision of an independent panel who will actively consider not only the consultation and the actions taken on it, but also any other representations made to them about the proposed franchising framework. The very robust process for both bus service improvement partnerships and franchising, along with the public sector equality duty, means that the amendments in this group are simply unnecessary and merely complicate the provisions for no practical gain. I therefore urge members to reject these amendments.
Thank you. Can I ask Colin Smith to wind up and to press or withdraw Amendment 67?
Thank you, President Officer. I simply do not share the Cabinet Secretary's view that these responsibilities would create problems in development of BSIPs and franchises, and his opinion that they are unnecessary. These do not undermine or distract from existing responsibilities. They simply add important aims around tackling inequality to them, which are entirely consistent with the principles of our transport system that we've just agreed to be added to this bill at the start of today's debate. I'm sure that members across this chamber want local transport authorities to take an inclusive approach to the development of BSIPs and franchises. My amendments would make this a clear responsibility. Ensuring that BSIPs and franchises work for those living in poverty and those with protected characteristics is, in my view, fundamental to their success. But all too often, these are the voices that are not heard and are excluded when it comes to public transport, despite the current equalities duty that the Cabinet Secretary believes is sufficient. These amendments will also ensure best practice across the country and will lead to a far more effective and far more inclusive approach to our transport system. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 67 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote, and this will be a 1-minute division. Members may cast their votes now. Amendment 67 in the name of Colin Smith. The result of the vote on amendment number 67 in the name of Colin Smith is yes 29, no 85. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 68? Colin Smith to move or not move?
Move.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 68 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on amendment 68. This will be a 30-second division. The result of the vote on amendment number 68 in the name of Colin Smith is yes 30, no 85. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 69? Colin Smith to move.
Move.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 69 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. It's not agreed. We'll move to a division. Members may cast their votes now. The result of the vote on amendment number 69 in the name of Colin Smith is yes 29, no 89. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 70? Colin Smith to move.
Move.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 70 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on amendment 70. Members may vote now. The result of the vote on amendment number 70 in the name of Colin Smith is yes 30, no 89. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. We're going to turn, sorry, beg pardon, I call amendment 71. Colin Smith to move.
Move.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 71 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on amendment 71. Members may vote now. The result of the vote on amendment number 71 in the name of Colin Smith is yes 29, no 89. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. We're going to turn now to Group 13, grants to bus services, to bus service operators and accessibility conditions. Can I call amendment 154 in the name of Colin Smith in a group on its own? Colin Smith to move and speak to amendment 154.
Thank you, President Officer. I move Amendment 154 in my name, which will strengthen accessibility standards on buses by requiring operators receiving bus service operator grants to provide information in accessible formats on request and ensure that bus drivers receive disability awareness training at least every 2 years. These two issues have been highlighted as key barriers preventing people with disabilities from being able to access public transport. The Poverty and Inequality Commission's recent report on transport shone a light on the challenges facing disabled people on public transport, stating that while disabled people can be eligible for free concessionary bus travel, this is only useful to them if they can access services, specifically highlighting a lack of accessible information about journeys. The need for accessible information about services such as timetables should go without saying, and likewise the need for staff to be well trained and disability awareness is clear. But as it stands, the provision of information in accessible formats varies from operator to operator and overall is severely lacking. Existing provisions around staff training are also inadequate, with training only needed at the start of a driver's career with no requirement for any regular update. This creates a risk that the details of this training will be forgotten over time, particularly around scenarios they don't encounter on a regular basis. There's also a risk that best practice and legal requirements will change over time, and drivers who haven't received any training since the start of their careers will not be kept up to date. These amendments look to address these two challenges as far as possible within the Scottish Parliament's current powers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And can I call John Finney to be followed by Jeremy Balfour?
Thank you, President Officer. Very clearly support Colin Smith on this. I'm angered that we need this amendment in the first place, to be perfectly honest. This seems to be so fundamental. And Colin talked about accessibility, and you know, it's vital that if we're going to increase patronage, that we make it as easy as possible. And I certainly know, both from the Better Buses campaign that we ran, but also from constituency casework, that driver training is an issue. So I hope members across the chamber will support this amendment.
I call Jeremy Balfour.
Thank you, President Officer. Can I thank Colin Smith for bringing this amendment forward? I think it's an important amendment. I think we do need to debate it, and I think I'll be interested to see what the Cabinet Secretary has to say. My colleague Jamie Green brought a similar amendment at stage 2, as did I, around the whole issue of accessibility. I do think there is a bit of vagueness within the amendment as drafted, and I do think there is maybe a lack of clarity as to how this would actually work in practice. I do think that Mr Smith is absolutely right that we need to make bus information as accessible as possible. As you are going out tonight, if it's still light, if you look at the, those of you who use public transport or walk, if you look at the bus stop outside our Parliament and look at the bus timetable, you will look at how small the writing is in regard to what time the next bus will come. That has reduced in size even this year by Lothian buses. And I know that if you have any form of visual impairment, then that is almost impossible to read. And I do think there is a duty on bus companies to look at how that information is available. Clearly, technology is moving, and that is good news. But those who do have visual impairments can struggle in regard to using mobile phones or other technology. So I am very sympathetic to what this amendment is doing. I hope it will happen anyway, but I don't think we will be able to support it as it is drafted at the moment.
Thank you. Now call on the Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I do appreciate what Colin Smith is trying to achieve with Amendment 154. Measures to improve bus driver disability awareness training and accessibility and accessible information are important. However, I do have serious concerns that this amendment, which seeks in essence to require bus operators to take measures to improve accessibility for disabled passengers, relates to the reserved matter of equal opportunities and is out with the legislative competence of the Parliament. In any case, EU law already requires that local service operators ensure their drivers receive disability awareness training. As the regulations of equal opportunities is a reserved matter, the Department for Transport plan to publish best practice guidance applicable across the UK on the provision of disability awareness training in the bus sector. This was informed by the experience of disabled passengers, bus operators and training providers. The Department for Transport Inclusive Transport Strategy commits to developing a disability equality and awareness training package that is to be made available to transport operators by the summer of 2020. Much has also already been done here in Scotland through the Bus Stakeholders Group, which I chair, and Transport Scotland's annual accessibility delivery plan for 2019-20, which has a workstream dedicated to bus accessibility. We continue to work closely with the Mobility and Access Committee for Scotland and bus operators to ensure ongoing improvements in bus accessibility. I can assure members that I will consider whether there are further measures that we can provide through guidance on accessibility which are within our existing competence in this area. Additionally, Presiding Officer, the Bus Services Act 2017 made amendments to the Equality Act 2010 to provide powers in relation to accessible information. The Scottish Government formally responded to the DFT's consultation on their proposals for future accessible information regulations, and we would expect that this would result in improvements in the provision for accessible information in this area. Therefore, Amendment 154 is not necessary and does relate to a reserved matter, and therefore urge members to vote against it.
Thank you. And can I call on Colin Smith to wind up and to press or withdraw Amendment 154?
Thank you, President Officer. I have to say, anyone saying this amendment is unnecessary simply isn't listening to Scotland's disabled people. I, and I'm sure many members, have heard first-hand the problems, the barriers put in the way of disabled people caused by a lack of information or poor disability awareness training. While the right to accessible information is indeed covered by the Equality Act, the reality is this is just not being delivered. And while new legislation is underway to improve onboard journey information, nothing is being done to improve access to the information customers need in advance of a journey. I have to ask members, why should you have easy access to a bus timetable in a format that you can read, but a blind person cannot? And likewise, existing... I'll take an intervention, yeah.
Mike Rumbles.
I thank the member for taking the intervention. I realise he's winding up. I can't contribute without the intervention, but I was surprised by what the Minister said, Cabinet Secretary said about this being a reserve matter. Training isn't a reserve matter, and even if there was some dubiety about it, the presiding officer, I'm sure he would correct me if I'm wrong, wouldn't have selected this amendment. It wouldn't be admissible. So I just wonder if you would agree with me.
If it's helpful, I don't rule on competence, on admissibility only, not on competence on amendments. Colin Smith.
Thank you, President Officer. I think Mike Rumbles raised a very important point, because the Cabinet Secretary did imply that somehow this was out with our powers. But the reality is I've been very careful to avoid putting forward any amendments which are out with the Scottish Parliament's competence. The Scotland Act states that the Scottish Parliament cannot promote equal opportunities through regulation or prohibition. However, it does allow us to encourage the promotion of equal opportunities. And that's exactly what this amendment does by linking these requirements to bus service operators' grants. And I've been very clear on that. This is within the competence of this Parliament. Existing equalities legislation, Presiding Officer, is a floor, not a ceiling in our ambition to have a more equal Scotland. This amendment gives us an opportunity to take another, albeit small, step towards a far greater equality in Scotland. Thank you.
Thank you. So the question is that Amendment 154 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote, and members may cast their votes now. The result of the vote on amendment number 154 in the name of Colin Smith is yes 34, no 84. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Turning to Group 14, ticketing arrangements, can I call Amendment 155 in the name of Jamie Green, grouped with Amendments 72, 73, 74 and 129. Jamie Green to move Amendment 155 and speak to the other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This section of the bill is around ticketing. Stage 2, we had a wide-ranging discussion around smart ticketing and what the intention is behind this part of the bill. It's not a huge section of the bill, but it is an important one. There is a genuine, I think, cross-party desire to improve and make better use of technology in smart ticketing. And the reason for that simply is to encourage take-up of public transport. We felt that there were barriers of access and reasons, many reasons why people wouldn't move from their cars to buses. One of the main reasons that came up, other than price reliability, was confusion over pricing and also the ability to pay. So it's something that the REC Committee has been looking at progressively through this bill. I have chosen to bring back one specific issue, and that's that of contactless payment. As we know, contactless payment usage is on the up on most forms of transport. I think The majority of sensible operators are introducing it anyway because by default it increases patronage, makes it easier for people to pay, and therefore increases revenues into those services. So that's happening anyway, but it still is not happening in many other places. And where we felt that this bit of the bill could have gone much further and could have been much more ambitious is by actually the government taking the lead on that. As it's currently drafted, my amendment says that the ministers must make provisions requiring contactless payment options to become available as soon as reasonably practicable throughout Scotland. So there's no immediate mandate to do that. We're not suggesting that there is any recourse on operators that don't introduce it with immediate effect, but we're stating on the face of the bill that it really is important that the government shows some leadership on this issue. And the way to do that is to bring forward regulations and a proposal back to Parliament that says this is our plan, this is our strategy for rolling out contactless payment throughout all forms of transport right across the country, and do it in a way that is reasonable. And we've amended the original wording for that very reason, so that the government has some flexibility there on how and when it does it. But absolutely, I would like to see it happen, and I hope members will support me on this. On the other amendments in this group, I appreciate they are largely technical amendments that the Cabinet Secretary have submitted, and we're happy to support them.
Thank you very much. I call the Cabinet Secretary to speak to Amendment 72 and the other amendments in this group.
Amendment 155 from Jamie Green obliges the Scottish Ministers to make regulations requiring that contactless payment options for travel are available throughout Scotland as soon as practicable. Mr Green lodged the same amendment at stage 2 as he just made reference to. As I said at stage 2, this amendment seems unnecessary, and I remain of that view. Contactless payment technology is already rolling out at a considerable pace. ScotRail, all major bus operators and a number of other modes already accept contactless payment at stations and on board. In the short time since stage 2, we have seen further growth, with Lothian extending contactless payments to all their buses, and so far 29 small operators have determined commercial demand and return on investment to take advantage of our £1.1 million Smart Pay Grant Fund, meaning over 80% of buses in Scotland now accept contactless payment. Additionally, it should be noted that regulations made under this amendment could not require rail service operators to provide contactless payment options. Such provisions would fall out with the Scottish Government and Scottish Ministers devolve competence on the basis that it relates to the regulation of passenger rail services, a matter which is reserved. For these reasons, I would ask Jamie Green to withdraw Amendment 155. However, if pressed, I would urge members to reject it. Amendments 72 and 73 make minor clarifying amendments to the list of persons with whom ministers must consult before making a ticketing scheme. Amendment 74 clarifies that the ticketing provision in the Transport Scotland Act 2001, as amended by the bill, continue to apply to Edinburgh tram services. It also allows for these provisions to apply to any new tramway services which might be proposed in the future. Amendment 129 makes a minor formatting change to the 2001 Act. Presiding Officer, I move Amendment 72, 73, 74 and 129 in my name.
Thank you very much. And I call Stuart Stevenson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I very much support what Jamie Green is trying to do, but I think the implementation in Amendment 155 falls short of what we require in a number of respects. First of all, and in his comments, he said all forms of transport. So let me give an example of a genuine difficulty that catches. On a visit to Barra, I rented a cycle from a little shed round the back of someone's houses, a little business to rent out bicycles that was being run by school students at the high school on Barra for my visit to Battersea. The phrase all forms of transport is caught would catch that provision. And I don't think the school students should be denied the opportunity to continue to run a cash business that is a form of transport. Similarly, by not defining the transport involved. It catches air travel, it catches taxi, not just simply the hire of bicycles on Barra. But there are also a couple of other issues that ought to give us some modest concern. And that is that in many of the parts of Scotland, it will be necessary for contactless payment to be made that you are able to get a mobile phone signal. It may come as news to some, but I'm sure not to Jamie Green, that we haven't yet got mobile phone signal everywhere. At home, we have no mobile phone signal, for example, and probably that will remain. There'll be pockets. So it discriminates potentially against rural areas, but also by requiring that you have contactless payment methods, I think we may further put pressure on restrictions in the way in which people may pay. I don't, but many of my generation want to continue to use cash. And I think we would also want to see that there must be a requirement that transport operators take cash as well for those who want to do it. So although I admire the ambition and support the philosophical view behind the amendment, I simply can't find myself supporting it in the form it's presented.
Thank you. And I call on Jamie Green to wind up and to press withdraw Amendment 155.
Yes, thank you. And thanks for the comments. Thanks to Stuart Stevenson for his input. I think it's worth pointing out, though, that what I'm not saying is that contactless is the only option, a method of payment, but it is an additional method of payment. And that's something that I think would be welcome. So it's not saying to, you know, Bob's Bikes in Barra that he needs to take contactless as the only method of receipt of payment, but it certainly this actually refers to the Transport Scotland Act 2001, and I'm pretty sure that bicycle rental isn't covered under that act anyway. So I'm very clear, and I may have said that in my opening comments, that all forms of transport, just to give it some context, but that's technically not what the amendment does. What the amendment does do, however, is say to the government that I would like them to bring forward regulations that will ensure that rollout of contactless increases. If it is happening organically, as the Minister described, that's great news, and congratulations to those who are doing it. But I think if we want to see it truly rolling out everywhere, it still is the case, though, that in many parts of Scotland, many forms of transport are cash only, but not just cash only, but exact change only. And I do think that still is a barrier to people who are used to elsewhere in the country using their bank card or mobile phone to pay for access to a service. I think this should be seen as a helpful thing. It's not forcing everyone to do it in the only way to accept payment, but it is asking the government, as I said, to take the lead and come forward with a plan on how they're going to roll it out as far as is reasonably possible, as the amendment says. And for that reason, I'll continue to push 155.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 155 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. We'll move to a division. This will be a 1-minute division. Amendment 155. The result of the vote on amendment number 155 in the name of Jamie Green is yes 50, no 69. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendments 72, 73 and 74 and invite the Cabinet Secretary to move amendments en bloc?
Moved.
Does any member object to a single question being put on amendments 72, 73, 74? That is good. The question is that amendments 72 to 74 are agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I'm going to turn now to Group 15, Community Transport Services. Can I call Amendment 75 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings, and call on the Cabinet Secretary to move Amendment 75.
Presiding Officer, Amendments 75, 76 and 125 in this group clarify the use of the term community transport service used in section 41A and 68B of the bill. In section 41A, which creates a one-time operating requirement for the Scottish Ministers, and Amendment 75 and 76 remove the term and make clear that any additional transport services to come within the ambit of the report are those which ministers consider appropriate. In section 68B of the bill, which places a duty on health boards discharging certain functions, Amendment 125 provides that prescription of any other transport service for the purpose of those functions is to be done by regulation. Amendment 121 to 124 remove reference to health and social care partnerships from section 68A and 68B. This term has no meaning within the legal framework around health boards and is therefore unnecessary. All the amendments in this group seek only to provide clarity and effectiveness to the amendments accepted at stage 2. They do not alter the effect or intention of the sections amended, and I would urge members to accept my amendments in this group, and I move Amendment 75.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 75 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I ask the Cabinet Secretary to move Amendment 76?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 76 is agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Thank you. We're going to turn now to Group 15, Community Transport Services. Can I call Amendment... Sorry, beg your pardon. Group 16, Parking Prohibitions, Application and Exemption. Can I call Amendment 77 in the name of Colin Smith, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings, and ask Colin Smith to move Amendment 77 and speak to all amendments in the group?
Thank you, President Officer. Can I move Amendment 77 in my name and speak to the other amendments in this group? It's important that the proposed ban on pavement parking works as effectively as possible. Significant concerns have been raised about the potential unintended consequences of the exemption for deliveries and collections. Amendments 77 and 79 in my name will remove this exemption from the face of the bill and require ministers to replace it with secondary legislation. My intention here is not to remove this exemption entirely, as I appreciate it does aim to serve a purpose. However, given the serious concerns that have been raised about the current wording, I do not think it is appropriate to have it on the face of the bill. Putting this exemption in secondary legislation will allow for additional consultation to ensure the wording works, and will ensure that it can easily be amended if it does not act as a loophole as many people fear. So my aim is simply to avoid a situation where primary legislation is required if the government wanted to make what is a minor change to this section of the bill. Amendment 78 by the Cabinet Secretary removes the requirement to leave pavements unobstructed in one of the exemptions. The addition of a requirement to leave at least 1.5 metres at all times is a key improvement made to the bill at stage 2, and I do not support trying to undo this. It is fundamentally important that this ban puts an end to cars obstructing pavements, and protecting the requirements to leave 1.5 metres in all exemptions is absolutely key to this. I am sympathetic to the Amendment 80 by Rachel Hamilton, which looks to introduce an exemption for community transport, but I am not clear in what circumstances this exemption would apply, and it does not include a requirement to leave 1.5 metres in order to avoid obstructing the pavement, as other exemptions in the bill currently do.
Thank you very much. Can I call on the Cabinet Secretary to speak to Amendment 78 and the other amendments in the group?
Presiding Officer, Section 47(6) sets out the exceptions related to vehicle parking in the course of business. Amendment 77 seeks to remove this subsection from the bill, with Amendment 79 seeking to replace this at the end of this section as a regulation-making power. These amendments are very similar to those sought by Mr Smith at stage 2. But here Mr Smith has sought to introduce a new subsection enabling regulations to be made imposing such other conditions the Scottish Ministers consider necessary. As no procedure has been cited for either of these regulations, they will attract a negative parliamentary procedure. This in effect means that the aspects of this section that attracted the most debate at stage 2 of the bill would be reenacted with amendments in subordinate legislation with minimal parliamentary scrutiny. Given the importance of these parking prohibitions and the recognised need to keep the operation of the exceptions as narrow as possible, the Scottish Government considers it preferable instead to rely upon the powers in Section 47(11) to modify the exceptions in future. As these require to be made through the affirmative procedure, it ensures greater opportunity for parliamentary scrutiny of the exceptions. The purpose of Amendment 78 in my name is simply to clarify that if a driver is parking wholly within an existing parking bay on a pavement, they cannot be penalised for being in breach of the 1.75 metres restriction. Amendment 80 by Rachel Hamilton seeks to add a further exception allowing community bus services or other similar community transport services to double park when collecting or dropping off a passenger. Unfortunately, this amendment has much the same problems as it had at stage 2. The phrase other similar community transport service is a particularly vague term which may lead to ambiguity as to whether which vehicles this applies to. I do, however, recognise that there may be circumstances in which exceptions should be made to the parking prohibitions by certain road users. Yet it's vital that we properly and clearly define these groups as to avoid a weakening of the prohibition. This is one of the reasons why we took the regulation-making power that I referred to in Section 47(11). I'm therefore happy to commit to considering introducing regulations addressing this following detailed consultation with community bus services and other providers to ensure we properly capture those services that need to be exempted. Amendment 22 by Graham Simpson seeks to require that the regulations made under Section 44(1) are made by affirmative rather than negative procedure. These regulations will contain procedures for the making of exemptions orders by local authorities. These are procedural and technical in nature, and as such, the negative procedure is considered by Government to provide an appropriate level of parliamentary scrutiny. I do, however, recognise the importance of the exemptions orders process to the overall effectiveness of the pavement parking prohibition and would therefore be content for these regulations to undergo the more detailed scrutiny that the affirmative process affords. Finally, Presiding Officer, Amendment 133 in my name simply changes the long title of the bill to reflect the additional provision of prohibition of parking at dropped footways at stage 2. I therefore urge members to support Amendment 78, 22 and 133 and to reject Amendments 77, 79 and 80.
Thank you very much. And I call on Rachel Hamilton to speak to Amendment 80 and the other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. We all know that community transport providers are vital for those who cannot access public or private transport to attend to health appointments, see friends and engage with their community. In the words of the Community Transport Association, it is a lifeline for over 100,000 Scots. I am hearing what the Cabinet Secretary said, and on that point I will not be moving my amendment, and I'm happy for him to look at it and scrutinise it through regulations instead, because I believe that that would be the right way to go. On the other amendments, we do not support 77 and 79 in the name of Colin Smith, as we believe this replaces current provisions in the bill with something worse and hinder day-to-day operations of many businesses. I'm happy to support Amendments 78 and 133 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, and we're also happy to support my colleague Graham Simpson's Amendment 22, as this will improve scrutiny of pavement parking orders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I call on Graham Simpson to speak to Amendment 22 and the other amendments in this group.
Thanks, Presiding Officer. As the Cabinet Secretary has outlined, the Amendment 22 simply deals with a procedure that councils would use for laying regulations, and this amendment would simply make the regulations laid down, the ministers make the regulations on the way councils should go about making areas exempt from pavement parking provisions subject to the affirmative procedure. Clearly, if we do ban parking on pavements, which I believe will be the outcome today, the There could be issues in certain areas where we have roads that are not particularly wide, and I think councils will come under pressure in some areas to exempt certain areas. They'll have to operate under the regulations laid by the Scottish Government, so it's absolutely vital, in my view, that Parliament can see those regulations, scrutinise them and accept or reject them. And so that's why I think the affirmative procedure is most appropriate, and I'm glad to have the Cabinet Secretary's support.
Thank you very much. And I call on Sandra White to be followed by Mike Rumbles.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I'm absolutely over the moon we've come to this part of the bill in this respect. Can I just speak to the amendments? Obviously, people want to get on with the job. Amendment 77, I understand where Colin Smith is coming from. I actually had a chat with Colin as well, and Living Streets too, in regard to secondary legislation. But I can't support this amendment. I feel that, to mention himself, that it could take some time. We've waited long enough for these rules and regulations to come in about pavement parking. I think leaving out the whole of subsection 6 is a big mistake, and I certainly couldn't support it at all in that regard. Amendment 79 basically cannot support excuse me, that amendment also in regards to the fact that I think it would drag it out far too long, and the actual aspect of pavement parking and being able to, people who are disabled, being able to get along there would be lost in these amendments, and I feel we wouldn't get them back. So I can't support Amendment 79 also. I support Amendment 78 for everything that the Minister had said. Amendment 80, I'm pleased that it has been, not moved, and I know that we'll certainly look at it again because there is a lot of sympathy on that particular amendment. Amendment 133, I certainly will support that one. Hope everyone will support that. I think it sums up everything that's been going through this whole bill, and I thank everyone who's contributed and the members also. And Amendment 22, I think Graham Simpson is quite right. We will probably need to look further afield when local councils get the responsibilities, so happy to support that as well. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Ms White. And I call on Mike Rumbles to be followed by Jamie Green.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I brought 5 amendments forward at stage 2 on this very issue of the 1.5 metre compromise between those people who wanted a complete ban always and those people who realised that actually business needs to function, and if you did a complete ban there would be real difficulties. As long as I was particularly taken by the evidence we got at stage 1 from organisations that were not commercial organisations but were about the living streets and disability access, where they said actually a 1.5 metre gap, as long as that 1.5 metre gap was there and not obstructed, that was the reasonable compromise between these two arguments. So I'm disappointed that Colin Smith has brought this amendment at stage 3. Yes, of course.
John Mason.
I thank the member very much for giving way. As he knows, I was on the committee at that time and we did put forward that idea of 1.5 metres, which I thought was a compromise. But when I wrote to all the 32 local authorities, as I did, I got very little support for that because they felt it was going to be impractical.
Mike Rumbles.
That's a fair point, but I listened also to the organisations that gave us evidence at stage 1, and I'm sure John Mason did too. And what I took from that was that they would be satisfied with that 1.5 metre gap as a compromise. And so I'm rather disappointed, as I say, that Colin Smith has decided that he wants to take out subsection 6 altogether and then give the power to ministers to impose regulations. Again, the Minister has said he doesn't want to do that, and I'm very pleased that he has done. The amendments that I brought forward were in consultation with the Minister, and again, maybe getting him into trouble by my praise for his approachability on this subject, that we got together and worked out this compromise, and I thought the committee was happy with that. So I'm disappointed that it's brought it back. So I would also just comment on one of my amendments, which came in at, which is now being taken out by 78 by the Minister, he's quite correct, and I support him in this. It is a technical amendment because I think we went too far, because it does, it is referring to an actual parking place, and therefore I actually accept that. So at least 4 of my amendments hopefully will remain in this bill, because it is, I remind everybody, a compromise between those people who wanted a complete ban, and I understand where the people came from, because there's nothing more irritating than disabled or mums or dads with prams can't have to move onto the road, and the danger that that imposes. But this compromise makes sure that there's a 1.5 metre gap, and surely that is the right thing.
Anna Collin, Jamie Green.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I want to just bring some other points to this, because it's been largely quite a technical conversation, but this is really the only opportunity we have to talk about pavement parking and double parking. And I do have some observations I think it's important that we note for people outside of this debate, wondering what the effect this legislation will have on them. I'm very positive about tackling the issue of pavement parking and indeed that of double parking. I think it's really good that we had cross-party support for tackling that concept. It's good that the bill is doing that. But I also think it's important, and this, the last few weeks have been a great testament to that. It's really important also that we pass bills that make sense and are actually able to be implemented in a logical and practical way. And I'd like to point out a couple of things that I think people still are unsure about or have reservations about. And I don't know whether that's something that the Minister is able to address after we pass legislation, either in regulations or secondary legislation, but it is something that we need to take into account. And the first of all is that many local authorities, and we all have streets in our areas that do this, many local authorities actively encourage pavement parking for one simple reason, that's to keep the cars off the road, to allow those carriageways to be passable. That happens at the moment. The big question is if we legislate to ban that practice, where do those cars go? The displacement issue is one that cropped up throughout this debate, and it's not one we've yet come to a solution on. The issue of where these cars will have to go if they are moved from the pavement onto the road, and that road becomes impassable, these people will have to park elsewhere. That
I don't want to stop you there, but we are speaking specifically to the amendments before us.
Indeed.
And these remarks are important, but they should have been discussed at stage 2. But if the remarks are pertinent to the amendments before us, then...
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And I'll bring it back to the amendments before us, therefore, because the amendments are around where we create exemptions. And I think that is the key here, because what I think we need to do is allow local authorities the ability to decide which streets can be exempt from the legislation. And also on the issue that Colin Smith's amendments talk about on waiting times, we do have to still allow the delivery of goods and services, taxis and other vehicles to go about their normal business, but still do it in the spirit that the legislation is trying to achieve. So I said we're all very sympathetic of what this is trying to achieve, but I do think that none of the amendments in this group actually address the other issues around how local authorities are going to tackle the issue of displacing cars off the pavements onto the road, and that's something we need to be aware of when we go back to our own constituencies.
Thank you very much, Mr Green. These were important points. I didn't want to cut you off, but just making sure we're sticking to the amendments. Can I ask Colin Smith to wind up and to press or withdraw Amendment 77?
Thank you, President Officer. The potential problems created by the deliveries exemption to the pavement parking ban have been raised over and over again since this bill was published. And given the importance of a workable and effective ban on pavement parking, I believe it would be irresponsible simply to bury our head in the sand and keep ignoring those warnings. If the current provision is fine, as the Cabinet Secretary argues, along with others, then it will work just as well if it's in secondary legislation than it does in primary legislation. So this amendment does not actually change that provision, and there does seem to be some confusion among some members over that. However, if in practice the exemption does create problems, then regulations can be easily changed to deal with this, and that wouldn't be the case if it remains in primary legislation. Nothing is therefore lost in this provision by moving this exemption from the face of the bill into secondary legislation. Sandra White said it would cause delays. It would not. It's a change from the primary legislation into secondary legislation, but the provision would remain. It's just, I'll take a brief information. We've got time here.
The point I'm trying to make, surely this is our job to interrogate the legislation before us and for us to be able to amend that legislation. If it's transferred into regulations at a future date, A, it's delayed, and B, we can't amend those regulations as they come in. We must accept them or reject them. This has been hard worked on this, and I think it's remiss of us if we took this out of our legislation. We are doing our job here.
Colin Smith.
Absolutely. And at stage one of the REC Committee's deliberations on this bill, Mike Rumbles argued the complete opposite position. He argued that it should be moved from primary legislation into secondary legislation, because it's fine to say if it works or if it doesn't work, we can change the law. But actually changing primary legislation is a very lengthy, complex process. Changing secondary legislation is not. Well, I don't think I've got time, Mike. I think. Well, Presiding officer, the only thing I can do is refer Mike Rumbles to the stage 1 report that was unanimously agreed by all members of this committee. But look, Presiding officer, nothing is lost in this provision by moving this exemption from the face of the bill into secondary legislation, but it will act as a safeguard to ensure that it does not act as a loophole or undermine the ban. I hope members will therefore support what is frankly a common sense amendment.
Thank you very much. And the question is that Amendment 77 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed, so we'll move to division. This will be a 1-minute division. Members may cast their votes now. Amendment 77. The result of the vote on amendment number 77 in the name of Colin Smith is yes 29, no 90. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 78, Cabinet Secretary to move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 78 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on amendment 78. Members may vote now. The result of the vote on amendment number 78 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary is yes 89, no 30. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. Can I call amendment 79, Colin Smith, to move or not move?
Move.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 79 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on amendment 79. The result of the vote on amendment number 79 in the name of Colin Smith is yes 29, no 90. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 80 and Rachel Hamilton to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. Thank you. So we're going to turn now to Group 17, which is carpet. Yes, point of order, Mr. Smith.
Presiding Officer, during the course of that debate, Mike Rumbles got to his feet and accused me of effectively misleading the committee over a recommendation that was accepted by the Chamber, over a recommendation that was accepted by the Rural Economy Committee at stage 1. Can I just read what that recommendation said? It was unanimously agreed by every single member. It says, the committee believes that the exemption in the bill to allow 20 minutes for loading and unloading of deliveries may have the unintended consequence of creating a national exemption for pavement parking by commercial vehicles. However, more fundamentally, it is concerned that the 20-minute limit is an arbitrary one, and on that basis it questions the appropriateness of including this in legislation. The committee therefore calls on the Scottish Government to bring forward an amendment at stage 2 to remove the 20-minute exemption for deliveries and loading from the bill. It considers that a more appropriate and workable mechanism for managing commercial delivery and loading arrangements should be developed and included in this guidance. That was supported by all members unanimously, the Rural Economy Committee, and I think it is inappropriate for a member to accuse me of misleading this chamber when I made that point during the course of the debate.
Thank you. I'm sure members will be grateful for the clarification. I would just encourage members. Can I just, before taking the point of order, there are clearly disputes between members on matters of opinion. That is for them. Can I just say to members that we are currently now falling behind schedule? These are not matters in which we are voting. These are matters in which members are disagreeing. They are not the same as voting matters. So I would encourage members not to. Okay, point of order, Mr. Rumbles.
I cannot let that go by. Over 20 years in this chamber, I have constantly argued that this is the place that we discuss
order, please. Let's hear Mr. Rumbles. Mr. Rumbles.
Since I was first elected here 20 years ago, I've consistently argued that the place to discuss this is in the legislation. That's us doing our job. What I objected to was when Colin Smith stood up there and said that I argued for. He knows that not to be true, and he still said it. And he said he was wrong to say that. I've made my point, and I hope Colin Smith withdraws his.
Thank you very much. I would just reiterate again, these are not points of order for the Chair to rule on in terms of order. They are simply points of dispute and opinion between members. Can I suggest that both members have made the point very clearly, and we should move on to Group 17, Caravan Parking Prohibition. Can I call Amendment 156 in the name of Jeremy Balfour, in a group on its own? Jeremy Balfour to move and speak to Amendment 156.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. We now move to perhaps the key amendment of this afternoon. And let me also put on record, so there's no understanding, I am a great fan of caravans and had a caravan in holiday myself back in Easter. However, this amendment falls under the exemption to parking prohibitions section of the bill, and is a clause designed to ensure that caravans cannot be parked on a public road unless the owner of the caravan has received written permission from a local authority. This may seem a slightly technical issue, but I am aware, particularly Midlothians, and having had representations from other parts of Scotland, this is becoming a big issue. This will bring an end to the practice of caravans being parked for long periods, and I'm talking about months or even years, in residential neighbourhoods, quite often some distance away from the caravan owner's own house. These caravans are blocking viable parking spaces for local residents and reducing visibility and safety for pedestrians and road users. This amendment will give the necessary authority to local councils and police to remove these caravans from our streets. Having spoken to local councillors both here in Edinburgh, Midlothian and other parts of Scotland, they fully support this move. Absolutely.
John Finney.
I'm very grateful for the member taking the intervention. I may have missed it, but does the member produce an equality impact assessment in respect of this proposal, and particularly for the disproportionate impact it will have on the Gypsy Traveller community?
Jeremy Balfour.
The member raises a really interesting point. This will have no impact upon them because they are not parked on roads. They are parked in appropriate places, so it has no impact at all on them. Areas such here in Edinburgh's Portobello Beach have caravans which have been parked up to several months and have caused local residents major problems. The council and the police are currently powerless with current legislation to move these caravans on. Many caravan users use the current loophole in the law to park their caravans for free rather than using the caravan sites and compounds that are designated and readily available for the safe long storage of caravans. Amendment 156 will ensure that caravans are stored in the correct facilities away from carriageways, improving access and safety for local road users and communities. I therefore urge this chamber to accept Amendment 156 in my name. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call on John Finney.
Thank you, President Officer. It's apparent the member hasn't done an equalities impact assessment in respect of this. And had he would have had due regard to the point I raised earlier about the disproportionate impact on the Gypsy Traveller community. The member's focus seems to be entirely urban, but this Parliament has to play its part in addressing the long-standing discrimination against that group of individuals who move about. It's a mobile lifestyle. And I fail to see how some of the language is used is helpful to that at all. I would urge members not to support this amendment.
Thank you. Can I call on the Cabinet Secretary?
Presiding Officer, Amendment 156 by Jeremy Balfour is seeking to introduce a national ban on parking a caravan, including motorhomes, on a road adjacent to a footway. I'm unclear as to the reasoning behind the proposed national ban, but the practical effect would be that no one would be allowed to park their caravan or their motorhome on the road outside their house, nor would they be able to park on a street and pop into the local shop and buy something without local authority permission to do so. Now, I assume that it's not the intention of Mr Balfour's amendment to be so extremely far-reaching. If the amendment is... I'm happy to give way, yes.
Jeremy Balfour.
I'm grateful to the Cabinet Secretary. Could I just clarify, what is the difference between this and getting a permit to park your car outside your house? Surely they're very similar things.
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, Presiding Officer, I'm sure that someone who may be heading off for a weekend with their caravan and chooses to pull over to stop at a shop purely for the purpose of buying something, but because there happens to be a footway beside it, they would find themselves in a situation where they were not permitted to do so without the permission of a local authority. Frankly, I think, Presiding Officer, that's somewhat ridiculous. If the amendment is trying to deal with people residing in caravans parked on streets, then this is already addressed in legislation. Additionally, the police already have extensive powers regarding obstruction if it is considered that a caravan is parked in such a way as it is causing an obstruction. Local authorities also have the power to introduce a traffic regulation order if there is an issue in a specific area. The amendment is also technically deficient in that the regulation-making power in subsection 4, while on the face of it is extremely broad, would not permit subordinate legislation to be brought forward that would enable effective enforcement. An express power to create an offence or introduce a civil penalty would, of course, be needed. The prohibition is also not tied with the existing enforcement mechanism in the bill for the other parking prohibitions. Finally, Presiding Officer, and importantly, it is worth noting that this issue was not raised in evidence at stage 1 or at any other point during the passage of the bill. In my view, bringing forward such a sweeping and flawed prohibition at this late stage in the process is not a good way to go about making law, and I would therefore urge members to reject Amendment 156.
Thank you. And could I ask Jeremy Balfour to press or withdraw Amendment 156?
In the light of the Cabinet Secretary's remarks about the technicalities, I withdraw the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr Balfour. Does anyone object if Mr Balfour withdraws that amendment? No. Thank you very much, Mr Balfour. We'll move on to, sorry, I beg your pardon, I'll call Amendment 81 in the name of Colin Smith. This was already debated. Colin Smith to move or not move?
Move.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 81 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on Amendment 81. Members may cast their votes now. This is a 1-minute division and there are 30 seconds left. The result of the vote on amendment number 81 in the name of Colin Smith is yes 87, no 31. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. Can I call amendment 82 in the name of Colin Smith? Colin Smith to move?
Move.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 82 be agreed to. Are we agreed? We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on amendment 82. It's a 30-second vote this time. The result of the vote on amendment number 82 in the name of Colin Smith is yes 87, no 31. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. Can I call amendment 83 in the name of Colin Smith? Colin Smith to move?
Move.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 83 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on amendment 83. The result of the vote on amendment number 83 in the name of Colin Smith is yes 87, no 31. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. We're going to turn now to Group 18, the removal, moving and disposal of vehicles requirement to consult before making regulations. I call amendment 157 in the name of Graham Simpson, speaking in this case on behalf of the Delegated Powers and Law Reform Committee, and grouped with amendments 158 and 159. Graham Simpson to move amendment 157.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Amendments 157 to 159 are in my name, as you've said, and I lodge them on behalf of the Delegated Powers and Law Reform Committee. As members know, one of the committee's primary functions is to ensure that delegated powers in bills are appropriate. Like the rest of the Parliament, we want to ensure that the legislation on the statute book is fit for purpose. Sections 51.1, 52.1 and 53.1 create regulation-making powers using the negative procedure about the removal, moving and potential disposal of motor vehicles when they're parked on the pavement, adjacent to a dropped footway or double parked. Now, at stage one, the government said that the use of secondary legislation will allow proposals to be developed and consulted on. However, there's no express requirement in sections 51 to 53 of the bill to consult. Now, while the committee looks at each power on its merits, the Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984 has similar regulation-making powers where Scottish ministers are required to consult with such representative organisations as they think fit. The committee also noted that powers to remove, move and dispose of vehicles engage the right guaranteed under Article 1 of Protocol 1 of the European Convention on Human Rights to peaceful enjoyment of property. And the committee asked the government at stage one whether it would be more appropriate for a requirement to consult representative organisations to be set out on the face of the bill. The government said it was a matter of standard practice when promoting any transport-related secondary legislation to consult with a wide range of representative bodies. The Cabinet Secretary added during his evidence to the committee that he was, quote, very open to the committee's views and was happy to give further consideration to having a requirement to consult on the face of the bill to, quote, put the matter beyond doubt. However, no such amendments were lodged at stage 2, and after a further request from the committee last week, the Scottish Government confirmed that it did not plan to lodge any such amendments at stage 3. So while the committee has no reason to doubt the Scottish Government's commitment to consult on these regulations, we need to make sure the legislation is fit for purpose for both the government of the day and any future governments. So I've lodged these amendments on behalf of the committee to reflect that aim, and I move amendments 157, 158 and 159.
Thank you very much, Mr Simpson. I call Jamie Green.
Thanks. And can I thank the Delegated Powers and Law Reform Committee for inputting into this bill. We wait to hear the government's position on it, but all I would say briefly is that I do hope the government will reflect on this. It is quite unprecedented and unusual for a committee to intervene in such a way of amendments of this nature, and I do hope the government benches will support the committee in that regard.
I call on the Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, Amendment 157, 158 and 159 seek to introduce a requirement that the Scottish Ministers consult such persons or organisations as appear to them to be representative of drivers and other road users, and as such other persons as they consider appropriate prior to making regulations under Section 51(1) and 52(1) and 53(1). As pointed out in discussion with the DPLRC committee when this matter was raised at stage 1, is the Scottish Government's practice to undertake consultations when bringing forward any new legislation. Consultations are held with a wide range of representative bodies, including, where appropriate, organisations, representatives of drivers. The process for making these regulations will be no different. Although the Scottish Government doesn't consider that there to be a need to have a requirement to consult certain bodies on the face of the bill, it does recognise that putting this as a requirement in the bill puts the matter beyond doubt, and I am therefore willing to accept these amendments as they are written.
Thank you very much. Does Graham Simpson wish to add anything?
Nothing to add.
Yeah, thank you very much. The question is that Amendment 157 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 158, Graham Simpson, to move?
Move.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 158 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Can I call Graham Simpson to move Amendment 159?
Move.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 159 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Can I call Amendment 84, Cabinet Secretary, to move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 84 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 85, the Cabinet Secretary, to move?
No, it's Colin Smith.
Is it? Sorry. Amendment 55. It's Colin Smith. Colin Smith to move Amendment 85.
Happy to move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. That is moved. The question is that Amendment 85 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a division on Amendment 85 in the name of Colin Smith, and members may vote now. And this will be a 1-minute division. The result of the vote on amendment number 85 in the name of Colin Smith is yes 75, no 29. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. We're going to turn now to Group 19, Other Parking Restrictions. We've just passed the agreed time limit. So under Rule 9.8.4a, I'm going to allow the discussion on this group obviously to continue, but I'm going to limit it to those with a right to speak on the amendments. So I'm going to call, what that means, if you wish to speak in this, can I get an indication of how many members wish to speak in this amendment? Oh my goodness. Hold on 1 second, please. Cabinet Secretary or Minister for Parliament, there's quite a few members who obviously wish to speak in this matter. We missed the cut-off by seconds there, by 1 minute, in fact, in that vote. However, standing orders suggest that if you do miss that, the only way that members can contribute is by intervening on members who are moving amendments. The alternative is that we accept a motion without notice to move the timeline by up to 10 minutes, let's say. That will have the net effect of knocking every timeline in there for decision time by 10 minutes too. Is the Minister minded, and we will put it to the Chamber to vote on this?
Presiding Officer, I'm keen to accommodate members who wish to speak. Therefore, I'm happy for them to make interventions if it assists them in being able to make their point during my
contribution. Rather than move the timeline? Okay.
Rather.
Very well. Okay. In that case, can I suggest to members who wish to contribute in this section, because it's going to be limited to those who wish to speak in this section, that if they wish to contribute, they'll need to make an intervention on one of the members who is due to speak, which include Colin Smith, Jamie Green and the Cabinet Secretary. So if members wish to make a contribution, I would urge them to intervene on Colin Smith. Is that clear? So can I call amendment? I'm going to move now to Group 18, Other Parking Restrictions. Can I call Amendment 160 in the name of Colin Smith, grouped with Amendment 161? Colin Smith to move Amendment 160 and speak to both amendments in this group.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I'll do my best to look for all members wishing to make an intervention. Happy to take intervention number one. Yeah.
Can I thank Colin Smith for giving way, and also can I thank him for moving Amendment 160, which is very similar to the provisions that I was moving at stage 2 under this bill. It's hugely important that we ensure that cycle lanes are safe and that we remove the danger of parked cars from cycle lanes. I know from when I go out cycling with my own children that this is a major hazard. You're forcing cyclists around parked cars, often into the door space of parked vehicles or even into the lane of traffic coming in the opposite direction. So it's really important that we get this ban in place, and I thank Colin Smith for moving it.
So I thank Mr Ruskell. Colin Smith.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. As I say, I'm happy to move Amendment 160 in my name, which aims to address, as Matt Ruskin said, an anomaly in parking enforcement in relation to cycle lanes. The law was changed to allow mandatory cycle lanes to be introduced without a TRO in order to simplify the process of and encourage local authorities to do so. However, as it stands, only police can enforce the ban on parking in cycle lanes introduced in this manner. This is a significant problem given that the majority of councils in Scotland have now decriminalised parking enforcement. Currently, the only way to enforce the ban on parking on mandatory cycle lanes is for councils to go through the costly and time-consuming TRO process for each cycle lane in their area. In effect, this means that although parking in cycle lanes is already banned, this ban is often effectively unenforceable. This amendment looks to address this by adding an overarching ban on parking in mandatory cycle lanes to the traffic signs, regulations and general directions. This will happy to take an intervention from Claudia.
Claudia Beamish. Claudia Beamish.
I want to strongly support this amendment by my colleague and friend Colin Smith on the prohibition of parking cycle lanes. There's been regular discussion about the concerns of cyclists about this issue in the CPG for walking, cycling and buses over a very long time, and also as an urban cyclist I feel strongly that the dangers to cyclists of having to regularly pull in and out of cycle lanes due to parked vehicles is significant. This should be there should be equal rights for road users, and this is a further opportunity to recognise that the car is not king anymore. Please support Colin Smith's amendment.
Colin Smith.
Thank you very much. And this amendment will mean that all mandatory cycle lanes will be covered by this ban. So councils with DPE will have a legal basis to enforce it without the need for individual TROs. Presiding Officer, what is the point of procedures that rightly made it easier for councils to introduce mandatory cycle lanes without TROs if we then make that impossible to enforce? My amendment avoids that. It's no secret that current cycling rates are just not good enough and fall well short of the government's target. Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Sarah Boyack.
Many constituents have written in on this issue. Can I raise the particular issue that for many women, we know from surveys that the perception of danger on our roads is one of the things that puts them off cycling, and that on this particular issue, you've got a route that is marked for cyclists. It's not good for either cyclists or for drivers because cyclists have to divert back onto the main road, and I think there's a wider safety issue that needs to be addressed. So very much hope we get this amendment through today.
Thank you, President Officer. I thank Sarah Boyack for that important intervention. I think if the government are being serious about increasing cycling rates and also making it safer, as Sarah Boyack highlights, they should not be accepting barriers being put in the way of increasing the number of mandatory cycle lanes. Amendment 161 by Jamie Green also looks to address a problem created by the move to decriminalise parking enforcement, this time relating to parking outside schools. I believe his amendment requiring consultation is a reasonable way of looking into this issue, and I'm therefore happy to support it.
Thank you very much. I call Jamie Green to speak to Amendment 161. Sorry.
Thank you. And I think I'll keep my comments to 161 and therefore discouraging people to intervene on me, talk about cycling lanes. I think there is a wider point here around asking the government to look at some of these issues. We have had a lot of correspondence on both of these issues. They are important ones to consider. We did talk about this at stage 2. Specifically, I had a problem around people and the way that we enforce parking outside schools. The fact that some local authority areas are decriminalised parking zones and others are not. We have seen, it's not just anecdotal, we have seen evidence of where we have situation outside schools where you have a police officer enforcing some rules and traffic wardens enforcing another. We know that many local authorities also have a shortage of traffic wardens who cannot be in all places at all times during the peak times at the beginning and end of the day outside schools. I think we all agree that we do need to make sure that parking outside schools is considerate and done in a way that does not propose a safety risk. But at the moment, there still are clearly issues, or at least an understanding of the regulations. Now, when we spoke about it at stage 2, the Minister said he would send a communique to local authorities on this matter. I don't think that's enough. As Colin Smith said, what I would like to see is a proper consultation with schools and local authorities. I'd like to hear their views and opinions on this. I'd like the government to ask for those opinions, take that information, and then come back and propose a way forward. That could include some of the provisions around how we address issues on cycling as well. There clearly still is an issue around the enforcement of people who park in cycle lanes. There is an issue around the way people park outside schools. I think the sensible thing on this would be my approach to ask the government to consult properly on this and come back to Parliament with a plan, and I hope members will support that.
Thank you, Mr Green. I call on the Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, Amendment 160 by Colin Smith seeks to make parking in a mandatory cycle lane a criminal offence enforceable by the police. I should say, Presiding Officer, there are technical difficulties with this particular amendment that could make it difficult to enforce. But even if these were resolved, the Scottish Government would oppose this amendment for several reasons. Firstly, the creation of a new criminal offence is at odds with the Scottish Government's policy of decriminalising parking offences. This amendment seeks to create a new offence enforceable by only the police, directly in contradiction with this focus on decriminalising parking enforcement. Secondly, there are mandatory cycle lanes where loading is required at certain times of the day for access to shops. A blanket prohibition of parking without exceptions for waiting or loading could have a severe impact on the operation of businesses along these particular routes. And thirdly, there could be nothing to stop a local authority introducing a mandatory cycle lane on any residential street without any form of consultation with the residents. Indeed, it could be by a local authority that could introduce such a provision that they could do so without the requirement for a TRO. Finally, Presiding Officer, as I pointed out at stage 2, when Mr Smith attempted to... Sorry, I'll give way to Mr Harvey.
Patrick Harvey.
Smile.
I'm grateful to the member. I'm very grateful to the member for giving way. If he's asking the chamber to accept that this amendment is simply the wrong way of achieving it, why hasn't he come forward with what he regards as the right way of achieving what is clearly needed change in the way that our cycle lanes are managed? This is a problem that people deal with every day throughout Scotland.
Cabinet Secretary.
So, Presiding Officer, I'm grateful for him smiling, but I can assure him I'm coming to the very point in how I'm going to seek to try and address the issue in itself. As I pointed out at stage 2 when Mr Smith attempted to address parking on cycle tracks, there is legislation in place to enable local authorities to regulate parking on cycle lanes, either by making the stretch of the road a cycle track or by making a TRO to restrict parking. Creating even more legislation without considering the implications for all would not be helpful. However, I would therefore like to undertake to include mandatory cycle lanes within the review of the TRO process that I've already committed to and which will be undertaken in order to find a way in which to address these issues more effectively and to do so through proper consultation. Amendment 161 in the name of Jamie Green requires the Scottish Ministers to hold a consultation with each local authority and each school in Scotland. The provision, I'm afraid, is vague as to the scope or timescale for the consultation and doesn't suggest any particular matter that should be considered other than that of parking in the vicinity of the school. Mr Green put forward amendments in this area at stage 2, and I made a commitment to write to all local authorities who have decriminalised parking enforcement to remind them that what powers they have and what can be done to enforce parking at or near schools. Policy officials also met with Mr Green after stage 2 and pointed out that many of the issues he is looking to resolve are indeed already within the powers of local authorities. I therefore intend to pursue this issue with local authorities to highlight and to clarify the powers that they already have and to make them aware of the steps already being taken in places such as Edinburgh and Glasgow under the current powers that local authorities have. Therefore, given these two commitments, I would urge members to reject Amendment 160 and 161.
Thank you. And I call on Colin Smith to wind up and to press or withdraw Amendment 160.
Thank you very much, President Officer. Amendment 160 in my name aims to fix a problem that's causing significant problems for cyclists, one that's been highlighted to the government time and time again, but something they've failed to take action on. Local government budgets are under huge pressure at the moment, and it's simply unfair to expect them to undertake a full TRO process in every mandatory cycle lane in their area just to be able to enforce something that is already banned, given that recent regulations told councils that they did not need TROs when they set up those mandatory cycle lanes. Not supporting my amendment will simply mean councils will overall reduce the number of mandatory cycle lanes introduced, and I have to ask members, is that what we really want to see? Well, I welcome the government's commitment to review the TRO process. That's no reason to kick this issue into the long grass, especially when we have no idea when this might happen and what the eventual outcome will mean in this context. We've got an opportunity to address this anomaly, and we should take that opportunity. I have to say, give the Cabinet Secretary an opportunity to suggest changes to this amendment and provided his office with the wording or to raise any specific issues before I finally lodged it, but they failed to take this opportunity. Parking in cycle lanes is a major hazard for cyclists, but the existing ban on parking in cycle lanes is utterly meaningless if that ban cannot be enforced. Given the clear and urgent need to increase rates of cycling in Scotland, we should be doing all we can to ensure it is a safe and practical option for people to use, not making it more difficult.
Thank you. And the question is that Amendment 160 be agreed. Are we all agreed? We're not agreed. We'll move to a division on Amendment 160. Members may vote now. This is a 1-minute division. Amendment 160. The result of the vote on amendment number 160 in the name of Colin Smith is yes 34, no 84. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 161, Jamie Green, to move?
In light of the Cabinet Secretary's comments, I won't move. That
will not be moved. Thank you very much. Now, before we turn to Group 20, which is the beginning of the debate on the issue of workplace parking, I'm minded to take a short suspension. So we will resume, we'll have a 7.5-minute suspension and resume at 17:45, 5:45, okay, 17:45. Parliament is suspended. Okay, colleagues, if we're ready to resume, I will call Parliament back to order and we'll resume business. Thank you very much, colleagues. We're going to pick up at Group 20 on workplace parking levy and the process involved. Can I call Amendment 86 in the name of Jamie Halcrow-Johnson, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings? Jamie Halcrow-Johnson to move Amendment 86 and to speak to all the amendments in this group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm going to focus, I know there's lots of discussions about the workplace parking levy, but in my introduction I'm going to start on my amendment, which is looking at the islands. And I'm moving a fairly straightforward amendment which will ensure that the introduction of a workplace parking levy scheme by a local authority will, if it extends to an island community, require an island community's impact assessment to be conducted. This will produce a clear direction to local authorities as well as a consistent island approach. At the moment, these impact assessments must be conducted only when a policy, strategy or service is, in the authority's opinion, likely to have an effect on an island community which is significantly different from its effect on other communities. My amendment will ensure that this is applied uniformly and uphold the spirit of the Islands Act. And it will be of particular importance in zone council areas which contain both island communities and mainland communities, where there is a greater risk of specific island needs being ignored. There are clearly many cases where island transport needs differ from those on the mainland. As Strathclyde Partnership for Transport stated, as is well established, Scotland is a country of contrasts, and the one-size-fits-all approach is rarely fit for purpose in tackling transport issues. Therefore, while WPL may have a considered appropriate in some places, e.g. large urban areas, it will likely not be an option for others, e.g. remote rural islands and remote rural areas. The Managing Director of Loganair, which provides lifeline air links to many of our island communities, has called the proposed levy impractical and unreasonable for its staff, a situation that is most pronounced at island airports where out-of-hours public transport links are often non-existent. While this amendment will not prevent a workplace parking levy being introduced in an island community, it will ensure that due consideration is given to the local circumstances and that problems such as poor transport links can be fully taken into account. There are already existing burdens on workers in the islands. Transport from island to island already imposes an additional cost to commuters. And further additional costs may create more barriers to attracting people to live and work in our islands. Recruitment is a considerable issue for many businesses in the islands. We know, for example, that Highlands and Islands airports themselves have real difficulties. Yes?
John Finney.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm very grateful for the member taking intervention at that point, and I'm listening intently to what he's saying. Does he not trust the three island authorities, or indeed the mainland authorities that have islands, to take all these factors on board as to determining whether they would introduce such a scheme in the first place?
Jamie Halcrow-Johnson.
I thank the member for the intervention, and what we're looking to try and do is to make sure that that is something that they have to do, and I think that's entirely reasonable to be included. This amendment will ensure that island needs are actively reflected in any policy changes in this area. If I can briefly speak to some of the other amendments in this group, the Scottish Conservatives will also be supporting Amendment 89 in the name of Colin Smith, which requires an additional level of support approval for the making of workplace parking levy schemes. My colleagues Dean Lockhart and Michelle Ballantyne will speak to Amendments 162 and 163 and 164 and 165 respectively. And I'll also just address the government's amendments in the name of Michael Matheson. Amendment 91 provides for a reporter role to examine proposals, which is required in every instance where proposals are made to make, amend or revoke a licensing scheme. This doesn't seem a particularly helpful approach and builds on the administrative infrastructure around the levy, and we will be opposing this amendment.
Thank you very much. Now I call on Colin Smith to speak to Amendment 89 and the other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Amendment 89 in my name would require ministers to approve workplace parking levy schemes before they can be brought in. This provides an additional layer of oversight to the process, and 2 layers of scrutiny is generally considered good practice, which is presumably why ministers have this and other powers when it comes to the creation of low emission zones. I have difficulty understanding why a bill introduces government sign-off for low emission zones, but somehow the government do not want sign-off when it comes to a workplace parking levy. It seems to me that it's simply a case of the Scottish Government wanting to wash their hands of what is an unpopular policy and pass the buck and duck their responsibility. I'm also happy to support the rest of the amendments in this group, in particular those which call for more comprehensive analysis of the impact on communities of the levy by local authorities.
Thank you very much. And can I call on Dean Lockhart to speak to Amendment 162?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Amendments 162 and 163 seek to ensure that adequate assessments are undertaken before a workplace levy can be introduced. Amendment 162 would require a local authority to carry out an assessment of the impact of the levy, the impact it may have on small and medium-sized enterprises in its area. In its submission to the REC Committee, the Federation of Small Business highlighted the need for proper consultation and impact assessments to be carried out by local authorities before the introduction of individual schemes. In their words, we believe this section needs to place more detailed requirements upon local authorities in relation to a specific business impact assessment, including a small business assessment. This amendment would therefore place on a statutory footing a requirement to assess the likely impact on SMEs. This assessment could easily be done through consultation with small business representative groups or directly with small businesses in the local area. Amendment 163 would take this principle of an impact assessment one step further by requiring an assessment is also carried out on the potential impact of employment levels in the local authority. This assessment would evaluate whether the introduction of a workplace parking levy could lead to a decline in employment within the local authority area, a potentially real outcome if workers cannot afford to pay the levy and where there are insufficient public transport links. If the workplace parking levy is shown to have a detrimental impact on employment levels or the business of small firms, the long-term consequences for the community and the local economy could be far-reaching and long-lasting. Local authorities should therefore be required to undertake these assessments and consider their findings before making a decision on whether to proceed with an individual scheme. And I would therefore urge members to support small business in their constituencies and to support these amendments.
Thank you. And can I call on Michelle Ballantyne to speak to Amendment 164?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Sadly, it is a well-documented fact that the job market is more difficult for people with disabilities. Research shows that disabled applicants have to apply for 60% more jobs on average than their counterparts, and a disabled person in Scotland is still twice as likely to be unemployed and actively seeking work than a non-disabled person. The charity Scope estimates that having a disability costs you on average £583 per month. And furthermore, the nature of many disabilities means that public transport may be far more stressful or even impossible for many who would otherwise drive to work. So, Amendment 164 asks that local authorities specifically set out the impact that the workplace parking levy would have on disabled people, those with either physical or mental impairment. And I think that is important because by actually focusing on, rather than just looking at persons who may be affected, it actually requires the local authority to assess what transport is available within the area for disabled people and how it will affect them. 165 looks at low-income households and asks again that there is a specific section looking at how it's going to affect low-income households. And a Scottish Government report earlier this year identified that 59% of working-age population are living in relative poverty, are living in working households. And the report goes on to say that two main drivers of in-work poverty are low pay and low intensity, which covers many jobs offered by local authorities, such as janitorial staff, administration and apprenticeships. It's entirely appropriate that any local authority wishing to implement a parking levy check look at how these measures would impact such groups. So I would urge the Chamber to support these amendments.
Thank you very much. And can I call on the Cabinet Secretary to speak to Amendment 91 and the other amendments?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. My Amendment 91 builds on John Finney's Stage 2 amendment, which gave Scottish ministers and local authorities the power to cause a local inquiry to be held into a proposed workplace licensing scheme. On reflection, I am concerned that this approach may be too restrictive. My amendment therefore provides flexibility, allowing for the examination of representation to be tailored and proportionate to the needs and circumstances of individual proposals. It will do so by allowing Scottish ministers and local authorities to appoint a reporter who will decide whether to consider representations in writing at a hearing, at a public inquiry or in some other way. Scottish ministers will have a power to deal with the procedural aspects of these examinations. This is consistent with my Amendment 52 on low emission zones already debated. Well, I believe that my amendment retains the key principles of John Finney's amendment at stage 2 while making for a more responsive and flexible approach. Amendment 110 allows the Scottish Ministers to specify in regulations the manner in which local authorities account in relation to workplace parking licensing schemes must be published, bringing it into line with Section 22 of low emission zones. Amendment 127 changes the parliamentary procedure for regulations under Section 58B5, which can vary the circumstances in which a workplace parking places is provided from negative to affirmative procedure. This is in line with the view of the Delegated Powers and Law Land Reform Committee. I'd ask members to support my amendments in this particular group. Amendment 86, proposed by Jamie Halcrow-Johnson, is, I believe, unnecessary. Local authorities proposing a workplace parking licensing scheme will have to prepare and publish an assessment of the impacts of the proposal, and an Islands Community Impact Assessment already requires to be carried out in appropriate circumstances under the Islands Scotland Act 2018. Amendment 89 from Colin Smith revisits an argument from stage 2 as it would require that Scottish Ministers sign off each proposed scheme. The workplace parking licensing scheme is built on principles of localism and is underpinned by consultation and impact assessment requirements. As a result, I cannot support the amendment. Amendment 162, 163, 164 and 165 seek to extend the mandatory coverage of impact assessments in respect of a number of named groups. Given that there is an existing requirement to assess the likely effect on persons who may have to pay charges, I believe these amendments are unnecessary. I urge members not to move their amendments in this group.
Thank you very much. And I call on Alexander Burnett.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I'd like to speak in support of Dean Lockhart's amendments regarding the car park tax, which will penalise rural communities who do not have the luxury of good public transport. Now, legislating a workplace parking levy without first addressing poor public transport in Scotland, crucially in the North East, risks undermining income and job opportunities for my constituents in the wider region. There is a real risk that a tax imposed by Aberdeen City Council will impact directly on those who have no option but to work in the city, yet live in Aberdeenshire. This iniquity is compounded by the fact that the revenue of this tax would not benefit those paying it, and those who set it are not electorally accountable to those who pay it. The injustice of taxation without representation goes against the principles of our democracy. Our rural communities should not be penalised by this car park tax, and I would urge members today to support Amendments 162 and 163. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call on Jamie Halcrow-Johnson to wind up and to press or withdraw Amendment 86 in his name.
I will press. In the interest of brevity, and I think we're going to be discussing this a little bit more, I would just say that at the moment it's the authority's opinion, and I think this, my amendment would give some reassurance to those living in the islands that basically the impact of a workplace parking levy and on their communities will be fully assessed by the Council before any decision is made. So I hope members will support my amendment 86, which, as I say, I move.
Thank you very much, Mr Johnson. And the question is that Amendment 86 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. We move to division on Amendment 86. Members may cast their votes now. This is a 1-minute division. The result of the vote on amendment number 86 in the name of Jamie Halcrow-Johnson is yes 54, no 65. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. We're going to turn now to Group 21, the Workplace Parking Levy. Can I call Amendment 1 in the name of Neil Bibby, grouped with the amendments as shown in the groupings, and ask Neil Bibby to move Amendment 1 and to speak to all amendments in this group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I move Amendment 1 in my name. The purpose of my amendments are to remove provisions for a workplace parking levy from the Transport Bill. Being no doubt, this levy is a regressive tax on workers that will hit the lowest paid hardest. It is not consequence-free, it is not fundamentally a solution to climate change, and far from incentivising modal shift, it penalises those for whom modal shift is not an option. It's not an option because for many working people, public transport in Scotland is simply not good enough. I'd like to make some progress first. Presiding Officer, Nottingham is the only place in the UK to have introduced this levy, and in written evidence to this Parliament, the public sector in unison say that their members in Nottingham found that increases to the workplace parking levy were widely passed on, had hit members hard and were not applied in a fair way. The SDU say this levy is also a flat tax which takes no account of affordability or fairness and therefore has a disproportionately negative impact on those with the lowest incomes. ASLEF, the train drivers' union, who provide the very services that make modal shift possible, say this is an outrageous tax on people for turning up to work. As has been mentioned, Loganair, Scotland's only airline, have raised their concerns about it. The Scottish Wholesale Association say early and late shift patterns are not covered by public transport timetables. Staff starting at 5 AM have no alternative but to drive to work. I'll take the intervention from Mr Finney if he can explain why he believes working people in his region should have to pay to go to their work when his motoring expenses are covered for him by the taxpayer.
John Finney.
Sorry, I didn't catch the member's last bit. I was intervening you, but I'm happy to if he repeats.
Mr Finney, if you ask a question, ask away, please.
Right. Would Mr Bibby explain if there's all these downsides?
Sorry, Mr Finney, just address through the chair. Just face the front, please.
Yes. Would Mr Bibby tell us why, if there's all these downsides to the workplace car parking levy, why Labour-controlled Nottingham introduced it, and why it was in the manifestos of both the Edinburgh and Glasgow City Labour parties?
Neil Bibby.
Well, I noticed Mr Mafferi didn't take up my point about his motoring expenses, where he claimed £1,700 on the taxpayer. But the workplace parking levy in Nottingham was not introduced in isolation. They invested in public transport before introducing that legislation. And you know, what guarantees are that the levy from the SNP will be used to invest in transport? We don't know. No economic impact analysis has been conducted, and nothing the government has said since convinces me that they have seriously considered the unintended consequences of this tax. Don't take my word for it. Listen also to the EIS. They believe this poses a risk to recruitment and retention to the teaching profession, and they're not the only profession that are worried. The Scottish Association of Social Work believe it is wrong to place a charge on social workers to park at work after using their cars to carry out essential work, much of this in emergency situations. Presiding Officer, if the purpose of this go-to-work tax is to secure modal shift away from car towards public transport, then there must be viable public transport options available to commuters. Yet the reality for Scotland's commuters is that we have a joke of a rail service, and as for buses, since the SNP came to power, the number of bus passenger journeys has plummeted by 100 million, and a fifth of all bus routes have been stripped out of the bus network. Public transport is broken under this government and needs to be fundamentally transformed before we consider this measure. And what about the views of the people? When Survation polled the Scottish public on attitudes to the workplace parking levy, they found the people of Scotland opposed it. The Scottish Government have been unable to demonstrate any public support for this policy whatsoever. And if we want to talk about manifestos, the SNP Government made no reference at all to a workplace parking levy in their manifesto for the last election to this Parliament. Presiding Officer, the SNP aren't listening. They will not listen to the trade unions, they will not listen to the business community, and they will not listen to the people of Scotland themselves. This proposal has served no other purpose than to give the Scottish Green Party a reason to vote for an SNP budget. An SNP budget which has slashed core funding for councils, the very councils they say this levy is supposed to support. We cannot agree to these proposals for a workplace parking levy. We believe the levy should be rejected and erased from the Transport Bill. I therefore move the amendments in my name.
I call the Cabinet Secretary to speak to Amendment 134 and the other amendments in this group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I was somewhat disappointed that on the very day when we were debating the Climate Change Bill that there was an amendment lodged by Neil Bibby to remove the provisions within the Transport Bill around workplace parking. I am conscious, Presiding Officer, that there is some confusion within and concern within the Labour Party about the position which has been taken on this issue. We do know, Presiding Officer, that Nottingham, Labour-controlled Nottingham Council were the first to introduce workplace parking levy in England. What we also know now is that Labour-controlled Birmingham are consulting on introducing workplace parking levy. And yes, Presiding Officer, Oxford, Labour-controlled Oxford, is also discussing the introduction of a workplace parking levy. Presiding Officer, it's not just me that's uncomfortable with this matter. I'm conscious that there are members within Labour's own shadow cabinet who are uncomfortable with this issue. As we know from Claudia Beamish, who stated that she was uncomfortable about the position that our party holds. I'm also conscious that there are those within the Labour Party who believe that this is the right type of approach to be taken. For example, Edinburgh Labour leader Cammy Day, who says that this is not about taxing people, this is about saying we need to discourage the use of petrol and diesel cars coming into the city. It's about encouraging people to use bikes and public transport. Presiding Officer, there is one thing that is consistent here. It's Labour's inconsistency on workplace parking levies. No doubt Mr Bibby is about to explain Labour Party's hypocrisy in this very issue here just now. I'll give way to the member.
Neil Bibby.
I don't know if the Minister hasn't realised we're not in Birmingham, we're not in Oxford, we're not in Nottingham, we're in Scotland, Minister. We're here. And if you want to... right.
Order, please.
But if you want
Order, please.
If the Minister is so concerned about showing leadership and climate change and about modal shift, will he lead by example and be modally shifting himself out his ministerial car to work every day?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I can't vouch for Neil Bibby's ability around geography, but the last time I checked, we were in Edinburgh. And what I can also say is that it was in the Labour Party Council manifesto for the elections as well. And the last time I checked, Glasgow was in Scotland as well for Mr Bibby. Presiding Officer, John Finney's amendments introduced at stage 2 bring in a modest discretionary power for local authorities to introduce such a scheme. It's a power, not a duty. There is a high degree of local decision-making in how a scheme is set up, with local authorities having wide powers to shape how that scheme is shaped to meet local needs. There are detailed requirements to carry out impact assessments and to consult widely. And funds raised can only be used for activities to promote the objectives of local transport strategies and to meet the costs of those schemes. Presiding Officer, there isn't a single solution to the climate emergency which we face. There needs to be a range of tools in the box of policymakers to address this issue. So when we were being lectured by individuals, even in the Labour Party benches, just 2 weeks ago, dealing with the Climate Change Bill, we must take bold, urgent action to tackle climate change. Well, let's see what you mean about that today, and to see where you're prepared to take some of the bold, urgent action that's necessary, or as ever, when it comes to the Labour Party, it's just empty rhetoric with no commitment to deliver on it. And I would urge members to oppose Neil Bibby's amendment here this evening. Presiding Officer, the final amendment, Amendment 134, in my name, is a minor technical amendment to the long title of the bill to reflect that it now includes a provision around workplace parking licensing schemes, and I would urge members to support that here this evening.
Thank you. I'm going to take Mike Rumbles to be followed by Jackie Bailey.
Well, first of all, I'd like to congratulate Neil Bibby for being fleet of foot and being much more quicker than me in getting these amendments accepted at the Chamber desk, because I was right behind him, and I'm in absolutely agreement that these amendments should be passed to remove these 20 sections from the bill. Now, we've improved this bill tonight, today, and at stage 2. Councils being able to run their own bus companies and not just on unprofitable routes, banning pavement parking, and I well remember my colleague Ross Finney's members' bill before the last one. And here we are. So I'm really pleased to have supported all of those. Let me get moving first. But the 20 sections on workplace parking are being introduced, in our view, on the Liberal Democrat benches, contrary to the evidence that has been produced to the Rural Economy Committee. Now, we've heard that Nottingham is the only place that this has been done. All the local authorities throughout England have had this power for years. And it might come as a surprise to the Cabinet Secretary that Birmingham are consulting, but it shouldn't be a surprise to members of the committee, because we've known this, that Birmingham and others have been consulting on this for a very long time and still haven't moved forward with it. Just let me make some progress. It's not only is it the only place that has done this, why is it the only place that has done this? And the evidence that we received was quite clear that Nottingham, under the administration that runs it, invested massively in public transport because they were interested in behavioural change. This bill on these 20 sections is not about behavioural change. Now I'll take your intervention, Mr. Finney.
John Finney.
I'm grateful for Mr Rumbles taking an intervention. Why, therefore, do COSLA want this measure, Mr Rumbles?
Mike Rumbles.
COSLA would like this money because COSLA, in our view, have been starved of funds by the Scottish Government. And the budget that the budget that Mr Finney supported there. So Mr Finney should know very well the answer to his question. But I want to return to the facts of Nottingham. So they've invested a huge amount of it, and they have achieved behavioural change. But I tell you what they haven't done, and this may come as a surprise to members, they haven't reduced congestion. They haven't reduced the problems that vehicles have been making in Nottingham. Has that come as a surprise? There's silence. I suddenly, apart from... Yes, of course I will.
John Mason.
Would you not accept that the evidence at committee was that the increase in congestion had been less in Nottingham than elsewhere?
Mike Rumbles.
I accept, and I was just about to come on this before your intervention, that they told us that it was impossible to measure the comparisons to others because they didn't know. What they could measure is whether it had decreased or increased, and they measured the increase. So it hasn't succeeded in its aim of reducing their other advice to the committee, and I think members need to be aware of this if they're not already, is that their clear advice to us on the committee, for environmental reasons, whatever you do, don't impose LEZs and the workplace parking levy at the same time. That was clear evidence from the witnesses from Nottingham. So I'm surprised that we are now going with both of these against the advice of the people that have given us the evidence. It should all about being engaging behavioural change. These 20 sections will not create behavioural change. I was taken by the contribution of the previous amendments from Alexander Burnett, from the same area I am. Where is he? Not around, is he? Yeah. I was very impressed with what Alexander Burnett mentioned. The cry comes, I bet you are. Yes, I am. I will give praise where it's due. Alexander Burnett represents the people of Aberdeenshire West. I represent the same people in the region. And the points that he was making are that if Aberdeen City takes this forward under whichever administration it is, it will hit the very many people who travel into Aberdeen, and it will hit them hard. Because what we do recognise in Aberdeenshire, despite the best efforts of Aberdeenshire Council, there is not the public transport infrastructure there to achieve behavioural change. So what's going to happen? Behaviour isn't going to change. All that does is going to raise some funds for the council, which of course they need, because of course we all know that Aberdeen City Council is the worst funded local authority from central funds in the country. So it's quite obvious that Aberdeen City Council might be tempted to go down this route. But they will hit the people that I represent. Yes, of course I will.
Mark MacDonald.
I wonder if Mr Rumbles can advise when the City of Aberdeen and Aberdeenshire councils set their budgets recently, what the council leaders had to say in terms of their intentions around workplace parking levies on that basis.
Mike Rumbles.
All our councils, and I would be surprised if they didn't, that's why COSLA do it as well, would ask for more quivers, arrows in their quiver. Of course they will. Our job is to make sure that I'm sorry to say this again, but our job in this Parliament is to make sure that we pass laws which are right for the entire country. That is our job in this chamber. And that's what I'm trying to do on behalf of the Liberal Democrats today. Now, as I say, I think there's irony about these 20 amendments, real irony, because we all know, and Neil Bibby said it, that the only reason that these 20 amendments, this whole entire 20 new sections are in this bill, is the budget deal which the Greens made with the SNP. Now, I congratulate the Greens. 6 MSPs. The finance minister says they do, from a sedentary position, they do a better job than us. We engaged, they weren't interested because they had the Green votes. So I give credit where it's due, and I criticise where it's due, and I give credit to the Greens for achieving that, okay? What I find amazing is the SNP administration didn't have to do it, and that's what surprises me. The Greens would have abstained, I'm absolutely certain of this. So what the SNP government have done, have landed themselves with a hugely unpopular, the worst in popularity stakes of any taxation. Oh,
Alison Johnson.
I'm really interested to learn what the Lib Dem member will do about the climate emergency, or is it simply about wooing the Conservatives at the moment on the Lib Dem benches?
Mike Rumbles.
As far as I remember, we voted for the bill. The Greens didn't. We'll live with that one. I will end, presiding officer, because I know time is short, but I do think, as I say, it is rather ironic that the SNP government, the smart SNP government, have landed themselves with this. I was being ironic. Yeah, I have to point that out to some members. This smart SNP government, First Minister, you've landed yourselves with something you didn't need to do. It doesn't achieve behavioural change. I do believe it, but I believe in doing the right thing.
Thank you very much. I call on Jackie Bailey to be followed by Murdo Fraser.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer, and I want to support Amendments 1 to 21 in the name of Neil Bibby. With any legislation, we do need to fully think through the consequences of our actions, and in this case, who will bear the cost of the workplace parking levy? It will undoubtedly either be the employer or the employee. The charge, if based on the cost from Nottingham City Council, is likely to be in the order of £400 a year for every single space. If the charge is borne by employees, we can safely assume that those at senior management level are likely to have this cost rolled in to their remuneration package. But the bulk of the workforce, those who perhaps are less well paid, could face that additional £400 to park at work. And that quite simply is a tax on employment. If the cost is borne by the employer, then depending on the volume of spaces available, it could mean thousands of pounds of extra cost. I did an FOI of the Scottish Government and all of its agencies. Between them, they have 37,082 parking spaces. I confess to not have counted them all personally, Presiding Officer. But 10,764 of them are exclusively for staff. But the remaining spaces could also be used by staff. Taking the lowest possible figure, the lowest possible cost to the Scottish Government and its agencies each year would be £5 million. That's a minimum of £5 million that's not being spent on a range of public services, including transport. So the cost could be significant whether you are an employee or an employer. And the money that local government would gain is not hypothecated to transport. It could be used to shore up other services. Now, I would find a levy much more acceptable if public transport was halfway decent, so that I could say to people in my area that actually this tax is a good thing, you can get public transport instead, and encourage that modal shift. But in my area, the bus service has been stripped away. The train service is so bad, delays, cancellations, stop-skipping, short-form trains, that people have shifted back to their cars. Indeed, I'm happy to.
John Mason.
Thank the member for giving way. Would she at least accept that in the city centres of Glasgow and Edinburgh, that is where the congestion is the problem? The public transport is very good, and it's not the ordinary workers who are getting a parking place, it's the top people who are getting a parking place.
Jackie Bailey.
To say, I think John Mason needs to get out more, because I can tell you that the people I know from my constituency that require to commute don't use the train service or buses because they are unreliable, it makes them late for work, and they get into trouble at work as a consequence. So let me say to the SNP benches, local government is so cash-strapped. You've stripped away 1.5 billion in money from local government since the start of the SNP. No wonder they will grab at every opportunity to raise income to protect services. But you know, what if you live in a rural area where public transport is not good? What if you're a shift worker when public transport just simply doesn't run at night time? Presiding officer, I want to see us make progress on climate change. I want to see improvements in public transport. But you need to do that first before imposing a workplace parking levy, which is a flat rate, regressive tax that will hit workers hard, and which, if the government was honest about it, has more to do with a backroom budget deal with the Greens rather than high principle.
I call Murdo Fraser to be followed by Colin Smith. Murdo Fraser.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'd like to speak in support of Neil Bidby's amendments numbers 1 to 21 in Group 21, all of which seek to remove reference in this bill to the workplace parking levy. Now, the car park tax emerged from the budget deal between the SNP and the Greens, and although it looks like a Green provision, it now appears the idea was first put on the table by the SNP's Finance Secretary. Yep. The simple fact is the car park tax is a bad idea. Yep. It is a bad idea because it is a regressive tax, likely to cost up to £500 a year, which will hit lowest paid workers the hardest. And it is a measure that simply has not been thought through. There was no economic analysis of the new tax. There was no consultation with any businesses, other organisations or stakeholders before it was proposed. And we have very little detail as to how this tax will work in practice, something that the Federation of Small Business has described as, and I quote, alarming. Now, the car park tax, where it was introduced in Nottingham by the City Council, costs £400 a year. It is, of course, up to employers to decide whether they pass this tax on to employees, but if they do, the charge is likely to be subject to VAT, lifting it up to nearly £500. And we've already had the SNP leader of Edinburgh Council, Adam McVeigh, saying that he hopes that businesses will pass the cost onto their staff. He hopes that will be the case. And other SNP councils, including Glasgow and Dundee, have expressed interest in implementing it. This is a tax that will hit the poorest hardest. Yep. It is a regressive tax payable at a flat rate. And for those on low wages, whether they are night shift security workers or those working in retail, it will represent a substantial hit to their pockets. And these are individuals who, perhaps because of shift patterns, may not have a safe, reliable and affordable public transport alternative, so they have no option but to use their cars. They can't use a bus or a train to get to work, and these are the very people the SNP are planning to hit in their pockets. Now, we'll hear from the SNP, we've heard it already, that this is about localism. It's about giving a new power to local authorities. Who could object to that? But that argument is fatally undermined by the fact that the scope of the tax has already been restricted by the Scottish Government, because they have deliberately removed from the scope of the tax NHS workers. NHS workers, but not those in other sectors, or indeed workers in other parts of the public services or low-paid workers in the private sector. Councils have not been given discretion to set this tax up as they see fit. Their hands have been tied by the Scottish Government. This is nothing to do with localism, Presiding Officer. But what we are now left with is a tax that NHS workers might be exempt from, but it's a tax that school teachers will pay. Or for that matter, teaching assistants will pay. School support staff will pay. Those working in schools catering will pay. Emergency service workers will pay. The police will pay. And those in low-paid private sector jobs, whether in retail or the care sector or in hospitality, will all be asked to pay. And every SNP member today who votes against these amendments is voting to penalise these people. Yep. And anything they say in the future about social justice, about helping the low-paid, will ring hollow if they vote for these amendments today.
Colin Smith, be followed by Mark MacDonald. Colin Smith.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I support the amendments 1 to 21 in this group, which will remove the workplace parking levy from the bill entirely. The workplace parking levy is unpopular. It's regressive. It was only added to the bill because of a budget deal showing it is more about revenue raising, not emission reducing. A desperate attempt to put a sticky plaster over the gaping wound that is local council budgets caused by this government's cuts. If the SNP really do believe their own rhetoric today on the levy, if they really think this is such a good idea, why did they not include the measure in their transport bill in the first place? Did Humza Yousaf, Michael Matheson's predecessor, just simply forget to include the measure? Why, when this bill was debated at stage 1, did SNP MSPs label it unfair and now suddenly done a U-turn and are backing that measure? The SNP should be honest. This was all about votes for their budget, and it's ordinary workers who are going to pay the price of that deal. We need to tackle transport-related emissions and encourage a model shift towards greener modes of transport, but the workplace parking levy will not achieve this. Low-emission zones, for example, will prevent polluting vehicles being used in those zones, but a workplace parking levy will simply allow those who can afford it to continue to pay for those vehicles. Not one person, not one who gave evidence to the REC committee on this levy believed it would be as effective as low emission zones in tackling air pollution and reducing emissions. The levy is regressive. It creates a situation where a chief executive of a company is likely to pay the same as that company cleaner. Simply unfair. And many of my constituents travel from rural areas with poor transport links to cities for work. Under this scheme, they will pay hundreds of pounds to their neighbouring council, such as Glasgow or Edinburgh councils, but not a penny, not a single penny will be spent improving public transport in the council area where those constituents live. That's why Labour will be standing up for our constituents, will be voting to remove this unworkable, unwanted, unfair tax on ordinary workers.
Mark MacDonald.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I've been listening very carefully to the debate that has been taking place in relation to this, and I have to admit to being slightly confused by the arguments that are being deployed in the debate, because on the one hand we're told that this is a regressive tax that will hit workers. On the other hand, we're told that councils are not going to implement it because councils in England haven't implemented it. On the other hand, we're told that councils are desperate for this power, a point that Mr Rumbles made, and on the other hand, that they will not use it if they are given it. The point about this debate is not about whether or not this working place levy will be introduced in every council area in Scotland. It is about whether every council area in Scotland should have the opportunity and the ability to introduce that levy should it tally with their local circumstances. And I asked Mr Rumbles directly about what the Aberdeenshire and Aberdeen City Council positions were at the budget. And he obviously didn't know, because he said, well, obviously councils are going to want this power and want to use this power in order to plug the holes in their budget. And he said that Aberdeen City Council would be desperate for this on the basis that they're one of the lowest funded authorities in Scotland. Yet, at the budget meeting, when the council leader Douglas Lumsden spoke in relation to the parking levy, he said that in his view, it was a non-starter. Therefore, at a local level, Aberdeen City Council are taking a decision not to introduce the workplace parking levy. So, on the one hand, Mr Rumbles is saying all councils will want to do this in order to plug holes in their budget, yet that is not the evidence that is being borne out by what local councils are saying. So I don't see how he can use that as legitimate. Of course I'll take an intervention from him.
Mike Rumbles.
MacDonald for taking intervention. That's the current administration. We're putting legislation down. We're laying the law of the land for the future. Any administration, particularly an administration in the city of Aberdeen, could be very well tempted to introduce this. And as we heard earlier on, that many of my constituents in Aberdeenshire will be hit hard by that. Not necessarily your constituents in the centre of Aberdeen, but my constituents who live in Aberdeenshire. That's the point I'm making.
Mark MacDonald.
Well, firstly, my constituents don't live in the centre of Aberdeen, they live in the suburbs of Aberdeen. Second, and many of them have to travel into work in the centre of Aberdeen, but also into Aberdeenshire to work as well. But the other point I would make, and it's interesting Mr Noble says this, is that future administrations may decide to do this. I'm not one of these people who believes that you only give powers on the basis that you agree with what the people who get those powers are going to do with them, or that that the administration may change colour in the future, and therefore you shouldn't give the powers in case a future administration takes a decision that you don't like. That's not how democracy should work. It's not how the principle of devolution or empowerment should work either, but it's very telling that that appears to be the principle with which the Liberal Democrats view the idea of empowerment, is that you can only have these powers if you use them in a manner with which we agree, or you are of a political persuasion that we agree with the method in which you would use those powers. At the end of the day, Presiding Officer, I think I've taken one intervention, Mr Nobles. I think that's probably enough. At the end of the day, Presiding Officer, I'll be guided, and it's interesting that people have spoken about how unpopular this is. I often am guided in terms of how I vote on amendments by the correspondence from my constituents and what they're asking me to do in relation to this. In relation to the workplace parking levy, supposedly the least popular piece of legislation or taxation ever introduced, the amount of correspondence I have received in relation to this asking me to vote specifically on these amendments has totaled 0. No letters, no emails, no phone calls to my office. The idea that this is something that is somehow the talk of the steamy is simply not borne out by the correspondence my constituents are sending to me in relation to how I vote today. So I will vote on the basis of empowering local councils to take decisions that meet their local circumstances. I'll reject these amendments in the name of Neil Bibby and ensure that this remains part of the legislation.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I call on Neil Bibby to wind up and to press or withdraw Amendment 1.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I will be pressing Amendment 1. Too often politics seems to exist in a bubble, isolated and out of touch with the real concerns of working people. On days like this, you can see why. The idea that there is a public transport system in Scotland in place just now that meets the needs of Scotland's workers is laughable. The idea that this levy will not disadvantage workers on modest incomes is an absurdity. For those who experience transport poverty, who put themselves into debt to own a car because public transport is not good enough, this will make it more expensive to get to work. Some members, like John Mason, have said opposition to the levy was elitist. He should tell that to the workers of tenants at Duke Street and other workplaces in Glasgow. Go to his city or come to the council schemes in my region and you'll find plenty of cars, sometimes owned by people who choose to commute by car, often owned by people who have no choice but to commute by car. If they have to drive to work to support their family, then car ownership is not a choice, it is a necessity. They are not the elite. They are the working people and sometimes the working poor of this country, and they are being ignored. Ignored by SNP and Green politicians who have collectively claimed £300,000 in public money to cover their own motoring expenses in the first 2 years of this Parliament alone. Ignored by Michael Matheson, who has claimed £2,000 in motoring expenses in 2018-19. Ignored by the ministers who don't use public transport, but who have the luxury of being chauffeured, driven to their work and will continue to do so. Presiding Officer, a number of amendments have been proposed that would create exemptions to this levy, but this proposal is beyond mitigation. It is better to remove the levy entirely and shift our focus to measures we know will work. This is not the test of the Parliament's will to act on climate change, and the Greens and everybody know it. The test of our will to act is whether we embrace a Green New Deal, a green industrial revolution and a low-carbon future. Nor is this a test of whether the Parliament will fund councils fairly, and the SNP know that too. That will be tested at budget time, when the Parliament can reverse cuts to Scotland's councils imposed by the SNP government and imposed by the Green Party. This proposal is nothing more than a political fix to pass a budget, a fix that will hit low-paid workers and a fix that Scottish Labour cannot support. We believe in making it cheaper and easier to get to work. That's the manifesto we stood on. We reject this regressive tax on Scotland's workers, and on behalf of Scottish Labour, I will press the amendments in my name.
Thank you very much. So the question is that Amendment 1 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We're not agreed. We'll move to a division. This will be a 1-minute division, and members may vote now on Amendment 1. The result of the vote on amendment number 1 in the name of Neil Bibby is yes 54, no 65. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Now we're going to turn in a second to Group 22. Before I do so, members may have noted that we've passed the agreed time limit for the debate on this group to finish. For members' information, we are running roughly 25 minutes behind schedule. 25 minutes exactly. So I'm going to ask, if I can, the business managers to consult with my colleagues in the business team about how we might wish to handle the rest of this evening's business. However, I've used my powers under Rule 9.8.4a to allow debate on that previous group to continue. I'm going to move on now to Group 22, Workplace Parking Levy, Application and Exemptions. And I'm going to begin by calling Amendment 87 in the name of Mike Rumbles, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings. Mike Rumbles to speak to Amendment 87 and the rest of the amendments in this group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Well, it's quite obvious that the workplace parking levy is going to remain within the bill as a result of the vote of the last amendment. So I thought that might be the case, so I lodged this amendment. And the purpose of our amendments 87 and 88 is to take business customer or the customer out of the workplace parking levy. And the reason I'm doing that, several reasons, but firstly, we have to go back to the purpose of the bill, or certainly the purpose of the bill as I understand it. The purpose of the bill is behavioural change. So we were told that this doesn't apply to the customer of businesses. But when I read this bill, it does. It says in 58B, for the purpose of this part, a workplace parking place is provided at any premises at any time if a parking place provides at the premises at that time occupied by a motor vehicle, by a worker, agent, supplier, business customer, business visitor of a relevant person. And when we go to the definition, it says business customer. In relation to a relevant person means a client or customer. That's what it says in the bill. So regardless of what we heard previously at committee, the bill says that this is going to apply to customers. So any business who provides a parking place and comes under a local authority tax like this, that business will have to pay for customers turning up. Now, that's not going to change behaviour. The business is just going to be given added costs. But also, there's another issue. Wait a minute. Let me explain the other issue. The other issue is for wholesalers and businesses that attend other businesses, suppliers. If this bill, I'm assuming this is done inadvertently, because if it's done properly, then it's clear. If the purpose of this is real, then its purpose is to raise funds and not to have behavioural change. So we're being told that this is about behavioural change. So suppliers who have to deliver goods to other businesses are going to be hit by this tax. They can't do it any other way. They can't have behavioural change. So the purpose of the bill, when you look at it like this, has to be, well, it can't be behavioural change. It's got to be something else. So what is it? It's about raising funds. So I would urge members to think about this. Rather than just add costs to businesses that are supplying customers, whether you believe the working parts levy is right or wrong, I'm trying now to make an adjustment here to put it right, that we've spotted a problem here. Business suppliers and customers have approached me to put this in, and I'm happy to do it because I think it's a real issue, and I'm trying to make the bill better.
Thank you very much. And I call Annie Wells to speak to Amendment 30 and the other amendments in this group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I will keep my remarks short to try and see if we can get some time back. I speak to Amendments 30, 31, 32, 33, 36 and 37 in my name. Amendments 31 to 33 seek to add to places of work which should be exempt from the car park tax. I have chosen to focus on establishments responsible for the provision of social care in Scotland. Amendment 31 would exempt establishments that provide adult social care. Amendment 32 would exempt establishments that provide adult health care. And Amendment 33 would exempt residential care establishments. We have to bear in mind that Scotland has an ageing population and a growing requirement to provide adult social care. Therefore, we should not be putting barriers up that hinder that provision. And back in February of this year, a care organisation, the Scottish Association of Social Work, wrote to Derek Mackay. The National Director, Tricia Hall, said that public transport may be limited or simply non-existent, and that there are many instances where we have to transport people who need to use our services. It's important that we're able to park outside various workplaces and to have immediate access to cars. The amendments 30 and 36 are technical amendments, and Amendment 37 is also a technical amendment. I would urge members to vote for my amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Liz Smith to speak to Amendment 23 and the other amendments in this group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Amendment 23 is designed to exempt any and all car park spaces at Scottish educational institutions from being subject to the workplace parking levy. As defined within the schedules of the Freedom of Information Scotland Act 2002, that would include primary, secondary, further and higher education institutions. The reason for the exemptions are, I believe, already very clear. £500 a year in a teacher's or a lecturer's salary, or in the salary of a support member of staff, is not an inconsiderable sum, especially as many staff do not live close to the school, college or university in which they work. Teachers' and lecturers' hours are, as members well know, often irregular and frequently involve working unsocial hours. Plus, many teachers need the ability to have flexible commute, and they also need the facility to carry large bags, files and teaching resources, and that is something that is not always possible by public transport. We have seen the very strong reaction within the education sector to these proposals, which is why I urge the Chamber to support Amendment 23.
Thank you very much, Ms Smith. Can I call Liam Kerr to speak to Amendment 24 and the other amendments in the group?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Amendments 24 to 27 seek to apply exemptions to the car park tax for our police officers, fire and rescue service, criminal justice, social work services and prison officers. This is about protecting the people who protect us and ensuring we do not hit prison, police and fire officers with an extra tax of hundreds of pounds each. In July, the Scottish Police Federation wrote to the Cabinet Secretary stating that the car park tax could risk the safety of police because it could force officers, who often start early and finish late, often in remote locations, into using public transport along fixed routes at fixed times and increase the chances of their homes being targets. They could also have to travel to work in uniform. I won't, Mr Finney, just because we're 20 minutes behind time. I raised Peterhead Prison yesterday in committee. It sits on a cliff at the top of Peterhead, on a fairly lonely street which has light traffic. On the other side of the road there is a large expanse of unlit grass separated from the first house by a tall hedge. Street lights are a distance apart, and the southbound bus stop, whose last Aberdeen bus leaves at 10:15, didn't have a shelter last I waited at it. Not the sort of exposed, risky situation I think we should be pushing our prison officers towards, particularly not in the context of the significant increases in assaults by prisoners against staff that Audit Scotland warned us about, and especially given that 80% of the vacancies in the entire Scottish prison service are in Peterhead. Good luck changing that statistic by imposing a further tax. And just to be clear, I asked the Chief Executive yesterday who would pay. I recall him saying that the extra £1 million required to fund the prison service's 2,411 spaces could not come from a budget that Audit Scotland reminds us has been slashed by 12.5% in the past year. Yes, I will. Go on.
Gillian Martin.
Well, Peterhead Prison is in Aberdeenshire. The Aberdeenshire Council, did they vote to take on the car parking levy?
Liam Kerr.
We're talking about putting the car park tax into this legislation, so how could they have voted on it already? And the member knows full well Aberdeenshire Council's position on this. Now listen, the important point here that is trying to be distracted from, this will cost. I think it bears restating, Gillian Martin, that the extra £1 million required to fund the prison services 2,411 spaces couldn't come from a budget that Audit Scotland reminded us has been slashed by 12.5% in the past year. And in fact, the Chief Executive yesterday said, and I paraphrase because the official report is not yet online, that there would have to be additional funds coming in from government, or they will have to find those resources from elsewhere, which to my mind means the employees. Go on, Mr Finney.
John Finney.
I'm grateful for Mr Kerr taking intervention. You'll also recall that the Chief Executive expressed concerns about the additional employers' pension contributions and the fact that they would be contributing to officers working on the front line till they're 68 years of age, imposed by your government.
Liam Kerr.
Relevant in a debate, and that was nothing like staying relevant in a debate. Presiding Officer, I cannot believe that this Parliament, which has agreed to remove NHS workers from the scope of the car park tax, could think that our brave officers are in some way less deserving. These are people who put their health and well-being, and often that of their families, on the line every day for each and every one of us. When they watch this at home, who will they see standing with them, and who will they see deserting them? In summary, Presiding Officer, let me repeat the words of Callum Steele of the Police Federation, who said, "It is difficult to comprehend how any politician could support a proposal that increases risks to the safety and security of police officers. The reality of the threat against police officers is real and ought not to be ignored in such a cavalier manner. Who could have imagined the Scottish Parliament would have chosen the increasing of risk of harm to police officers and the public alike to commemorate its 20th anniversary? Who indeed, Presiding Officer? Who indeed?"
Can I call Graham Simpson? Graham Simpson to speak to Amendment 34 and the other amendments in this group. Order, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'll speak to Amendments 28, 29, 34, 35...
Order, please.
...and 94. If I can deal with 28 and 34 first. 28 would exempt shift workers and night workers from paying a levy. Amendment 34 would exempt any workplace with shift and night workers. And let me give you a real example of why that would be the right thing to do. I used to work for the Scottish Sun newspapers. I always worked... Somebody's got to. I always worked at night, and at least... Way later than we'll be working tonight, I can promise you that. And sometimes it was into the wee small hours. And when I first started there, Presiding Officer, in 1990, we were based in Kinning Park in Glasgow, and you can park in the street outside for free. Anyone working during the day could get the Underground or a bus, but you couldn't do that late at night. The company decided to move into the city centre with a new printing press off the M8, and I'll mention that later. The journalists were to work in Queen Street in the city centre, Glasgow city centre. You can't park there for very long, certainly not for a full shift. As our hours were, to say the least, antisocial, we kicked up a bit of a stink through our union. I was later the slightly militant rep of that union, arguing that to make us night workers go into the city centre was putting us at risk. And I'm sorry that members are not interested in this, but it doesn't apply just to journalists, but any people who work at night. We said, and they eventually accepted it, that the company should provide us with car parking provision because public transport...
Can we please keep the background chatter down?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Public transport at the hours we were working was just not an option. So they paid for spaces in a private car park, and this applied to those who either needed their car for work or those working on social hours. It was not the top people that John Mason thinks this only applies to. Now, I believe the option no longer applies for new staff at the Sun, and that's a shame. Public transport isn't available after a certain time. If you don't live, if you don't live in Glasgow or Edinburgh or Dundee or Aberdeen, being expected not to use a car is putting some workers, particularly lone females, and this was an argument we made strongly, at risk. Now, I mentioned the printing press off the M8, and that's at Newhouse, as is the food company Brakes. And they told me, as a major employer in Newhouse, based in an out-of-town location and with a 24-hour operation, Brakes believe the proposal for a workplace parking levy would have a negative impact on our employees and people who work under similar circumstances. The lack of public... Yes?
John Mason.
Member accept that it is largely the city centres where there's a problem, and it's the city centre councils that have said they will look at it. Most of the others have said they won't.
Graham Simpson.
No, definitely not. The company I'm describing is not based in the city centre. They work on social hours and they don't have public transport. So it has a major effect on their employees. So breaks say the lack of public transport infrastructure outside of major conurbations and the ability to provide suitable, safe and regular alternatives to fit with shift patterns to our site, and many sites like ours, leaves people no option but to drive to work. And imposing a further tax on them would be, in our view, unfair and punitive. We would strongly recommend an exemption for people who work shifts at out-of-town locations where the public transport infrastructure is inadequate. We can look elsewhere. It doesn't have to be in my region. Sutherland Brothers, who are based on the airport industrial estate at Wick, and that's in Gail Ross's constituency, told me, being a local community family-run wholesaler operating on low margins and in a highly competitive wholesale industry, the thought of yet another tax or levy on our business or to our employees is one that neither we nor they could afford. Operating within an industrial estate and with poor public transport, our staff have no alternative but to use their car to commute to work. No alternative. Even more so where staff are commuting from areas outside of Wick and travelling in the early hours of the morning or late evenings to get to and from work. There's a theme here. Both firms are making the same point, that it's wrong to impose a tax on companies which are nowhere near transport hubs, be they bus stops or train stations, and it's wrong to penalise companies whose staff work hours that preclude them from using public transport in any case. So amendments 29 and 35, which exempt workplaces not near to bus stops or train stations, covers that point. And that's a lot of workplaces. If the intention behind the levy is to get people out of their cars, then it needs to be balanced and fair. For some people, using public transport is not an option. So I'd urge members to support these amendments. Now, Amendment 94, also in my name, would exempt anywhere primarily for the use of local authority employees from the levy. On reflection, Presiding Officer, I think this goes too far, and I'll not be pressing that one.
Thank you very much, Mr Simpson. Can I call Donald Cameron to speak to Amendment 95 and the other amendments in this group?
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I speak to Amendments 95, 96 and 97. These three amendments are self-explanatory and seek exemptions for three specific sectors: air ambulance and rescue service workers, health charity workers and those who work in the veterinary services. Dealing briefly with each in turn, firstly, our air ambulance service men and women provide an invaluable service across Scotland, especially in more remote and rural areas, and they often work in extremely dangerous conditions and put their lives at risk. Likewise, those who work in health charities and veterinary services are valuable, hard-working members of society, carrying out important work and often possessing unique and vital skills. So, Presiding Officer, the purpose behind these amendments is to protect people working in these sectors. They should not be at risk of a car park tax at their workplace. The Scottish Government has already accepted that workers in the NHS should be exempt, and given that two of these amendments deal directly or indirectly with those who work in health services, for the sake of consistency, I would urge the Chamber to support these amendments in my name. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the brevity. Call on Jeremy Balfour to speak to Amendment 98 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. My amendment seeks to address an omission in this section. The bill, as amended at stage 2, rightly allows for exemption for NHS premises, but the issue of independent hospitals remains unresolved. My amendment adds a further clause to exempt premises that are used for employees working at independent healthcare services. The key principle is that all healthcare providers should not be burdened or deferred or put in a weaker place simply where they work. However, our view of independent hospitals is not the issue before us this evening. Many independent hospitals provide specialist service and care, and NHS patients can be referred to independent healthcare providers for further care and treatment. It is also worth noting that it's not just consultants and doctors employed at these places, but often it's nurses, administration staff, cleaners and other low-paid professionals who also work there and should be exempt from this tax. They should be able to carry on their roles without financial penalties being imposed upon them. So I therefore move Amendment 98 in my name. Can I briefly touch on also Amendment 105? And can I remind the Chamber that I'm in receipt of PIP, although I'm not a driver of a car and don't have a licence. I would urge members to look at this amendment afresh and vote for it tonight. Jamie Hepburn last year produced a paper in regard to those who are in disability and trying to get into employment. As my colleague Michelle Ballantyne has already pointed out, the discrepancy about those who are trying to get into employment and those who are disabled is high here in Scotland. I welcome what the Scottish Government is doing to try to bring that number down, and I'm sure it has all party support. Those who are on PIP or GLA, like myself, want to work, although they are getting this benefit. We hear a lot from the Scottish Government, particularly from ministers, about how they want to deal with people on benefits with dignity and respect. To vote against Amendment 105 tonight does not treat disabled people with dignity or respect, and I urge the Government to think again in regard to this amendment. You are penalising those who are disabled who want to go to work, and you will tell me that it's going to be paid by an employer rather than an employee. So can you imagine the interview situation? Two people go for a job, one has a disability and needs to use a car to get to work, the other doesn't. Who are they going to employ? What cost are they going to save? This is going to hold disabled people back. This is a tax on them. It's unfair, and I urge you to vote against it.
Thank you. And I call on Colin Smith to speak to Amendment 99 and the other amendments in this group.
Thank you, President Officer. The amendments in this group look to exempt a number of people and groups from this tax, and there are strong arguments to be made for each of these exemptions, ultimately illustrating how unfair the workplace parking levy is. From police officers who need to travel to work by car for safety reasons, to train drivers who need to take their car to drive the first train of the day, to shift workers who have no access to public transport late at night. Every exemption suggested here reveals the flaws in this policy. Amendment 99 in my name looks to exempt those driving ultra-low emission vehicles from paying the levy. Now, given that the purpose of this scheme is supposed to be about reducing emissions, it really does beg our belief that those who drive an ultra-low emission vehicle should be subject to pay that levy. This is not only an issue of fairness, but in practical terms, exempting ultra-low emission vehicles would provide a financial incentive to buy them, and this really is a test of just how serious this government are about encouraging that. Amendment 100 in my name looks to exempt low earners from paying the levy. This is a fundamental issue of fairness. It's a basic principle of fair taxation that the worst off should not be shouldering an unfair burden. But as it stands, those who can least afford it will be paying a higher proportion of their income than the well-off. This is a fundamentally regressive scheme which will hit the poorest hardest. The least we can do, if the SNP are determined to force this tax through, is set an earnings threshold to protect those on the lowest incomes.
Thank you very much. And I call on Maurice Corrie to speak to Amendment 166 and the other amendments in this group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. In a similar vein to my colleagues, I speak to the amendments 166 and 169 in my name with the intention of exempting certain key groups from the impact of this workplace parking tax which would cause it. Amendment 166 would serve to exempt those employed by the Royal National Lifeboat Institution from the charge, while Amendment 169 would allow serving members of the armed forces to be similarly exempted. Presiding Officer, Amendment 166 centres on the RNLI, who provide crucial maritime rescue and education services in Scotland. RNLI workers operate 24/7 and are prepared to respond in emergencies at any time of day. This requires that they must work irregular and unsocial hours. A workplace parking tax would only encourage RNLI members to rely exclusively on public transport. would undermine their ability to fulfil their role as efficiently and as effectively as possible, and as a charity, its members would be free from financial strain of the workplace parking tax. Amendment 169 centres on serving armed forces personnel. These men and women place others before themselves in often challenging and dangerous circumstances. Surely, to mark their contribution to our safety, serving armed forces personnel should be exempt from this parking charge. And with regard to the military bases and other areas of military employment across Scotland, public service links are not always regular nor direct. In these instances, personnel often have to rely on travelling by car in order to fulfil their duty. A workplace parking charge would seem to be an unfair burden in these cases. So, with both members of the RNLI and the armed forces, the nature of their work would clearly benefit from exemptions being in place, and I would urge this chamber to support these amendments in my name.
Thank you, Mr McCrory. I call Jamie Green to speak to Amendment 167 and the other amendments in this group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Just like to make a few points. I haven't had an opportunity to speak on the car park tax yet, and I would like to make some points. Can I thank colleagues behind me on these benches, but also across the chamber, who've made some very interesting and very valid points. I noticed that whilst they were moving these amendments, there was an awful lot of chitter-chatter going on. There was a lot of disinterest from the centre benches. And do you know what? I think that's absolutely shameful, because everything that's been said today in this debate is important. These are valid arguments. These are valid arguments trying to protect people in our country who are going to be affected by the legislation that they want to pass, and they would be mindful to listen to some of those arguments. But if you don't want to listen to us, and you're perfectly within your rights to do so, listen to others. Listen to people outside of this place. The Scottish Retail Consortium, the FSB, teaching unions, the Scottish Police Federation, motoring organisations, even the Scottish Association of Social Work, who wrote the government a letter, I've got that letter, and pleaded with them not to support this. The BMA, Scottish Prisons, there's so many organisations, that often many that we would not normally support in terms of their message, but have got the message out there that this is a regressive tax on hard-working public service workers, and it should be opposed at every step of the way. Let me make some points here. Mr Mackay, I will take an intervention if you tell the people of Scotland why you want to tax them for turning up at work.
Derek Mackay.
Can the Conservatives not reflect for a moment and Jamie Green answer the question that all these business representative organisations and others are really concerned about something right now that will affect jobs and employment and economy, and that is Brexit. Why are we to be deaf to the impact of Brexit that will impact on our constituents far more than any Conservative scaremongering over an environmental measure?
Jamie Green.
Disgraceful. So there you have it, Presiding Officer. That's the answer to everything. It's Brexit's fault now that you are introducing a tax on people in Scotland. It's always somebody else's fault. When is Mr Mackay going to take responsibility for the actions of his government? It's your back deal, dodgy deal with the Greens is why we're even having this debate in the first place. And if this was so important to you, Mr Mackay, where was it? Where was the WPL in stage 1 of this bill? It wasn't even in the Transport Bill, Presiding Officer. It appeared at stage 2. The committee looking at this bill did not even have proper opportunity to take evidence on it. We didn't hear from witnesses. What's happening now is they're coming out of the woodwork after they've heard about the policy. We should have done this at stage 1. That is how you make good law in this Parliament, and it hasn't happened. And who are the only parties who are supporting this? They're sitting over there, the Greens and the SNP. And let's think about this for a second. I think this really sums up everything. This is John Mason. This is John Mason in committee, and this is what he had to say about the tax. Let's listen to the words of the SNP, what they think this levy really is all about. He says the levy does not affect poor people. It affects rich people. It is a tax on the elite. Well, Mr Mason, if you think the elite are teachers, social care workers, firefighters, RNLI volunteers and people on shift work, if you think they are the elite, then what planet are you living on? Because it's not the same one that we're on. Not a single amendment came from these benches. Not a single amendment. If you want to explain those words, I'd be very happy to give you that opportunity, because you are the gift that keeps on giving in this debate.
John Mason.
I thank Mr Green for his kind words. Mr Green knows perfectly well that the evidence we got was that the problems of congestion are in the city centre, where there are very few schools, Very few social workers, very few trained drivers have parking spaces, because in the city centres, including in this building, it is the richer people who have the parking spaces. They are the ones that are being targeted.
Jamie Green.
I mean, really, your front bench even looks embarrassed at those comments, I have to say, because they're shocking. And no wonder you were reported in every national newspaper the day after you said it. It is unbelievable that that is your view of the world. It is unbelievable that you think the only people who get a parking space at work are somehow the rich or the elite in the upper echelons. It is shocking attitude to have towards Scotland's workforce. Absolutely shocking. Any shred of credibility, and this demonstrates it, those words straight there, any shred of credibility you had on standing up for issues of social justice in this place will go right out the door when you vote for this through. Ditch the tax and ditch it now.
Thank you. I appreciate it's getting late, tempers get a bit frayed. To encourage members not to use the word you about other members. Michelle Ballantyne to speak to Amendment 101 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Both the DWP and Social Security Scotland have implemented a variety of short-term payments to help people in times of need. The effectiveness of these measures could be seriously undermined by the introduction of a workplace parking levy. In the first 3 months of this year, the average crisis grant payment through the Scottish Welfare Fund was £87. Those applying for the grant do so because they're in urgent need of funding. Yet under the current proposals, it's far more likely these people will have to apply for more grants if they are charged for parking. The Scottish Government... Yes, if you want.
Shirley-Anne Somerville. Shirley-Anne Somerville, microphone. Yeah. There we are.
Very grateful for the member for taking an intervention on this point. Would she agree with me, however, that the main reason why people are actually applying to the Scottish Welfare Fund is because their benefits are not paid for in time, and one of the main reasons why we have in-work poverty is because the workers' benefits that we have are not sufficient. So perhaps we could tackle that at source rather than attacking a workplace parking levy.
Michelle Ballantyne.
What I find really sad about that is if the Cabinet Secretary thinks there is an issue, how does she think compounding it is going to help? This is the issue here. You're sitting here tonight intending to vote for something that will be applied to the very people that you talk about all the time about needing to help. What we've got to look at here is whether this levy should have exemptions. You've already decided that the NHS should have an exemption. Now, I said at stage 2, and I'll repeat that, I don't understand how you can say that everybody that works for the NHS, including consultants on very large salaries, should be exempt, but those that are in receipt of benefits, who are trying to improve their lives to get out of poverty through work, should have to pay a levy for trying to go to work. That is not fair, whichever way you place it. And we have sat here today, you have voted today that there will be a workplace levy, and we are trying to say to you, and I think you should be listening, that there are some people that we think should have an exemption. You think the NHS should all have an exemption.
Ms. Ballantyne,
we
just stop for 1 second. I appreciate the member's not trying to be personal, but the term you does not apply to any member in this chamber. All the terms you apply through the chair. So we can talk about other members or members of other parties. Michelle Ballantyne.
The collective members on the benches representing the SNP and the Greens believe that people that are on benefits, are on low pay, should have to pay to go to work. We are suggesting today that you vote for amendments that exempt those people, that you collectively vote. Obviously, I'm going to have to practice this along with everybody in the chamber, that the benches collectively vote to exempt people from these amendments. Now, I know you all think this is terribly funny and you're really enjoying it, but I can tell you that there are a lot of people out there that are not going to find this at all funny. Okay? In an earlier amendment, I spoke about the impact of people who have disabilities, and my colleague Jeremy Balfour spoke very powerfully about the impact. And the message you're going to send today is, we know it's tough to get to work when you're disabled. But actually, that's not really the issue, because actually we need to get our budget through with the Greens. So we're keeping to our agreement, and we're going to make you pay for that deal. That is not fair. So many members of the SNP benches have been incredibly vocal in their opposition to universal credit. The Minister for Children and Young People said she believes universal credit shows a complete lack of empathy. The Culture Secretary described it as dreadful, and the convener of the Social Security Committee argued it punishes people. Well, I believe universal credit ensures that those rejoining the workforce on a part-time basis are not left in difficulty. You can gradually build up your work, and it provides a clear route to help people out of poverty. But in those early stages of trying to get back into the workforce, of trying to improve your chances, being slapped with a fine for parking at work is not going to help. Amendment 102 would protect UC claimants from the punitive damage that the workplace parking levy would inflict. So I'm going to conclude, because everybody needs to get on and have their say. So I'm going to say to you, if Marie Todd is sincere in her empathy, if Fiona Hislop really is filled with dread, and if Bob Doris genuinely doesn't want to see claimants punished, then I would ask you to support the amendments that we're putting forward tonight, because they are the right thing to do for people who are trying to do the best for themselves and their families.
Thank you. Point of order from Sandra White.
Presiding Officer, I want you to make a ruling or give me advice. Michelle Ballantyne never once in that last 5 minutes spoke to the amendment. I'm asking you, she spoke about social security and benefits. I'm asking you to rule that she did not speak to the amendment, Presiding Officer, if you're able. Thank you.
I note the point that Ms White made, but I did feel that Ms Ballantyne did speak to the subject in hand. And certainly for the purpose of the amendments, can I call Polly McNeill to speak to Amendment 107 and the other amendments in the group?
I move the amendments in my name. The fact remains this policy allows a levy to be passed on to workers. And if it is to be in this bill, that's why we need exemptions. That's what happened in Nottingham. 8 out of 10 employers, 8 out of 10 passed it on to the workforce. What's interesting to me this afternoon is that the stated intention of the policy is clear. It's to stop people driving to work. That is the central tenet of the policy. But yet not one SNP member will rise to their feet and argue the substance of the policy, not one of them. Linda Fabiani is on record as saying the workplace parking charge is in fact a next attack on business, and there are many others. The stated intention is to avoid, they want to avoid saying what they are embarrassed about, because the people of Scotland will not be happy when they know the SNP have put this power in a bill and that they support. You might win the vote tonight, but you will not win the argument on the car tax. What's more, the truth of the matter is, even John Mason, I don't know what land that he is living in, but it will be decades before we raise the levels of cash that are serious enough to make transport a choice for many people. I would have more respect for the SNP if they gave us Crossrail or new trams or even a rail link to Glasgow Airport. It's a joke that they come here and say that the ordinary working people will have to take the bus or the train. There is no logic in that. According to the Evening Times, no, 88% of people in Glasgow were against it. It's quite clear there is no popular support for this tax amongst ordinary people. But on a serious note, I did some work over the summer and I spoke to many companies in the west of Scotland, and they said if they paid the charge, then that would affect their margins, and for that reason they would have to pass it on to workers. Notably in the city centre, that John Mason doesn't seem to realise, might even be his own constituency, 3 apprentices would be lost if they had to pay. That's the sums of money, 6 to 8,000 for one company. But if you don't care about that, do you not care that this is a policy that will impact more on lone parents and women than anybody else? Helen Martin of the STUC gave her evidence at stage 2. The workplace tax is a policy that is completely out of touch. And it will be low-paid workers that will pay the price for this policy without a shadow of a doubt. I would have more respect for the policy even if the money was to be ring-fenced. I tried to intervene on the Minister earlier. He said it has to be used for strategies, but it doesn't have to be used for actual public transport. I would at least respect that position, but that's not, I asked you that. No, you didn't take an intervention from me when you had the chance. So, let's turn to there's an absolute contradiction, Minister, and I'll let you in if you want to answer this point. Why would you have what's a serious point, Mr Matheson? Why would you have an exemption for some workers, the NHS, and I would support that. Why would, if your principle of exemptions is in the bill, then why are you not willing to extend the exemptions for all the other members who have rose to their feet, who have given... The truth is, you want to wash your hands of this. You're not really interested in making the case. I ask SNP members, and I actually believe that you are embarrassed about this policy, despite your rhetoric. Yeah. I ask SNP members, if you are going to vote to put this in the bill tonight, at least consider voting for amendments that would mean that people who are earning less than the living wage will not have a car tax, that lone parents who are having childcare responsibilities, anyone with childcare responsibilities when they're trying to drop off their kids and go to their work, will be affected by such a policy. If you really believe in your anti-poverty policy, then, because let's not forget, in the Child Poverty Act, supported by members of this government, is a provision that recognises that lone parents are amongst the poorest. But you're going to vote against my amendment tonight, which tries to exempt them. Shame on you for doing it. I've rarely felt so angry than I have about the policy that this government have brought forward this evening. If you really care about all of your policies, then be serious about public transport. Be serious about public transport improvements. Be serious about your anti-poverty policies. And at the very least, if we're stuck with this policy, then put some exemptions in. At least the people of Scotland will thank you for that.
Thank you. And can I call on the Cabinet Secretary?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, a large number of the amendments in this group seek to add further national exemptions to workplace parking licensing schemes. In available time, I can't deal with each of these individually, but I want to make some comments on the general approach. Some of these proposed exemptions apply to particular premises, some to vehicles and others to people in particular circumstances. But local authorities have a very wide range of powers to apply local exemptions to premises, persons or to motor vehicles. They can vary the charges payable under the scheme to different days, different times of the day, different parts of the licensing area, different people and different premises. Presiding Officer, the licensing scheme will be shaped by local needs and local transport objectives, and locally appropriate exemptions will be a key part of that. I want to make progress, I'm afraid. Setting substantial and wide-ranging national exemptions, as some members propose today, risks undermining local authorities' ability to develop and implement effective schemes to meet local needs, although I suspect that there may be some who that is their intention. But given the approach that has been taken by the Conservative Party here tonight, where they have sought to portray this discretionary power for local authorities to be so iniquitous, it is just outrageous that they should have such a power. If it is such an appalling and unworthy power for local authorities, then why has the Conservative government in London allowed it to remain in the statute books for local authorities in England and Wales? Is it a case, as ever, is it a case that we're in a situation where it's okay for councils in England and Wales to have the powers, but we're not allowing Scottish local authorities to have a discretionary power to consider these matters? We know when it comes to giving powers to Scotland, the Tories are never keen to do so. I suspect this is just another example of that type of attitude from the Conservative Party. This is intended to deal with parking spaces used by individuals who are visiting premises to carry out their own business. And I want to turn particularly to Mike Rumble's amendments 87 and 88, which seeks to remove parking by business customers from the definition of liable parking places. As I stated, this is intended to deal with parking spaces used by individuals who are visiting premises to carry out their own business, not, for example, people parking at a supermarket. It is a charge on the parking space, and so the occupier of the premises where it is provided is liable, not the business customer. It's not clear why you would want to exempt a parking space at a business used by people to carry out business, therefore. Amendments 28, 29 and 37 seek to prevent ministers from specifying that certain people are to be liable for charges under the licensing scheme. These amendments seem to proceed on the assumption that people who use workplace parking may be liable for the charge under the scheme, but it is only provided for workplace parking who is liable for the charge. It is the workplace that has the parking that is liable for it. The bill makes no provision for recovery of the charges by the provider. For these reasons, Presiding Officer, that I have outlined, I would urge members to reject all of the amendments that are contained in this particular group.
Anna Cullen, Mike Rumbles to wind up in this group and to press or withdraw Amendment 87.
Well, the debate on this grouping of amendments dealing with exemptions to the workplace parking levy has been a very heated debate. I believe it's because there are genuine concerns that the amendments won't be accepted when we vote on them in a moment. The issues being raised are not being weighed properly, in my view, on their merits. They're not being weighed on their merits to improve the bill. I mean, if you look at my amendments 87 and 88, it's really one amendment. It's simply to add, if we don't have this amendment, if we don't accept this amendment, it will add costs to businesses. And those businesses will have to pass them on to customers. As I say, I've only submitted one amendment with a consequential to that. If this bill is about behavioural change, and I'll come to this in a minute, it's supposed to be about behavioural change. If you don't accept the amendments on 87 and 88, it can't be anything other. It's not about behavioural change. It's about adding costs. I was particularly taken that when, in a moment, that when Liam Kerr spoke on his amendment, Gillian Martin made the point that the current Aberdeenshire administration wouldn't impose the workplace parking levy. Of course it wouldn't. Again, just like Mark MacDonald earlier, they fail to understand that what we're supposed to be doing here. We're making the law of the land for the future and for future administrations. Well, I'm being a little unkind here, because I don't think for 1 minute that either Gillian Martin or Mark MacDonald don't understand that. I'm sure they know it perfectly well. And if I can just finally approach the points that the Minister just made just now, and I'm really disappointed with his approach to Amendments 87 and 88, his response to my amendments. He said, and I quote him, "It is a charge on the space." I agree with him. That is the point of my amendments. He's absolutely right, but is drawing the wrong conclusion. That's my point. He's shaking his head. The charge is on the workplace, the space in the business. So what's the business going to do? There's no behavioural change there. The suppliers to that business will still have to bring in their goods. They're not going to change their behaviour. The customers, are the customers going to change their behaviour? Well, they will if the prices go up as a result of this. So it will damage our retailers too. This is just not logical. If the whole point is behavioural change, then these amendments need to be accepted. And I'll point there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rumbles. So we're going to move to... Yes. Before I move to the votes, because there are actually going to be a series of votes here, a series of 57 votes, in fact, I'm going to highlight, as we all know, that we're running late by approximately half an hour now. So under Rule 9.8.5a, I'm minded to accept a motion without notice to propose that the next time limit be extended by 30 minutes. Could I ask the Minister for Parliament to move such a notice without motion?
Moved, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. Now, the question, just to explain this, the question is that the time limit by which the debate on groups 22-24 be extended by 30 minutes. Before I ask, this means that all subsequent time limits will be therefore extended. As a consequence, I will extend decision time. So the question is that we extend the time limit on the next couple of groups by 30 minutes. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. And as a consequence, decision time, and this is actually for members in the gallery. I know there's a big reception for Dementia Scotland and others. Decision time is going to be moved by half an hour, so the Chamber won't, this bill won't finish till at least 8:30, which means the members' business won't finish till then, so you might want to pass that on to others. So we're now going to move to a series of votes. The first is that Amendment 87 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on Amendment 87. This will be a 1-minute division, as it's the first of several votes. The result of the vote on amendment number 87 in the name of Mike Rumbles is yes 50, no 61. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 88, Mike Rumbles, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved, thank you. Can I call amendment 2 in the name of Neil Bibby? Neil Bibby to move or not move?
Move.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 2 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote. Members may cast their votes now. This is a 32nd division on amendment 2. The result of the vote on amendment number 2 in the name of Neil Bibby is yes 51, no 62. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. Can I call amendment 89, Colin Smith, to move or not move?
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 89 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote. Members may vote now. Amendment 89. The result of the vote on amendment number 89 in the name of Colin Smith is yes 51, no 62. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 3, Neil Bibby, to move?
Move.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 3 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on amendment 3. Members may vote now. The result of the vote on amendment number 3 in the name of Neil Bibby is yes 51, no 62. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. Can I call amendment 162 in the name of Dean Lockhart? Dean Lockhart to move.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 162 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote. Members may cast their votes now. Amendment 162. The result of the vote on amendment number 162 in the name of Dean Lockhart is yes 51, no 62. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. Can I call amendment 163, Dean Lockhart to move or not move?
Move.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 163 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on amendment 163. Members, we vote now. The result of the vote on amendment number 163 is, in the name of Dean Lockhart is yes 50, no 62. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. Can I call amendment 164 in the name of Michelle Ballantyne? Michelle Ballantyne to move.
Move.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 164 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not. We'll move to a vote and members may cast their votes now. Amendment 164. The result of the vote on amendment number 164 in the name of Michelle Ballantyne is yes 51, no 61. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. I call amendment 165. Michelle Ballantyne to move or not move?
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 165 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We move to a vote. Members may cast their votes now on 165. The result of the vote on amendment number 165 in the name of Michelle Ballantyne is yes 46, no 66. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 4 in the name of Neil Bibby. Neil Bibby to move.
Move.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 4 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We move to a vote on amendment 4. Members may vote now. The result of the vote on amendment number 4 in the name of Neil Bibby is yes 51, no 62. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 90 in the name of Colin Smith. Colin Smith to move or not move?
Move.
It's moved. The question is that amendment 90 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call amendment 5 in the name of Neil Bibby. Neil Bibby to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 5 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We don't agree. We'll move to a vote. Members may cast their votes now. The result of the vote on amendment number 5 in the name of Neil Bibby is yes 51, no 62. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 91 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary. Cabinet Secretary to move.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 91 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on amendment 91. Members may cast their votes now. The result of the vote on amendment number 91 in the name of Michael Matheson is yes 82, no 31. There are no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 6 in the name of Neil Bibby. Neil Bibby to move.
Move.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 6 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. We move to a vote on amendment 6. Members may vote now. The result of the vote on amendment number 6 in the name of Neil Bibby is yes 51, no 62. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. I call amendment 92 in the name of Colin Smith. Colin Smith to move or not move?
Move.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 92 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. No, we're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on amendment 92. Members may cast their votes now. Amendment 92. The result of the vote on amendment number 92 in the name of Colin Smith is yes 106, no 7. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. Can I call amendment 7 in the name of Neil Bibby? Neil Bibby to move?
I'll move amendment 7. I'm happy to move amendment 7 and 8 at the same time. If that's...
Exactly, that would be good to move amendment. Would anyone object if we took the vote on amendment 7 and 8 together? The question is that amendment 7 and 8 be agreed. Are we agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on amendments 7 and 8. Members may cast their votes now. Okay, despite Mr Bibby and my good intentions, we've just reached the limits of our technology. So we'll have to call Amendment 7. The question is that Amendment 7 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. And we're not. We'll move to a vote on Amendment 7 and members may cast their votes on that now. The result of the vote on amendment number 7 in the name of Neil Bibby is yes 51, no 62. 62. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 8? Neil Bibby to move. I think it's already moved. The question is that amendment 8 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. Or not? We move to a vote on amendment 8. Members may vote now. The result of the vote on amendment number 8 in the name of Neil Bibby is yes 49, no 62. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 93, Colin Smith, to move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 93 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call amendment 9 in the name of Neil Bibby? Neil Bibby to move?
Move.
That's moved. The question is that amendment 9 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on amendment 9. Members may vote now. The result of the vote on Amendment 9 in the name of Neil Bibby is yes 50, no 60. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. Can I call Amendment 30 in the name of Annie Wells? Annie Wells to move. Thank you. The question is that Amendment 30 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on Amendment 30. The result of the vote on Amendment 30 in the name of Annie Wells is yes 50, no 61. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Call Amendment 23 in the name of Liz Smith. Liz Smith to move.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 23 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on Amendment number 23. The result of the vote on Amendment 23 in the name of Liz Smith is yes 49, no 60. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. I call Amendment 24, Liam Kerr, to move. Thank you. The question is that Amendment 24 be agreed. Are we all agreed? We're not. We'll move to a vote on Amendment 24. We'll double up. I can just read it from the thing. The result of the vote on amendment number 24 in the name of Liam Kerr is yes 51, no 60. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Call Amendment 25, Liam Kerr to move.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 25 be agreed. Are we agreed? Yes. We'll move to a vote on Amendment 25. Members may vote now. The result of the vote on amendment number 25 in the name of Liam Kerr is yes 50, no 62. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. Can I call on Liam Kerr to move amendment 26 and amendment 27?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 26 be agreed. Are we agreed? Yes. We'll move to a vote on amendment 26. Members may vote now. The result of the vote on amendment number 26 in the name of Liam Kerr is yes 51, no 62. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. The question is that amendment 27 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. We move to a vote on amendment 27 in the name of Liam Kerr. The result of the vote on amendment number 27 in the name of Liam Kerr is yes 50, no 62. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. I call amendment 31. Yes, can I actually ask Annie Wells to move amendments 31, 32 and 33?
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 31 be agreed. Are we agreed? Yes. We're not. We'll move to a vote on amendment 31 in the name of Annie Wells. So the result of the vote on amendment number 31 in the name of Annie Wells is yes 50, no 62. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. The question is that amendment 32 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on amendment 32 in the name of Annie Wells. The result of the vote on amendment number 32 in the name of Annie Wells is yes 51, no 61. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. The question is that amendment 33 be agreed in the name of Annie Wells. Are we agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on amendment 33. Members may vote. The result of the vote on amendment 33 in the name of Annie Wells is yes 46, no 61. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. Can I call amendment 34 in the name of Graham Simpson? Graham Simpson to move?
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 34 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on amendment 34 in the name of Graham Simpson. The result of the vote on Amendment 34 in the name of Graeme Simpson is yes 46, no 66. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. Can I call Amendment 35, Graeme Simpson, to move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 35 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We move to a vote on Amendment 35. The result of the vote on Amendment 35 in the name of Graeme Simpson is yes 45, no 64. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. Can I call Amendment 94? And I believe Mr Simpson did not wish to move this.
Not moved.
Not moved. Thank you. Can I call Amendment 95 in the name of Donald Cameron? Donald Cameron to move. Thank you. The question is that Amendment 95 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. We move to a vote on Amendment number 95. The result of the vote on Amendment number 95 in the name of Donald Cameron is yes 50, no 61. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. Can I call Amendment 96, Donald Cameron, to move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 96 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on Amendment 96. The result of the vote on Amendment number 96 in the name of Donald Cameron is yes 51, no 61. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. Can I call Amendment 97 in the name of Donald Cameron? Donald Cameron to move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 97 be agreed. Are we agreed? We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on Amendment 97. The result of the vote on Amendment 97 in the name of Donald Cameron is yes 48, no 58. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. Can I call Amendment 98 in the name of Jeremy Balfour? Jeremy Balfour to move.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 98 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We'll move to a vote on Amendment 98. The result of the vote on Amendment number 78 in the name of 98 in the name of Jeremy Balfour is yes 50, no 61. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. I call Amendment 99, Colin Smith to move.
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 99 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on Amendment 99 in the name of Colin Smith. The result of the vote on amendment number 99 in the name of Colin Smith is yes 50, no 60. There were no votes against, so there were no abstentions, beg pardon. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 166 in the name of Maurice Corrie. Maurice Corrie to move. Thank you. The question is that amendment 166 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. We move to a vote on amendment 166. The result of the vote on amendment number 166 in the name of Maurice Corrie is yes 50, no 60. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 167 in the name of Jamie Green. Jamie Green to move.
The Chamber will be delighted to know I'm not moving it.
I call amendment 100 in the name of Colin Smith. Colin Smith to move.
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 100 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We're not agreed. We move to a vote on amendment 100. The result of the vote on amendment 100 in the name of Colin Smith is yes 20, no 90. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. Call amendment 101, Michelle Ballantyne to move.
Move.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 101 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on amendment 101. We will, so if I can suspend, but I'll The result of the vote on Amendment 101 in the name of Michelle Ballantyne is yes 46, no 64. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 102, Michelle Ballantyne to move.
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 102 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We're not agreed. Move to a vote on Amendment 102. The result of the vote on amendment number 102 in the name of Michelle Ballantyne is yes 46, no 65. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. Can I ask Michelle Ballantyne if she wishes to move amendments 103, 104, 105 and 106?
All moved.
All moved. First question is amendment 103. Are we all agreed? No. We'll move to a vote on amendment 103 in the name of Michelle Ballantyne. The result of the vote on Amendment 103 in the name of Michelle Ballantyne is yes 47, no 65. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. The question is that Amendment 104 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on Amendment 104. The result of the vote on amendment number 104 in the name of Michelle Ballantyne is yes 46, no 65. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. I call amendment 105. The question is that amendment 105 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. Move to a vote on amendment 105. The result of the vote on amendment number 105 in the name of Michelle Ballantyne is yes 47, no 65. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. The question is that amendment 106 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. Move to a vote on amendment 106. The result of the vote on Amendment 106 in the name of Michelle Ballantyne is yes 47, no 65. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. Now, colleagues, I'm just going to call a short suspension. Despite moving decision time, we've run out of procedural time or run into a procedural impasse at the moment. I'm going to ask the business managers, if all the business managers could come down and just consult just down here in the well of the chamber. Could I ask members not to go too far? We might need to have a vote before 8:15, but Parliament is now suspended for 5 minutes. Suspended for 5 minutes. If members want to make the way back, we're not resumed yet. I'll lift the suspension shortly, but if members come back in, there'll be members in the overspill P102. Okay, business is resumed. Colleagues, we've discussed this with business managers, and we've reluctantly agreed that there is too much business to get through this evening, and members are clearly flagging, and there's other business waiting, including members of the public gallery. Yes. Some members, thank you. So after discussion with the business managers, what we've agreed to do, and this is with your agreement, we're going to finish the rest of the votes in this particular section. I think there are roughly about 12 votes still to have. We'll then go to decision time, and there are a number of votes to be held at decision time tonight. We'll then go to members' business, and members have been waiting for that this evening. That will mean that we'll need to take the 4 remaining sections tomorrow. So we'll come back with a revised business programme timetable motion, which will move at 11:40 tomorrow, to allow for the debates on the 4 sections and the votes on those to be had tomorrow. That will probably have a knock-on effect on decision time tomorrow evening. We're hoping that we will be able to trim either the debate or some other items tomorrow so that decision time is not moved by a whole hour tomorrow, but there will be a timetable to vote on tomorrow at 11:40. So just to summarise, we're going to finish this section now. We're going to then move to decision time. There'll be a revised business programme tomorrow at 11:40 on which members will all vote, and that will probably mean a change to decision time tomorrow evening. Are we all agreed with that way of proceeding? We are agreed. Point of order, Alex Neil, yes?
The principle of this Parliament when it was formed would be that it would be a family-friendly Parliament. And this has been anything but family-friendly, the way in which this debate has been organised by the Bureau. Not to mention the great disservice that's been done to Sandra White and her members' debate and all the people who are here for the members' debate and the cross-party groups this evening. Now, we're about to go into the last 18 months of this Parliament. As those of us who have been around a wee while know, in the next 18 months it will be full of stage 3s, which will take up a lot of time. Can I therefore ask that the Bureau reflects on what has happened this week and tonight, and make sure that this does not happen again, and we return to the founding principle of being a family and public-friendly Parliament?
Can I thank the member for the point of order? The member might be interested to know that we have had exactly this discussion in the Bureau, particularly aware of the fact that this is a family-friendly Parliament. The members of the Bureau, all your business managers, are totally committed to the idea of a family-friendly Parliament and have debated every single time we've had to move decision time. We had a very fraught debate about moving it this evening. Can I also just add to members that I'm the sponsor of the event on Dementia Scotland tonight, along with Sandra White, and therefore I'm very aware of the effect this is having on the subsequent events tonight, including many other events taking place. So Mr Neil is quite right. The Parliament and the Bureau managers the business managers are debating this very subject, and he is also quite right that we are extremely conscious that business is piling up and that there will be a lot of stage 3s in exactly this situation as we go through the next few months. So the point is not lost on any of the business managers. It's actually on, hang on a second, Mr Findlay. It is on our agenda for the next meeting. It has been on the agenda before and we'll return to it, but can I assure Mr Neil that the very sentiment he's expressing is one that is shared by all the business managers. Now, I think I'm sorry, but I think Sandra White wanted to raise something. Okay, sorry. Mr Findlay.
I hear what you're saying, but you will recall when I was business manager on behalf of the Labour Group, I raised these issues consistently. Every time I did, I was outvoted on the Bureau. That's the problem.
Mr Finlay did raise these matters, and he's not the only business manager to do so. Normally in the business, they've not been outvoted. We actually reached agreement, a consensual agreement, having noted the points that business managers made. However, this is not new. This is an ongoing issue. It's been an issue since the Parliament started. We're getting better at dealing with it, but it still runs up. Every time we have a stage 3, a contentious stage 3, it becomes a tricky issue. The points are very well made and noted, and all the business managers and members, I'm sure, will take them on board. Can I suggest, however, we move on with business to try and get this on, and we don't keep anybody else waiting any longer? Could I call Amendment 107? It's in the name of Paula McNeill, but could I ask Elaine Smith to move this motion, this amendment? Elaine Smith.
Moved, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. So the question is that Amendment 107 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. We'll move to vote on Amendment 107 in the name of Pauline McNeill. I must be vote now. The result of the vote on amendment number 107 in the name of Polly McNeill is yes 46, no 66. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. Can I call amendment 108 in the name of Polly McNeill, Elaine Smith to move?
Moved, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 108 be agreed. Are we agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on amendment 108 in the name of Polly McNeill. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 108 in the name of Polly McNeill is yes 45, no 66. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. Can I call amendment 168 in the name of Michelle Ballantyne? Michelle Ballantyne to move.
Move.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 168 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on amendment 168. The result of the vote on amendment number 168 in the name of Michelle Ballantyne is yes 46, no 65. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. Can I call amendment 169 in the name of Maurice Corrie? Maurice Corrie to move.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 169 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on amendment 169. The result of the vote on amendment number 169 in the name of Maurice Corrie is yes 45, no 65. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. Can I call amendment 36 in the name of Annie Wells? Annie Wells to move.
Not moved.
Not moved. Thank you. Can I call amendment 170 in the name of Michelle Ballantyne? Michelle Ballantyne to move.
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 170 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. Move to a vote on amendment 170. The result of the vote on amendment number 170 in the name of Michelle Ballantyne is yes 45, no 66. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. Can I call amendment 10, Neil Bibby, to move?
Move.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 10 be agreed. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on amendment 10. The result of the vote on amendment number 10 in the name of Neil Bibby is yes 50, no 62. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. Can I call amendment 109, Colin Smith, to move?
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 109 be agreed. Are we agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. We move to a vote on amendment 109. The result of the vote on amendment number 109 in the name of Colin Smith is yes 109, no 3. There were no abstentions. The amendment is agreed. Can I call amendment 28, Graham Simpson, to move?
Moved.
That's moved. The question is that amendment 28 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We move to a vote on amendment 28. The result of the vote on amendment 28 in the name of Graham Simpson is yes 46, no 65. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. Can I call amendment 29, Graham Simpson, to move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 29 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. Move to a vote on amendment 29. The result of the vote on amendment number 29 in the name of Graham Simpson is yes 47, no 65. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. Can I call amendment 37, Annie Wells, to move?
Not moved.
Not moved. And can I call amendment 11 in the name of Neil Bibby? Neil Bibby to move.
Move.
It's moved. The question is that amendment 11 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. Move to a vote on amendment number 11. The result of the vote on amendment number 11 in the name of Neil Bibby is yes 50, no 62. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. Now, that is where we're going to end consideration of amendments this evening, consideration of the bill this evening. However, there will be 4 sections and stage 3 debate to take place tomorrow. However, we still have decision time on members' business. So the next item of business is consideration of business motion 19314 in the name of Graham Day on behalf of the Bureau setting out a business programme. Could I ask Graham Day to move the motion?
Moved, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. And does any member wish to speak on the motion? No one does. Therefore, the question is that motion 19314 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. The next item is consideration of business motions 19315 on the timetable of a stage 1 debate on the non-domestic rates Scotland Bill, 19316 on the stage 2 timetable for a bill, and 19317 on the stage 1 timetable for a bill. Could I call on Graham Day to move these motions?
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. And again, no one has indicated they wish to speak on the motions. The question is that motions 19315, 19316 and 19317 be agreed. Are we agreed? Yes. We are agreed. And the next item is consideration of 6 Parliamentary Bureau motions. Could I ask Graham Day to move motions 19318 on the Office of the Clerk, 19319 on the designation of a lead committee, 19320, 19321 and 19322 on approval of SSIs.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. And we'll take these questions at decision time, which is now. So I'll propose a single question on those 5 motions, 19318 to 19322. Does anyone object if we take a single question? No. Therefore, the question is that Parliament agrees motions 19318 to 19323 in the name of Graham Day. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. That concludes decision time. Can I thank members for their forbearance and apologies to all those who have been inconvenienced, including the many members of the public who are in the Parliament. We're going to move shortly to members' business in the name of Sandra White. We'll just take a few moments to allow the members to change seats. Just a pause.